Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh, yeah. Horn. Hoag and Horn.
Well, welcome back, folks. Welcome back to another exciting week. Yes, Purge Week here at Topstep TV. Be careful here. It is election week, yes. And boy, we've got a lot of things going on this week. So glad you could be with us here. Join us. This is opening call. And yes, he's Lamont and I'm Fred. Welcome to the the junkyard, I would say. But yes, we've saved you a front row seat. So come on in, have a seat, tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody that we've got Topstep TV here, opening call. And our good friend is sitting next to me, miles away, that handsome guy, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoag Hoagland. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Eddie. It is great to see your smiling face. It is great to have you back. We all hope you had a good time on your time off, got some rest, and had a little fun. Maybe some video games or the like. Again, it's great to have you back, and it's great to have all of you back with us here on a fine Monday, November the 4th. Top of the chat, I see Dan Trader first in the room. Good morning. My other early birds, one time. Eddie's Bong is here, getting a wake and bake going here already. Art 819, Anastasios, I got his trades. Bob R. Masia, there's a new name for an early birder. V01, it's good to see you. Drawing Lover, Fest, Slippers, Blue Ken, Man Cave Trades, and my friend Theo. Always a pleasure to see you, and it's always a pleasure to have all of you with us. We're happy you're here.
Yes.
Happy Monday.
It is. It is. It's going to be a good week here. I'm predicting a great week. A lot of opportunity going to happen here. So you know what? Focus, folks. All right. Got to watch what's going on here. But anyway, we've got lots of news going on, lots going on here. So let's kick into it. U.S. stock futures closing near the flat line today as investors looking ahead for that. Yes, I had said the event-filled week, which will include everything from the U.S. presidential election to a slew of corporate earnings and a major Federal Reserve interest rate decision. Yes, basically what you call the purge. We got the Dow here pretty much flat. S&P up by 0.2%, almost. NASDAQ up 1.1. But some of these main averages on Wall Street closed in the green to end the prior week. If we remember, Friday is some of these quarterly results from e-commerce, Amazon, Offstep, steep drop in the U.S. job growth in October. As I mentioned, attention is going to be turning on the all-important U.S. presidential election on Tuesday. That's tomorrow. The race between Donald and Kamala, whichever you prefer, or whichever she prefers. Over the weekend, basically both candidates were neck and neck. So this is going to be very exciting. Also, the Fed, yes, the Fed heads expecting to deliver a 25% basis point interest rate cut. That was at the conclusion of its latest two-day policy meeting this past Thursday, following the central bank's decision to roll out a jumbo, 50 basis points reduction in September. Also, we're going to be looking past at our non-farm payrolls as coming in smaller rate cut. So job growths the two prior months were also revised lower. We'll be keeping an eye on that. But that's what I've got right now. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning and into the rest of the week, at 9 o'clock this morning, we've got U.S. factory orders and a revision of durable goods orders. 10:30, we got a 3 and 6 month bill auction, and at noon a 3-year note auction. As far as earnings are concerned, some good earnings this week. Most of the majors are pretty much behind us now. We have Zoetis this morning, Marriott this morning, opposite directions as far as results are concerned. We have Vertex, Planetaire after the close today. Nothing major. Most of the focus is, of course, this week going to be on the presidential elections and the FOMC meeting, which is on Thursday. As far as other economic numbers this week, tomorrow we have international trade in goods, ISM services. Okay, the FOMC meeting starts a day later than usual. It starts on Wednesday and the release is on Thursday. But back to Wednesday, we've got EIA petroleum status report, a 4-month bill auction, and a 30-year bond auction. Thursday, as usual, jobless claims. We have productivity and costs, EIA natural gas report, a couple of bill auctions, shorter time frame bill auctions, and of course the FOMC meeting announcement at 1 p.m. Central on Thursday with the chair presser at 1:30. Friday, nothing really major. We do have the Michigan consumer sentiment, and then Michelle Bowman is due to speak on Friday after the FOMC announcement. As far as the VIX this morning, it's up about 2.3% the last I checked. At that time, 22.39. It was at 21.88 at this time on Friday. The dollar index down about 0.5% this morning at 103.75, but pretty much right where it was on Friday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year basically holding steady right around 4.29%, which is right where it was on Friday at this time. And that is what we're looking at as far as economic numbers and the rest for today and into the rest of the week. It's going to be an interesting week, traders. It's a U.S. election. It's really up for grabs as to who is going to win and how long we may have to wait for the final numbers on that. I remember back in the day, the U.S. Presidential election, we pretty much found out that night or in the following morning, but we never know these days how long it's going to take to tally up all those ballots. And so it's going to be an interesting and challenging week. Get some thoughts about that when we get into the charts as well. But Eddie, back to you, dude. Where's your crude?
Crude is right there. There it is, right there. Remember the Chad incident?
Yes.
It goes back a little bit, but some of us may remember that. Yes, as Johnny said, we might get an answer for a while, but buckle up. That's all I can say is buckle up. Dude, where's the crude? Well, I'm looking at my ETH here. I got a 71.81 top here. We topped it just a little while ago. Nice trend moving up to the top side. Low of 68.57. And we did see that the oil prices did rise here today. It was after OPEC Plus and a group of producing nations delayed a plan to hike in December. Hike by at least a month because of the recent pressure on prices from weak demand. We did see Brent up 2.1 and US WTI up 2.3. Talking about the OPEC and the OPEC countries, announced Sunday, this was yesterday if you weren't paying attention, that it will delay a planned output hike of 180,000 barrels per day by at least a month. And that's what I have here. But that's what I have here for the news for the crude. Let's keep ourselves ready to go, focused and paying attention. But first, we've got our tip of the week. What is the tip of the week, Kid James? The market is always right. Yes. Same as my wife. My wife is always right. So understand that, we are the little fish in this huge sea, and the market does what it wants. Obviously, we see that. So the thing is, you know what? We're the knight in shining armor trying to take down that big dragon. Do the best you can here. And when we say the market has to do this, it doesn't. Read what the market is telling you. And that's what it's about. Watch for the market to tell you the story. All right. Even if you got to back up a bit, if you're 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, pull it back a bit, an hour, a day, a week, and see what the market is trying to tell you. There is a story each and every day here that the market will tell you. Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, I remember standing in the S&P pit and somebody say, talking to me or talking to somebody else saying, the market just has to go down today. It has to go down today. I'm going to be short all day today. And how many times I watched that market just run right against them. Remember, folks, we are in the market's environment. The market is not in our environment. Accept what the market is telling you. Like Eddie said, accept that information. The market is telling us where it's trying to go at the very least. Make sure and listen to the market because, as we know, the market can be irrational longer than we can stay solvent. Accept what the market is telling you. It is always right. We are in its environment, not the other way. A great tip of the week this week.
Right. Before we get to the charts here, hey, we got Coach Dakota coming in here today, star of slow markets. He's ranked number 2 in the funded trader leaderboard. Yes, his Packers did lose, and so did our Bears. But he's trying to bounce back from a 2,800 losing day in the live account Friday. And of course, Nick for a tick. He is our good friend here, star of Market Kickoff, number 7th ranked funded trader. Took a break from live trading this past Friday, trying to snap his 4-day losing streak, which is smart. Take a break when you can't see the end of the tunnel. And that's what we got coming up here next in Fast Market. But let's get to our charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps, we saw a pretty decent pullback, breaking through some important levels on Thursday. But we're not really seeing that we've really truly broken any major market state here. Major players this week, especially early in the week, are going to work to be evenly hedged prior to the presidential election. Longer time frame speculators, I'm expecting them also to even up or to try and get hedged prior to tomorrow night. Again, we don't know how long it's going to take to come up with any decision, any winner as far as this presidential election. So this may go on for a while, and it may keep a lot of people a little bit on the sidelines. If I were a major player coming into this, I would try and just make sure that I was evenly hedged or positioned in a way that no matter what happens, I'm still going to be able to be here the day after they decide who wins this thing. So we're kind of looking at what I'm saying is shorter time frame control, shorter time frame traders, weaker hands, retail traders, some maybe medium-sized speculators, and maybe some of the larger time frame speculators will still be active, just looking for shorter time frame levels. But with all this information, the election and the FOMC meeting on Thursday, a lot of folks are going to just be kind of sitting back, waiting, making sure that they're hedged and waiting for any opportunities that arise after these events. Friday, let's say, we had an inside extended trading hour range and we had an inside regular trading hour range. Last night, we've put a range in that is inside the extended trading hour range from Friday, as well as inside the regular trading hour range from Friday. So this kind of supports my suspicion that a lot of folks are already positioned and hedged to where they want to be for all of this information coming out this week. And again, looking for shorter time frame opportunities based on shorter time frame levels might be what us shorter time frame, weaker hands pea shooters are looking for as far as opportunities. I'm looking at these today and tomorrow, and until we get some really solid information, as see money, take money type of days. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So, all right. Here's the inside extended trading hour and regular trading hours that we put in on Friday. Overnight inventory. Well, we looked at near the low of the overnight on Thursday to Friday, so we still have an inside day there, and it's looking like we're going to be opening relatively close to range and balance from Friday's session. Overnight inventory, do we really have much? No, we don't really have a whole bunch of overnight inventory. The market looks to be ready to close relatively close to settlement. That's going to be the kind of the lower end of the regular trading hour session range on Friday, and relatively close to value low. So at this point, it doesn't look like we will probably be opening with any kind of a session range. Any kind of a session gap that could, of course, in the next 15 minutes, bring forth some change and potentially some opportunity. Friday's Thursday's late spike base down at 57.47 even. We opened above it on Friday, therefore indicating possible acceptance of higher pricing, which did play out. We had higher value. We had a range that was inside, but again, it did bring value higher. Overnight last night, we opened, we looked below it, rejected, found support at that base of that late spike level again, 57.47 even. It could be a decent opportunity for us to look for an execution today. Remember, the late spike base on Thursday opening above it indicates potential acceptance of higher pricing. So this late spike base 57.47 even in the S&Ps might be somewhat pivotal today. If we don't find support there, we could easily, test down to last week's low, which is 57.32. Well, we got the September all-time high. This was the all-time high when the September contract was the front month, 57.21 quarter. And then if we start breaking down below 5,700, then I think maybe we may be into to a little bit more of a downside hurting. And I'm expecting none of that to happen until we get some sort of solid outcome from either the election, FOMC meeting, whatever it is. I think a lot of folks are just kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting for this information. The profile on Friday, we opened in range and value. We put the best trade location up near the highs. We closed with an attempt at a late spike lower, which did not really play out. Settlement is 57.58 quarter. Put that on your charts. We finished the day up 19 and a quarter points, and we lost 1,100 in open interest on Friday. Probably just some longs and shorts liquidating positions for the weekend and then being kind of liquidated or close to the bone as far as positioning is concerned for this week. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which, with all the information, largely very similar situation. I could certainly say the same thing, that we're kind of expecting major players to work to be hedged or flat or positioned to where whatever happens, they're going to protect themselves so that they're still going to be here on Thursday for the FOMC meeting or however this whole election thing plays out. So looking at the longer time frame, the bigger players, major players, bigger speculators, even some of the medium time frame speculators going into defense mode. The short time frame control is likely to occur. And again, we see the NASDAQ was, kind of continuing to push to the upside. We had an area of balance. We broke out. We broke below the weekly kickoff low last week. I'm really interested in seeing this 5% level off the all-time high, 19,935. It's been a really good spot at certain times for executions. We can look back in the day time frame here. Once we put in that all-time high, a nice little opportunity here, nice little shorting opportunity here, another nice little shorting opportunity here, some longing opportunities. People are still focused on those 5%, 10%, 15% levels, even to this day, because we have not yet put in a new all-time high in the NASDAQ. So, all right, take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, so again, an overnight inside day from Thursday to Friday, another overnight inside day from Friday into Monday. We don't really have any overnight inventory. We're opening relatively close to settlement, probably going to be opening inside range and inside value. Low probability of a potential gap in either direction. Just kind of looking at this market as just getting ready to open to see what's going to happen. And again, when we do open in range, in value, I start to look for opportunities as the day goes on for better trade locations and possibly the best trade location of the day. One thing about Thursday's profile, we had a very weak low on Thursday at the bottom of this profile. We did lose about 5,100 in open interest in the NASDAQ. Again, that's just people evening up for the weekend and perhaps even staying even for the foreseeable future until some of these uncertainties play themselves out. Again, See money, take money. The profile Friday, normal variation, kind of a weak excess on the high here, but we also have a low excess low down here. Just kind of bouncing back and forth between those weak levels is kind of what I'm expecting until something changes, until we get some new news. Let's take a quick look at crude now. So, all right, OPEC says, well, we're not going to raise production at these prices. So we're continuing to see coming off these lows here from last week's weekly kickoff low. Let me make sure that is correct. 68.65. We looked below it, rejected. Now we've returned back to this week's weekly kickoff high, which is 71.60. We'll see if we find any continuation above that, but this kind of envelops the current area of balance that we've seen. We have last week's low at 66.72. We have last week's high at 71.45. We've tested the last week's high. If we can't see any continuation to the upside and fail at this level, the market has a tendency when in range to rotate from high to low and low to high. So it was a very important level here against last week's high. Again, that's 71.45 and weekly kickoff high of 71.60. On Friday, we lost about 11,000 in open interest coming off of the weekly high there. So it looked like we were talking about earlier in the week. It looked like it was getting a little bit cheap here. Maybe it looked like it was getting a little bit too expensive there. Maybe some of the longs decided they were going to bail out on Friday. And we, again, losing that 11,000 in open interest just kind of says any longs, any shorts that may have been out, that have been, up money or down money, decided, you know what, we're just going to go home flat. And again, those would be shorter time frame opportunities, shorter time frame levels. We lost about, it was wrong on that. I think we lost about 1,400 in open interest. Volume was pretty decent on that push to the downside. And so we still know that we have those Middle East tensions that are out there. They are uncertainties. So definitely keep your ears and eyes open. This market still can respond and react on a hair trigger with any news with that regard. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so we did set up a weekend gap here. That's where we closed on Friday, the later end part of the session. We opened here. The open, let's just call it approximately 70, 29. We've been trying to push higher ever since. We have overnight inventory to the long side up against an important inflection level. That those inflection levels really being last week's high of 71.45 and weekly kickoff high this week of 71.60. Pivotal level here. If we can't continue to push higher, we did open with a gap. We've closed the gap, but we've not shown signs of acceptance of the gap from Friday. The Friday's high really is 71.31. So right now we're showing signs of rejection of that, but again, up against an important inflection level like the weekly kickoff high of 71.60, certainly showing a degree of resistance above that price. So it looks like if we fail there, we come back into range. Maybe we come and close the weekend gap, which could take us feasibly all the way down to 69.33. All right. The profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside, and it actually put in a late spike to the downside, which really seems like a moot point right now, because a late spike to the downside, if the market opens above that late spike, or at least above the base of that late spike, it's indicating that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing, which it did all night. So really, I think the pivotal area for crude oil today for maybe some decent opportunities for an execution could be up around 71.60. Now, remember, all of this is context. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything, but you do what you want. You do what you can using these weekly kickoff levels that do prove to be relatively important levels a lot of the time. Take a look now at gold. Okay. So we know gold has been on a real hot streak to the upside. Thursday, we had a really decent pullback off of that recent high, which was basically 2,801.80 cents, 22,801 $1.80 was the all-time high. We came off pretty hard. I don't think we've really broken any upside structure. We do have a pretty decent trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of contact on this trend line. And what I'm going to be focusing on this week, or perhaps later on this week, is the convergence between the current weekly kickoff low of 2707 and where that trend line comes across that would be 1, 2, maybe Wednesday or Thursday when those converge. If price is near those, there's going to probably be a pretty decent opportunity or a larger opportunity when we see these convergences between major trend lines and weekly kickoff levels. So I'm calling that pullback on Thursday healthy for a continuation to the upside. Okay, again, we've got to break this trend line. We've got to pull below the weekly kickoff low if we are going to see any major market state breaks away from either consolidation or upside move. We're going to see a downside move. I'm looking for it to occur in that area. Now, remember, all these are levels. Nothing is finite in futures trading. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute. We're getting a little long-winded here. So overnight inventory, no, relatively flat. Did we open with a range? Did we open with a gap? No, we did look below it. We're coming back into range. Value load 50, let's just call it 27.5610 loosely. We show acceptance above there. We could bring price back up to value area high on this platform, showing at 27.6990. But we'll be seeing how this market plays out. Again, opening in range and in value right near settlement suggests let's try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Let's take our deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in our trading today. And as always, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. It's going to be a very interesting day and a very interesting week. Let's get down
Very
to it,
interesting,
gentlemen.
Yes, it is election week here for the U.S., and notice the sound of the music in the background. It might be a circus, but hey, we're here at TopstepTV. This is opening call coming up next. We've got fast markets, and we're going to be having Dakota and Nick for a Tick. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our candidates in the gates. And I'm going to pass this on. We got JD driving today. Good morning, JD.
What is up, Eddie, my man? Good morning to you. Happy Monday to everyone. Happy positive Monday to everyone. It's a new... The markets are open. All right, here we go. We're off.
Let's do it.
All right.
What's your thoughts, Nick?
Yeah, kind of a weird overnight session. We had a gap down. We closed it. We moved to the top side into kind of the near the highs of Friday's range on the NASDAQ and then fell back down and are kind of just teetering above 20,000 on NQ. So I'm going to be patient today. I think this could be a kind of an inside day, more or less, inside Friday's range, to be honest, as we kind of sit here, digest, wait to see maybe some light pulling data start to come in over the next 24 hours. The market just kind of may be in a situation where it's waiting for the two big events of this week. If you've been living under a rock, we have the U.S. presidential election this week, as well as the FOMC on a rare Thursday for once. So I think we may have a couple balance days and then some volatility and then more balance.
Yeah, the consensus out there is for a consensus out there is for a huge volatility spike this week.
Mm-hmm.
I was putting together the weekly kickoff email yesterday, reading a lot of articles focused on the Fed rate decision and the election, and everybody is saying to expect a nice volatility spike. Probably not today. It looks a little quiet just after the bell here, but a lot of traders, a lot of investors out. Yeah.
Who voted out there already? You guys vote yet in chat? Anybody
Several
vote?
times.
Can we put a poll up here? If you're in the U.S., get a poll up here and find out who voted. Remember, you got till tomorrow.
Got, on the tape. Opening ranges left at the high of the session so far. The market's kind of NASDAQ, S&P is looking a little bit towards the downside here, but still in range and at the low end of balance on both of them currently. Here's the S&P. Here we go. Let's get the overnight session on there as well.
Yeah, NASDAQ's looking heavy as well.
Yes. Yeah, yes. So here's the value low from Friday, opening below value, opening range, the high of the session, possibly pushing to maybe check the overnight lows here. As long as we leave the opening range at the low, it looks like a short to me. But if we do take out the high of the opening range here, that's going to put us back in value from Friday. And acceptance of that value could bring us all the way back up to 57.90 half. That is in the S&Ps. Let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ is open. Reload here. So here's last night's session. Again, opening, below value from Friday, leaving the opening range at the high of the session. It looks heavy right now. It looks short. But we've got all these lows down here. Friday's low, Thursday's low, which was a really weak low down here. I could see us going down to take.
What are those low levels?
This the week low is 20,009 even. So that could be a target to the downside here. Again, if we leave the opening range at the high, it's shorts only. If we take out that high, the opening range high is 20,141. Take us back into value from Friday, which is 20,148. Acceptance of that, we could bring this market higher. I'm with Nick for a tick, and I'm probably with Dakota on this as well. There's a lot of data yet to come out. There's a lot of folks that are just kind of holding positions, hedging. Even some of the bigger time frame traders are just holding their positioned where they want to be or hedged, because anything can happen. We don't know how long it's going to take for this election to really come to fruition. We don't know how long it's going to take for a winner to be chosen. And with FOMC on Thursday, I think it's a see money, take money kind of day. If you see a decent opportunity, you get a good setup, take some money on it, look for the next opportunity. I think a lot of the longer time frame traders are just sitting pat with their positions hedged, waiting to see what happens.
Yep. Johnny, I like your levels here. I got in our elite Discord channel. We got James talking about you said the 09 evens. I got the 08 evens. You said the 150s. I got the 145. So we're basically in that same range. It's a good range. We like what you're talking about.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just about pulled the trigger on a short right there at those 86s. This thing is this is heavy. We could possibly break through below 20,000. We might even see 20,000 coming pretty quick.
Well,
here.
Dakota, you see something that's that you like for the house account, barge in. If anybody's talking, say, hey, I've got something here. Let's take a look at this. Mm-hmm. It was something you really liked. Just let us know.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like market moves really fast and it doesn't really give you what you want. So you're a little bit hesitant, and then the next thing you know, it's already passed
there.
because it's only been 5
Yep.
minutes since market open.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Hey, what chart do you guys typically time frame? Do you guys typically look at, Nick and Dakota? What's your
Depends if
go-to?
I'm more on my execution chart or longer time frame. I usually execute actually on a volume chart right now. 500 volume
Okay.
or a 5 minute is typically what I would use on like ES. It just
Okay.
kind of depends.
Yeah,
Dakota,
makes
what do you
sense.
got?
5 minute for me. 5 minute for
Yeah.
the trade, 100 tick chart for execution and trade management.
Management.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Equities are still
Friday.
melting lower. We're hitting Friday's low, 20,017 in the NQ. Below that, Eddie and Hoag both mentioned that 08 area. That's last week's low in the NQ.
Yep.
Making our way there real fast right now.
Yeah, we are.
Let's see if we can find any kind of reversion setups down around this 20,008 half that where the lows, that week low was on Thursday's session.
Hey, JD, did you
Certainly
read up
seems to be
to
targeted now.
Israel was talking about larger retaliations after the election, but before the end of the year?
I started reading up on that a little bit. I didn't go too deep in the woods.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I didn't mean, yeah,
there
no, I
are
stayed
there are
high
plenty of
level.
rumors flying around for sure.
Yeah, crude oil's been
So that
rallying
could
since
add to
open.
attention.
Yeah, crude's been going up as well. I know it gapped up Sunday night, and now we did get up as high as 71, 75, 71, 70, 80s, 71, 80s. And we're continuing to push. So crude's very, very bullish, and that could very well be part of it, is headline risk.
It did
Well, up over 2%.
It did, however, leave the opening range at the dead ass high in crude oil. Opening range high is 71.59, and that's the high of the regular trading hour session. So it seems to be pulling back into Friday's range a little bit.
Makes
It's your
sense.
weekly kickoff high too, Hoag. 71.60 weekly kickoff high in crude oil.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we're at a key decision zone. The low of basically
Here's your
Friday, these really low 20,000s. Now the question is, do we sell a bounce looking for a break of that, or do we look for a long? I'm actually for the side that we sell a bounce looking for a break. See if we could break down below 20,000.
What's the balance considered in your eyes? Or you talk? What market are you talking about?
I'm looking at the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
A bounce to me would be considered like maybe the 50s, 60s. I don't know if you're seeing anything different, Nick, or how you're viewing this market.
I'd be curious in the NASDAQ right now. Do we take out last week's low before looking for longs? But so far, it looks like they might be front running it a little bit.
Looks like a decent
08
buy zone right now. That 08
Yeah.
to 17
I'd
zone.
love to see last week's low be taken out though, like tag 20,000 or dip below it just slightly and then come back.
Yeah, I think we could definitely reach 20,000. I like this market.
I mean,
to
the
just
big
pull
fat
back
round
a little
numbers.
bit. Mm-hmm. If we could pull back a little
20,000
bit,
is
I
big.
think I'm going to short it, and that's going to be one of my targets.
The break
Something
of
you
20K.
like for the house account?
In the
Yeah,
30s to
yeah. If we
50s.
pull back into the 50s or 60s, and then we see the market start to reverse from there, yes.
Short into new lows. Got it.
Show us on your charts what you're looking at on that, Dakota, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, you can see my charts. Okay, so on the 5-minute chart, you can see every single time we've, spiked down here in these 50s, 60s, we've had major support come in, and buyers just step in and buy it straight up. And we've seen that again Sunday night. So this held as support. We just broke through that, and so I'm going to look for this support to become resistance. And so I think we've already broke through that. Now the question is, can this become resistance? You can see it did become resistance 5 minutes after the open, where we did have some bounces and rejection. But here we are again.
That's where you were.
We are
We're in the 50s
Yep.
right now. There's a 100 lot at 52 in the NQ right now.
We got short.
You want to?
House got short 49.75. You're talking 50s and 60s. What are we talking on your risk?
Correct. My risk would be. Let's take a look. First initial thought is going to be 88. I'd say 67 could be a good level. The next one besides that would be 75. I prefer a little bit more loose of a stop. So 70, 75, 76 would be a little bit more preferred on a smaller position size.
So
Yeah, sure.
77 even is half the halfway mark of the current regular trading hour session range. That would be half back.
Makes sense. Yeah, let's watch. Let's see if we could get some type of reversal signal here. Oh, wow.
What a move. Strong move.
Yeah.
Nice little V to start the week.
Tell you, those 08s was a great call. It's a great level.
Yeah, I was looking to see if we could find some sort of reversal pattern there, but it never gave us a chance.
No.
Mm-hmm. Is that an exit? I heard a fill.
Yep. He stopped out. I had it at 82.
Mm.
That was a nice little firm up. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm short at 84.
Short at
We'll try it again,
84.
Michael.
Yeah.
Order filled.
Oh, did I double click?
Order filled.
Oh, I double clicked.
Where are you in at?
70s. 70 on the nose.
Okay, that's that halfway mark, 77s. So we want to see it hold below that now.
Yep.
Dakota, where's your stop on your position?
Right at 100 even. 100 even.
100 even. Michael, how many are we short?
10.
10?
All right. We got Dakota short at 84. House count short at 70. Risk is up to 100.
Yeah, that was the bounce. That's the bounce we wanted. Now we need to see the market continue the momentum we started at the beginning of the session. Looking for 20,000, but I don't mind closing some off if we do get a pushback down towards these lower 50s, maybe even another push down towards those 30s. And then I will trail the stop. If we get any good pivots and any other opportunities. Right now, if we do break below, say 60, a decent trail actually would be towards 81.
Is there anything that the market would do in the meantime while we're in this position to say, you know what, this is not what I'm looking for. Let's get out early.
Yeah, if it breaks into the breaks through, say like 95. I mean, that's why that our order is there
stops
at
at
100.
100.
Mm-hmm.
You put your stop right on 100, Dakota?
100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter.
Okay.
Why am I getting... Okay. It's got stopped out.
Yeah, ES is building above previous day low. I don't love the shorts right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Overnight low.
Another lovely day with a violent sell down off the open and then a nice V-shaped recovery within minutes.
Unreal, right?
Crazy.
I think we got a great week ahead of us with a lot of opportunity here.
Absolutely.
Yep, I got.
Oh, they just couldn't take out last week's low.
Nope.
To get us long off that 20,000 level.
Well,
we're getting a nice taste of that volatility.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we are.
I still might try it again. But this is one heck of a market.
Yeah, it's come all the way back to the opening range. Opening range low, 20,116. Opening range high, the high of the regular trading hour session, 20,141. Nothing as far as Delta is concerned to help us.
ES is about to trade back to settlement. 57.58 quarter. Just below there right now.
We got negative delta, and we're approaching the highs in the S&Ps. Nick, are you seeing any kind of iceberging along these lows here in the S&Ps? I'm looking.
Nothing crazy. You got a negative. Only like 400 down towards the overnight low, but we did bounce right off, I guess, the October settlement, if that even matters. The previous month close, basically, down at 57.38s, and then we bounced right off of that. But no, nothing, no iceberging off that low.
All right.
If we're looking for leaders and laggers here, pretty much we got the sisters doing the same thing here. But just looking at the Russell's got some buyers coming in here right now. If we want to include the Russell in the party here.
God, all the way back.
We're all the way back to where we opened. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So we've got
a great example right here of if you took a short off that open. This is a see profit, take profit type of week. Do not get greedy looking for that violent limit down type day or a 3% move to the upside or something. You need to just take your points and go touch grass. This is going to be that kind of week, it looks like.
It's one of those like we were just down at 20,000 17s or 100 points higher. The complete reversal V formation. V is for valor. Gotta have courage.
I got into a short at 123. This is going to be basically the exact same trade.
You just jump in behind that
one with you on the house. What's the risk on that?
142. 142.
You keep it tight. Okay.
Just above the eye of the opening range.
Yep. This is one where it's just hitting your head against the wall. Looking, it's the same trade. To me, it's going to be. This might be the last one I get into short because if we do break above those 142s, that's above where we opened and the high of that opening range, and I'd be stopped out. And then it's just be patient, waiting, see if there's another setup.
You got to be careful up there, though, Dakota, because everybody's stops are going to be just above that opening range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is always something to be aware of. Okay, I do agree with that.
Nick, I said I don't know how many times on the opening call. It's a see money, take money kind of day so far today.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 10-year yields today are off 10 basis points since Friday. Back below 4.3.
I jumped in short with you guys at 120s.
We had VWAP up here at 20,136 on the 10-minute chart, 136, 144 on the 30-minute.
Michael, what's our entry here?
Yeah, good call. 23 even. 23 even right here, right now. 20,123 even.
Thank you.
And Nick, we lost your charts in the back. If you're able to reshare them at all,
Oh.
we can get those up for you.
Oh, yeah, because they're asking for permission again. All right, hang on.
We're short 10 from 25.75.
Hoag, what you're saying is starting to make me a little bit nervous because that is a big possibility where if we run stops at 140, right, where like mine is 142, and then we reverse, right? So that's something to be aware of, and that makes me nervous. Where the stop is going to be in a very good spot, 142, but how many others stop is going to be right there? So there is that chance that we run the stop at 142, and then we reverse.
Well, yeah,
There's a lot happening right
43. House has a 43 stop.
We've got a VWAP lining up with Friday's value area low right here at 138. We got 153 settlement price in the NQ also. There's a lot happening right here in this area. 163 is Friday's volume point of control.
Man, that V formation. always does
I'm
it.
stopped.
Man, oh man.
Wrong move, yeah. We
What
do see
price did you
volume
get
drying
short?
up a little bit though, which is a good sign for our shorts when you see that decreasing volume on the way up. But
What did you get out, Nick?
I got wicked at 35s. I probably should have had it at 39s. Let me get back in. Damn it.
These V4, I don't even, I keep, every time I've been trading with you guys, I see these V formations so often. The vicious stop on a
Well,
dime.
there you go.
pivot
Stop
to
Nick
the other
outing
direction.
and then move.
Good
Are you
morning.
back
That guy
in?
hit
Four
the
stop
tick.
points by me.
Mm.
Man, that did get
Nick-
you to the tick, dude.
Yep.
Did you get back in, Nick?
No.
Oh.
All right, let's see if we can make another move. I'd like to see these
We took
90s
five
come
off.
back.
We
into
got
play.
5. We're sitting with 5 from 28. Short. We had 10.
I want to see these.
Just took 5 off.
You took some off.
Very good. Very
Yeah.
good.
Little bit of a profit on that one.
I mean, there's a see money, take money you guys are talking about. So I'm definitely leaning on that conversation. The shorts in general, the 45s, what do you say? The 140s up there, 50s on a lot of stops.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
there's a little see money, take money opportunity. Seems like it's playable. Still in the trade though.
I'm looking for these 90s to come into play.
Well, while we are managing these trades, just a little housekeeping. Make sure you guys get your hashtag Power Hour content in for us later this afternoon. Just tag us, Topstep hashtag Power Hour. We will find your content and we'll post it during Power Hour later this afternoon. Also, go ahead, give us a follow on Twitter, X, TopstepTV,
The
Twitter,
Twitterverse.
X, the Twitter box.
Hey,
Eddie, what
JD,
else
to
do we
add
have?
to that, I was going to say, we've got some numbers coming up here in about 7 minutes. I think the biggest one we've got coming up here is about factory orders. Also, we will be having at 10:30 a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. Scrolling down here, 3-year note auction at high noon. And that's going to be about it today. So it's all about us. Back to you,
Nice.
JD.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, we have election day in the U.S. tomorrow, and then
Order filled.
Fed's
Order
two-day
We're working
two-day Fed
on
meeting
this.
starts on Wednesday.
Order filled.
Yep,
Got
I just closed out a
95s.
1 right there at 90,
Got
96,
92s.
96, 97.
Well, that sucks.
We got one on. We took a bunch off at 95s, 4s, 3s.
Trim the losses a little bit there. Good idea.
Yeah, we're
See money,
a
take money.
realized 4. Yeah, unrealized 400 up, realized 47 down.
It's early day. Early yet, guys. It's early.
Yep, just starting.
Nick, how you feeling?
That's how you start a week.
I know.
No big deal. It's not like we melted like 100 points off that stop out. It's still kind of just chopping around. You still potentially could re-enter or potentially get long. We'll see. Down towards under 20,100 if we were to break it again. But yeah, we never took out the opening range high. That's a poor stop management by me. Even didn't get a great entry. I thought it was going to break on that 120 spot once I entered, and it ended up kind of teetering back in the 130s. Probably should have entered. I think one of you got 127s. I think the house account did. That's probably where I should have been.
We got 28s. Yeah.
28s.
We got 20s and 28s, something like that.
Because then I
Nick,
could
was
have
flat.
it,
like
I
140s, 145s, and felt safe.
Nick, was it the talk about all the stops being above the opening range that maybe tightened up your stop a little bit?
I mean, I had it at 39s. Like that
Flat,
wasn't when I
guys.
originally entered, because I will keep a 10 to 15 point stop, which is a little higher than I like to do. But yeah, I think that was just a little too trigger happy of an entry.
That
we've been talking about these
remaining.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's a good example of my low win rate. Is that was 2 losses and 1 win, and I'm up $500.
Good. Nice.
Very nice.
Dakota, it looks like your camera died, so now we've lost your face.
So, I forgot to put the charger on it.
Can't lose
Man,
that.
that's
Charger.
Monday.
MP, what's
Monday.
the P&L? The house account's flat. What we got there?
434 or 4345 even. 43, 45 even.
4,300.
4,345 even on the dollar. These V formations, if I wonder if they're going to start forming W formations, like just these hard, vicious 100 handle move. 100 points, guys. Points and handles, same. 100 handle moves. I don't care who you are. Those are hard to trade.
It is, yeah. Even
They're
if
going on
even like a bull, even a bull like myself, it's difficult.
Mm-hmm.
We are having that shoulder head shoulder pattern, right? Where we had the shoulder right before we opened, we had the head, which is that V shape that we're referring to, and then another shoulder we just formed, and so the neckline is going to be right around these 130s. If we break above that, then I think we could get used to these 170s.
Do you like the 130s, Dakota, or you like above the opening range high? Because whenever
like
we
a
leave the
break
opening
above
range at the
that.
dead ass high, I think short most of the time.
Yeah, the technical pattern would like a break above those 130s, but for me myself, I'm short biased right now, and I still think we can run to those 20,000s.
Jump to my screen if we can. Even on a 15-minute, you want to go with momentum, even on a 15-minute. This is a 15-minute wick. Look at this one. This is there's about 100 handles right where we're at right here. So this whole area, if you're looking to get long, where are you getting ripped? Stopped out at. If you're looking to buy the rips because you want continuation to the short side because you think it's going to keep going. I mean, I don't know. These are these 100-point wicks on a 15-minute chart. Tough to trade. I don't care what direction trader you are.
I think we got a little bull flag forming on the 3-minute chart right now, too. Looking at the NASDAQ.
For crude traders, let's keep an eye open here. This is just coming over the wire here. OPEC agreeing to delay the voluntary production cuts. We'll see how that plays out. What they're saying, they're going to remain skeptical about this delay regarding the election here in the U.S. So heads up, crude traders.
Okay.
JD, that was a good eye on that.
On the bull flag?
Yeah.
Breaking out above it right now.
It's going to kind of take us to the kind of head and shoulders breakout area as well.
Yep.
Got about a minute and a half on our numbers, factory orders, and core durable goods.
Thank you, Eddie. If we get any volatility off those numbers, I'll pop in right after that, and we'll go over some P&Ls from Friday and last week's payouts. Another impressive week of payouts last week.
I think the biggie is going to be the factory orders here. They're looking at a negative 0.5% prior, negative 0.2%. We'll see what hits the wall here in about a minute.
Being patient. Let's see how this is going to form. If you like the longs, I think that break the neckline would be a really good play. But if you like the shorts, I think it's going to be a break below 192. Until then, we're consolidation. Adobe knows this all too well. Markets love to consolidate. We'll see.
$15 seconds.
You want to
check your positions.
We get a chance. We'll look at some other markets here. We had a couple of opportunities here.
What are you looking at, Hoag?
Gold.
John Jones just pointed out that the failed downside auction in the gold that happened a little while ago. We're too late to it now, but beautiful.
All right, hitting the wire here, hitting the wall here. They were looking at durable goods. Factory orders, negative 0.5%. Coming in at negative 0.5%. Congratulations. We got the durable goods coming in at 0.5. They were looking at 0.4. And the durable goods revised negative 0.7. They were looking at a negative 0.8. So basically, the interns did very well here on this Monday morning. Back to you, JD.
Nice. We got a little bit of movement in the NASDAQ there. We broke out above that upper trend line on that short-term 3-minute bull flag. We also tested the neckline of the head and shoulders pattern, reverse head and shoulders that Dakota was pointing out a little while ago. Now we're right back to where we started, right before that number came
Yep,
up.
there's a stop
Just ran
run.
all
Hoag.
those. Yep, ran all the stops.
I was just gonna say, if we kept our trade in, we would have been stopped out. Great call in those 90 range. You said the 90s. I was working 8 7s, 6 5 4s, 1 1 1 1 1. It hit them all,
Nice.
firmed up, and then even that one that I was gonna keep on because you had it on, you were still short. You go on flat. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna stick with an outright trade because it's not my decision. It's yours. So we're behind. Got out of that one in 07. So in general, good read, Dakota.
Dakota, we knew all those stops were going to be up there. That would have been a good entry for a short.
I know. We just thinking that everyone who was had their stops there just got ran. So the next question is, do we see this market, actually breaking out and can hold a breakout, or are we gonna push back down
Roll
to these
over.
lows? Yeah, that's the next question. So far, we're holding it. We're right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Chop, chop, chop. Trader J, I agree.
Jab,
days
jab,
before
jab.
election.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
day before
beat
election.
up a bit on that pivot. Stuff like that is tough.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Monday.
Coming up on settlement price. Settlement price in the
Oh,
NQ, 20,153. About to hit it.
Jab, Scott Martin. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
75, 76% long. We're getting long.
Where do we get long?
80%. 80% long.
Where do we?
Lots of long
where do we
showing up
buy it?
around here.
Where do we buy it?
Tilt, guys. Those that
Little
know the
VWAP,
world of
right, Hoag?
pulse and tilt, they have 80% long right now.
Yeah,
Pretty damn long.
I like the session VWAP on the 3-minute chart, which is coming in at 20,090 and a quarter for a potential pullback long.
I'm the guy that wants to short these bounces.
Yeah, I just tried to short 64s on ES and didn't get filled.
75% long. Average price is 131 right here, right now. 131. 20,131 NASDAQ. 75% long. Those that are seeing it
in the S&P.
It took us right to settlement.
Seeing it scroll right at the top of your screen. If you see the very, very top of your screen, you're going to see that tilt bias. You have a delay. If you're on Topstep X, you will not have a delay. It'll be real time. It's a benefit of having access to that data set on Topstep X. 73.
If the sisters are
I'm
going
short.
long,
I'm short 131.
Dakota, short 131.
Sounds like we are
we'll
too.
get with you on 5 lot.
Mm-hmm.
What price did you get on P?
27 quarter. Not the best price, but tilt's
I'm
heavy
looking
long.
for this
and
to
it's
continue back
average
to
price
100
lightly.
even. See if we could rotate back down to these lows.
Oh, 9.
Where's your stop then? Above the
91
50s?
quarter.
Yeah, 53. Yep.
Yeah.
Settlement price. 53 is settlement price.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
53 3/4.
We went there
Russell
once.
making higher highs.
Where do we buy it?
Right, we're short 10 now from the price of 32.
Where do we buy it?
I was count short 10 at 32. Dakota, pretty short a handful at 31, Dakota?
Yep,
1 at 31.
Yeah, I'm short 1 at 31. 31 and a half. Looking for this market to go back down towards 100s even. Maybe we could even see the 90s.
Crude 74% short here on the day.
You like longs down there at 90, Dakota?
I do not like longs down there at 90. I like shorts this morning based off of the price action we've seen overnight and what we're seeing. I mean, it sounds weird. It feels weird that I'm liking shorts so much, but just based off of what we've seen so far, Yeah, I want to see either more consolidation or more market structure over here on the 5-minute chart, especially before an election, right? It's Monday. Election's tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna do our own poll? Who'd you vote for, or is that not okay?
Oh, we have,
Can't
but I have
ask that
some
question.
updates on all that stuff.
Did one of those.
Oh,
Basically,
Jack is here.
50-50.
I mean, it's really three. It's independent, Republican, or Democrat. There you go. It's a
You can go
two-party system
green.
anyway.
You can write in, I don't know.
Alfred E. Newman. for
There you
president.
go.
Yeah.
Jack, while you're here, you got,
Right in,
you got a couple news items?
Hey, actually, run a poll. Run a poll if people want us to run a poll. How about that? We'll let the democracy prevail here.
Polling
Yeah,
inception.
it's not political. It's just who'd you vote for? It's
It's
anonymous.
just
It
who's
doesn't
like
matter.
Republican, Democrat, or Independent. There's only like three. There's two really. And it's 50-50 every year. So it's like ish.
Vote for Pedro.
Clearly divided.
It's not like trying to
Party
talk
system.
politics with family. It's just a question.
No,
Yeah,
it shouldn't. At this point in the game, I think it's all just like it shouldn't bother you. I mean, I think we got overloaded with information, freaked everybody out like 6 years ago.
Let's send the
Now it's
poll
just
out.
like-
Excited.
MP.
I'm excited for it to be over.
Hold on, Jack, real quick. The stops above 55, correct? Or 53,
Yeah,
right?
mine's at 53 3/4.
Got it.
But yes, that's the zone that
Okay.
my stop is at.
Coach Paul
They
talking
won.
about this pivot in the NASDAQ, 2154, held the first support. Looking for the initial balance to make a decision for Coach Paul here today.
He's got a pivot at 154. 153 is settlement price from Friday. And 63 volume point of control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna nail us.
Got
It
it,
nailed
right.
me.
Yep.
We're out.
Scratched.
Man, it's all firmed up.
Yep,
What do
scratched
we
for
buy
me.
'em? 55. We covered. We're covered. We're down 9.
Man, this
To the
market.
tick.
Yeah, this is what this market's gonna do. Look
To
at
the tick.
that.
This stuff makes you puke if you're having a bad day. It makes you puke.
Yeah.
If you're on a personal
Sure
brokerage
does.
account, you're on your personal brokerage account and you started with 10 grand, you'd be like me on my first $30,000 account, start with 30 grand. Then now you're down to 20. Now you're down to 10. And then you have a day like after that. I've puked before after my $30,000 losing account. And it's real money. That was back in
again
2000.
to the
No,
tick.
back in 1998.
Some higher highs in Russell and lower lows here in crude. I guess that news story sort of turned direction a little
20.
bit here to sellers.
Well, real
55.
quick, we do have
56.
some politics
Yeah.
in some of the, and some data in the news we're showing today.
Come
First,
on
I wanna-
in, Jack.
Yep, I
see it.
am. So here we go. First, I mentioned that the 10-year yields are off 10 basis points since Friday, which is a really big move. We also have some other spooky stuff going on in the markets, i.e., this is a chart of the SPX versus the VIX since late September. And you've seen stocks have been rising along with the VIX, which is not your usual correlation. A lot of this surely has to do with the fact that there's an election tomorrow, but still could make for
I
some
jumped
very
in-
choppy conditions. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
Jack.
Dakota.
I jumped in that short again at 32.
Nick, what are you thinking?
I'm still leaning short.
What's that?
Still leaning short.
Are you? Oh, you're flat though.
I mean, it's
We'll jump in.
it's cheap. You take out the high again, you know where your stop is.
Yeah, this is the same exact trade. It just sucks that we got wicked out that first one.
Guys,
Who
Techvera
do you
is
play
calling me right now, so I need to disappear for 1 second so I can get back into the system. I'll tell that story later. But I'll finish this news, I swear.
Who do you plan on voting for? Red, green, blue? I don't know these colors, guys. I don't
What's
follow.
road?
Sure.
Jose.
Yeah.
Jose.
And what's
Just
green?
put in the Republican.
Got to be Dolly
Independent,
time.
or Democrat.
I like rosé. You know, that's.
I'm going to add if we break below 26.
House count short. Dakota short. Putting a poll up in the
I'm
chat in
looking at
just
your
a second.
looking at your charts, Dakota. Just trying to figure out. I see what you're looking at. When you take out that swing low, right about almost where we're at.
Correct.
Does it kind of make you question? I mean, on your 100 tick chart, it's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Now we just put in a lower low, so that's looking good. Did you get in more?
Yeah, I'm now short 5. I added there on that break below. It's my setup's really on the 5-minute, Hoag. Is lower highs and lower lows, and I'm looking for a push back down to these 100. And yeah, that's really the trade that I'm looking for this morning. But it's been very choppy, and I think it's really due to this election. And 9 times out of 10, maybe it's just better to be hands off until after the election. But I'm okay with this type of a risk reward.
We're short 10 from 29 quarter.
Short 10, 29 quarter.
Another lower high.
Folks, you have the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat right now. Make sure you open those up, have them open in a different tab, easily accessible. The team spends a lot of time putting those together for you, and I think they're really great. So keep an eye on those also.
They're so useful. They're just so good to have.
What is it?
Topstep daily levels.
Topstep daily levels.
Pinned to the top of the chat.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah,
And
100%.
I've been watching them, and they align pretty dang close to the way I view the market from a technical standpoint as well.
I mean, they're not brain buster stuff here, but they're good information. Friday's low, last week's low, 50-day moving average.
We're doing your homework for you.
Day.
About it.
Yeah, doing your homework for you. 50-day moving average. That's a daily moving average. It's pretty heavy. It's 50. You know, it's not 200. 200 would be a bigger one. You know, like, and you kind of do your whole analysis on what works for you, or don't use them at all.
Although some of those weekly kickoff levels have almost busted my brain.
I mean, your weekly kickoff levels, I thoroughly enjoy.
Oh yeah,
It's
you gotta
scary
have
how accurate they are sometimes.
I mean, it's like stepping up to the plate and the coach going, "Hey, watch that curve. Watch for the curve." You know, giving you a little informative information to set your direction in the correct way.
Johnny, when he comes up with those, it's almost like he likes to throw a curve. He likes to throw a curve. So then you know to watch for it.
Watch for the curve, man.
You know, if you got the quick instincts and all that, then you send it out of the park.
Yeah. Not swinging
First
the back.
pitch is always a high heater.
At Russell, we got buyers in the Russell. Russell making some nice moves north.
Oh, this market.
All right, guys.
Piss me off.
How about a little house cleaning? We got Dakota in a short. Dakota short 5. House count short 10 at 129 quarter. 20,129 quarter. We're going to keep an eye on that while these trades marinate. But real quick, what do you say we go over some P&Ls from Friday?
Do it.
Yes, sir.
Doing it. All right. We have our top live funded P&Ls from Friday.
Oh, yeah.
There they are.
Let's do it.
There they are. Yusuf. Look at this guy.
Oh,
Got a nice shout out from Ben on Friday during the shoulder tap.
Well, 57 on a live
Risk
account.
team reached out to him on Friday. He was up about 50 grand when shoulder tap was going on Friday. So the risk team, a couple of guys reached out to Yusuf, and did their best to compel him to lock in profits. He mentioned he was putting a stop in, but he took a few more grand out of the market on Friday. So great job,
Wow.
Yusuf. $57,388 in the live funded account.
That's a
Trading the NASDAQ.
perfect example, folks, of how special it is to go live. I did a Twitter update, and I'm like, over the last weekend, I'm like, hey, have you ever had a live account? Somebody's in there like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, sure as hell does. Sure as hell does. You want to play video games your whole life? And I'm not knocking on sim at all, but you got to be in. You got to get out of the flight simulator and get into 747. You got to get out of flight simulator, get into F-16. Whatever the Raptors. I don't know. You get it. And 57 grand. And then I'm kind of going a little rant here. And then I see people like, oh, I'm going to bankrupt you. You're not going to bankrupt the company that takes traders live. You're going to, like, if you're a really good trader and you have all you do is pull up great traders to the funded level and you don't have a live, you definitely, that's why those models that are just that are stupid. You got, and the end of the rainbow is getting live. 57, cold hard cash in that prop account, sub account, awesome. Then we go down to the next guys. I mean, these are all size.
Oh, yeah.
Boom shakalaka!
Joseph, 10 grand trading the NASDAQ. Joey T, $9,055 trading the ES. Our boy, Rips, in fourth place, $6,256 trading the NASDAQ. And then Alexandros also trading the NASDAQ, $4,712. Those are your live funded P&Ls from Friday. All right, I'm going to update an overlay real quick. And while that's happening, does anybody want to take a guess on last week's payouts?
Oh.
Total number for the week.
6.7.
I vote Nick's going to get it. Nick, whatever you got.
4-2.
Oh, I think it's 5.8.
I don't know.
We got some guesses here in the chat. 9.8.
6.7.
6.8. 6.9.
Actually, I'm
7.1.
5-2. I'm doing math in my head. 5-2.
Well, it looks like our overlay may have disappeared, but I've got the number. Jack, unless you're in the background, you could find those payout overlays that are no longer in the overlays tab. But the
I think
total
you went to the
number,
wrong PC. JD, I'm watching this Ghost in the Machine run my box back here. You might be in the wrong backup box.
I'm in the backup box. Hang on.
Really wants to make new highs, doesn't it?
It's a great police album.
Yeah,
I'll
this
help you
market's
out one
being
second.
resilient. This market is just being really freaking strong. Not seeing any type of pullback.
Got to take heat in this market, don't you?
Yep. Yes, you do.
Right back to settlement in the NQ. Do you like playing the upper end of this this range right now?
100% a range trader would be buy low, sell high. And I know if Dobie's watching this market, he's looking to be selling the upper end of the range and trying to buy the bottom of the range. And then, yeah, this is a choppy market.
Get her done.
Nick, what's happening over there, Nick?
We got
Nothing yet.
stopped, guys.
Still leaning 60, like the shorter on the 64s in ES, but I don't love what NQ's doing.
Nope, I got stopped out. Minus 3,000 for me.
16.
we keep-
No, sorry, 15,260. Wow.
Woof.
House accounts live. House accounts, the house account. It is the prop
It
account.
seems like, since we put in that low, it's been short time frame, kind of just time framing higher. All the shorts we've taken have made sense,
Yeah.
but I
We've
feel like
just been
we're
chopping
fighting
up,
the
right.
short time frame trend here.
Correct, Hoag. The 1 minute trend, yes. Yeah, this is a messy market.
NASDAQ, 74% long here. 62% in the money. And 142 is the average here. New higher highs in the Russell. I've been watching the Russell here, and buyers here from the open. It's been about an hour here on my 15-minute candlesticks.
We wait. Let's see if this market's going to gain some momentum to the long side or if we're just going to be chopping right back down. 175s is going to be next for me if we do continue this break.
We just step back for a few minutes here, calm down a little bit, and then look for another opportunity as the day goes on here, huh?
Correct. Yep. So now this thing's starting to gain a lot of momentum. 70s. We're seeing 70s, 75s now.
Back inside value from Friday, if that reaccepts, we could see 20,282.48. Just a matter of how do you get in.
Yep. Overnight highs is going to be those 240s.
You know, I tell you, with what we've got coming out this week, I'm sort of thinking out of the box here. I mean, it's
What's up, Eddie? Tell us everything.
No, just what we've got coming out this week. I mean, this is probably one of the biggest, I'm going to say the biggest week of the year for the markets.
With the election and FOMC, yeah, it's one of those weeks, Eddie, where volatility is going to be extremely high, or it has the chance to be extremely high.
And then the Packers lost and the Bears lost.
Something's wrong when the Packers lose.
No, something's right when the Packers lose. Something's wrong when the Bears lose.
Well, you know, hey, we had Atlanta beating Dallas 27-21, Cincinnati beating the Raiders 41-24. Detroit's got a good team out there. The Lions beating the Packers 24-14. And I'd love to see the Lions get to the Super Bowl finally. That's my vote.
That was the one pleasure I had yesterday while watching the Bears lose was watching the Packers lose.
Jesus. And also, you remember this name, Luke Getsy? Yes, the offensive coordinator for the Bears that they fired, and the Raiders picked him up. Well, guess who's going to be at the fry cook at McDonald's? The Raiders fired offensive coordinator Luke Getsy. Congratulations, Gold Glove winners, MLB. We got Chris Sale, Alex Bregman, Ian Happ, Cubs, and Bobby Witt Jr., of course. Probably one of the top players in the league.
Here we go, pushing through these 75s. NASDAQ pushing these 75s.
Justin Brown. Okay, really quickly. Why are you guys not going with the flow? Always buck trends. The trend was lower all day. That's the whole point of the V formation that I've been mentioning forever. This has been a tough trade.
Yeah,
come on, man.
The trend is now switching. For me, yeah, the trend has been lower until we started to break through those 40s and 50s. Now it's gaining momentum to the long side.
20,187.
Yep, now we could easily run up to those 200 to 40s.
What a rip. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, this thing's now momentum's to the long side. We're not in shorts.
New higher highs for the Russell.
All right.
I called him the leader today.
Next step in the NQ is 243, Friday's value area high.
Yep.
Here we go.
Who said that, Jay? JD. Who said that? Was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. We've been we're kind of back inside value, showing acceptance. Value high, 48, 248. And that's, I mean, different platforms have different value areas just by little bits. Everything's a zone anyway. You know, it's not like you're looking for anything exact on those.
Yeah, I see this thing. Let's see if we could break and hold above 200s. 200s.
Nick, what are you liking, man?
Sitting on my hands.
Yeah, I don't see much else.
I
Maybe
switched to combines
buy
anyway.
a pullback. Did you trade last night at all?
No, I took a scalp in the pre-market, and that was about it.
Fair enough.
No,
Zach in the chat wants to know where those poll results are. What were those poll results, Eddie?
Yes,
know.
vote. Yeah, we're gonna put it in here.
This could be one of the most accurate ones of the election.
50-50.
Well, speaking of polling, there's a few more things. Michael, I am back. I am back in the Top
nice.
Steps good graces. Thank you, tech team, for that. I thought since the day until the election, we would just run through, for those not familiar, what the current market odds on the various political betting sites are. These are changed a bit in the past week or so. So kind of the three main ones that we'll be looking at for this, and I'll explain briefly what they each are. Is first, this is Kalshi. This is the new dog in the street, mostly U.S. people. Got approved by the CFTC, I agree, after a fight. They currently, as of this morning when I took this screenshot, have a 56% chance of Trump winning. Next, we see Predicted. Predicted also heavily U.S.-based, but Predicted has lower limits. I believe Kalshi's $25,000 a contract. This is $850 limit, so it gets distorted a little bit. They have a 54% chance, or a little bit more. I won't explain why it's 54 to 51, but close race there and Predicted. And lastly, we have Polymarket, which is heavily, that's more foreign investors and crypto heavy, has it at a 58% chance of a Trump victory. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal last week about a French guy who has $37 million in bets on Trump winning. And people were wondering who this whale is, and he apparently is he's doing it off of vibes. So that is
$37 million vibe, huh?
Yeah, they kind of asked him, like, why are you that confident? Everyone thought it was someone who had some like inside information, and it was just as someone said, like mid-twit takes, right? It was just like, well, he was underestimated last time. It's like, well, good luck, man.
Hey,
so
whatever works.
Whatever works. That's most of his liquid
So
assets.
it wasn't the mattress king, right? It was this guy, some French guy.
I know.
Some
French
guy.
does that bet every year.
Yeah. And lastly, just a fun thing, the New York City Marathon was yesterday, which meant the Detroit Pistons had to take the subway to their game in Brooklyn.
Oh,
Somebody.
That's pretty funny.
In
They win or
logistics.
lose. They win or lose.
Well, they're all winners for taking public transportation, Michael.
Oh, that's a good one.
Let's see,
Yeah,
Pistons.
I like it.
Check out. Let's see if the Detroit Pistons won last night.
soon they'll have the little Tesla shuttle.
Pistons won 106-92, beating the Nets.
There you go. You keep it real, you get real results.
Yeah,
They did win.
Pistons
Okay.
are 2-5, and the Nets 3-4. So,
All right.
that sub.
We have a poll. Our poll is 60% red, 18% blue. Did we go over that?
Yeah.
Do you know who the
60%,
Pistons play?
60% red,
tonight?
18% blue, 15% rose, 5% green on 744 votes. That's the news I have for now, guys. See you in a little bit.
Very nice. Thank you, Jack.
Tekka 212, please put down the Kool-Aid.
We had a minor crisis on the back end a few minutes ago, but now we have those overlays back, and I can show last week's total payouts if you guys are interested.
Nah.
I had 0.9.
Nah.
We had a lot of people taking guesses in chat.
Well, here's the number. I'm just going to show you. You ready? Total payouts from last week came in at $6,236,000.
Wow.
Nice.
2,764 payouts. Average payout $2,256.
Hey JD,
Nice.
what's the highest average? You got that off the top of your head?
I just had it. Yeah, I thought last week might have been a record, but the record I have is 6.383 for a week. There's your weekly record.
2,700
6.383.
people.
So we're real close.
2,764 people got money in their bank account.
Cashing
Not
in.
money
Hell
going
yeah.
out of their bank account. Money that came into their bank account.
Oh yeah.
I shared something
that's-
over the weekend in our Slack channel in Topstep about being, like if this isn't delivering on our vision, I don't know what is. Somebody on Twitter posted something about I don't know if you guys know where it's at. It's in general. I took a payout. I was able to do this, this, and this, and this. And like as far as things that they were able to pay for in their life. And our vision when we started Topstep was to have a path to a better lifestyle. And usually when you go into trading, you're trying to have that new path to a better lifestyle, but there's not really a great path in the trading world to a better lifestyle because it'll suck you dry. Like your financial situation. Somebody said they got a tip jar every time I say $30,000 accounts that I lost 90 grand. There you go. There's your whatever amount of money in there. Before I came to Chicago and learned with a simulated account. So I went from losing all that to then going back doing one lots in futures. And I was stocks and penny stocks and options. In 1997 to 8 to 9 to all the way to 2002 when I started trading. So point of the story is path to a better lifestyle that you do not have to risk your kids' college fund. And if you don't have kids, you'll know what I mean. Your anything fund, your slush fund, whatever you got. Yeah. So it's great to see when I see that. Guys, put in the link to the payout club each time we do payouts. Every time. Just so we get the folks that have got 5,000 or more in payouts, we can send you something. There will be no time period on when we send it to you. Guys are getting it 2 months late, 1 month late. I don't know. We have a small team that gets that list, and then they update, and then they send out these cool items like this hat. When you get a payout club, $5,000 payout, and you get a pin.
And Michael, here's that tweet you were talking about. It took me a second to get it loaded, but there it is.
Caribbean cruise, Iceland.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, if that isn't a path to a better lifestyle.
That's awesome. Yeah, good for that guy.
Wow.
Scorpion Futures.
I mean, it's technically a safer path to a better life, a safer path than a better lifestyle.
This market, guys. This market.
Payout tiers. Guys, payout club link each time, every time. Payout. I want to make sure people that got 5,000 or more in payouts can sign up to get hat and a pin sent to them every day. Goes with it.
Life changing. And it doesn't really matter what your goals are, right? I've seen traders, it's I want to do this full time. I've seen traders where it's I just want to make a little bit of money to do exactly that. I want to go on a cruise. I want to go on a vacation with the family or whatever it is. And if I want to pay off a little bit of college debt, right? There's no wrong answer to trading. Yeah.
Does anybody know? I saw some people earlier asking where Andre is today. I know he's taking a couple days off for the Series 3. Is he taking the test today or tomorrow? Does anybody know?
I do.
Clues?
He's taking it tomorrow.
Taking it tomorrow?
No, he's taking it today, the 4th, right? I thought I remember him saying November 4th.
It is the 4th.
Why is he taking it tomorrow?
Yeah, I think he's taking it tomorrow. He took today off to study. Yeah, I think he's
anticipating
taking it
a victory and then a night out.
Yes. Yeah. Andre will do it.
Nice.
He'll do the victory in the night out.
That could be it. That could be
win or lose. Win or lose, it's a night out. That's it.
All right, Jay Van. Email support. I'll send you the book.
What were you looking at, Dakota?
I'll send you the book. Someone in the chat, Jay Van, just asked for my Series 3 book. Here it is.
Oh yeah,
we
should all do that.
You
I actually
asked?
have two.
Hey, well, we did. I sent mine. Do we recall? You guys should know.
I don't remember
where
who
we
you sent
sent
it
it
to.
to,
Listen,
and then
Andy,
if he actually took the test or not, because we're gonna ping him and be like, "Yo, you take the test? No, I haven't even studied. Okay, send the book back. We got somebody else that's gonna do it.
If
I want to
send
find
you
out where
mine,
my
I
book's
actually used two
all
separate
the
study
things they have
guides.
wrong are marked.
I did the Kaplan and the Securities Institute. Both had a little bit of different information on them, but I think it was a benefit reading both books instead of just one.
Was it Alex?
Recycle.
Brad? I think.
Alex?
Guys, find out who it is. Production team. We got to keep those stories rolling. We sent it to him. Did he do it? Did he pass? Did he pay it forward and send it to the next person?
Abe is
Internet went
asking,
off.
where can I just buy the book? Where can we buy this book?
The internet.
There you go.
Also,
the world
is
is
it
your
on Amazon,
fingertips.
Shane?
For my
Is it
it'll
on
be on
Amazon?
Amazon. For my 2 cents, I would say the most helpful thing was the Securities Institute videos and practice tests.
The
You can
practice
pass
tests were
it using
huge.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, practice tests were the biggest thing.
I agree.
What a great bargain that was, too. It was like $100 for unlimited timed practice test from the Securities Institute. And they had a test bank of like 2,000 questions. So it was a huge help in passing.
I did not buy that paddock. All I did was just kind of go through all the practice tests over and over again on the Kaplan book. But the Kaplan book, there's so many questions and things that they have wrong. If you do get one that we've looked at, I marked most of the things that were wrong. Like they have you doing margin and for 3 different trades, and then they give you the answer for only 2 of the trades when there's 3 trades in it. It's kind of goofy. There's a lot of mistakes in that Kaplan book, but it got me through it.
Yeah. I did the Securities Training Corporation. They have a pretty nice setup there where they have videos, they have those practice tests, and they also have the book.
Dakota, which was harder, the 3 or the 30?
I got my answer on that one.
Yeah, I think the 3's harder because when I was studying for the 3, I focused a lot on the rules and regulations, and the 30 had a lot of, it was basically rules and regulations. There was not any question regarding trades or like this is a buy stop or math. It was really just rules
Margin.
and regulations.
Got it.
Yeah. So I would say the 3 in terms of overall difficulty, and it's 125 questions. The 30 I think was 50 questions, but that's a different level of difficulty because it was focused more on the rules and regulations. So it depends on what was more difficult for you.
I was upset going through the 30. I was upset going through the 30 because I'm like, this. I actually felt it was harder, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's 50. It was 50 questions, but it was just like, shit. These are all like regulations or money laundering or like all the things that you got to do to manage an office and a team. You know, like how would you manage your APs if you're how did you take funds?
Yeah. How many times you have to audit them and all that stuff.
How many times you have to audit, all that kind of stuff.
I'm short NASDAQ.
Then it gets kind of easy.
Bias, I guess. I'm short NASDAQ to the bias. Just
where'd you get in, Dakota?
No, I'm
say?
not in it. I'm not in it.
Oh,
I'm done trading right now. But if I was, it's going to be short again. Now I know it really is hitting my head against the wall, but really looking for a move lower. Like I really am, and it's based off of all the momentum overnight. And yeah, breaking this consolidation to the downside, I really do think that we can return right back down to the 20,100s, maybe even see the 20,000 target.
New low.
But, what you're saying, here's the reason why I say the Series 3 was a pain in the butt, is there's a lot of trick questions on the Series 3 because sometimes they'll say like 732 cents. And it really is 732
Yes.
cents. And sometimes it's like you are programmed to think $7.32. And then you do the calculations, and they do have an answer that matches the $7.32, but it's wrong.
Yes, I do.
It's actually
Yep.
700. Yeah, it's they trick you like that.
In the beginning of the Kaplan book, they say there's going to be misleading questions. And I remember automatically just getting upset because I'm like, why do you do that? And then I talked to my lawyer friend, buddy, who passed the bar, of course. And he's like, well, Michael, they want to prepare you for like any stupid thing that you would like think to like they challenge you to not just be like, some linear approach. You got to like, how did you get there?
They want to know you know.
Somebody said it. Yeah, exactly. Somebody goes in here, pungent creatures said something like, why is it important for the 3? Robert, that's not correct. It's not compliance. It's important because we want to show the level of professionalism that does not exist in the streaming world. That's one major one right now. Can the guys on here that come talk to you, have they even passed the test? Like, would you go to a dentist if he's never passed dentist school and let him get in your mouth and do whatever? I mean, like, if you want to, then you're the idiot. That's my thing. I wouldn't take that bet. Would you go to a CPA who didn't pass the whatever test, or the lawyer who didn't pass the bar? Like all that kind of stuff. You got to think about that on who you work with, kind of deal. So that's the big part about it. And then it's just good to have in general. It shows that you've accomplished something and you know the foundations of the industry of which you're speaking about every day. So I do challenge everybody in the community or influencer world or whatever you want to call it, trade influencers, to at least have the 3. If you're a futures guy, done. You don't need the 30.
Yeah, it basically says you know what you're doing. Know what you're
140
talking about.
bucks.
That's what it's for.
Yeah, it's 140 bucks for the test.
Yeah. Nick, for a tick, you're getting a lot of good tips here.
Yep. Looking forward to taking it towards the end of the month.
Very nice. Yeah, you've been studying for a while, Nick. Don't stress yourself out about
Dakota
it.
gave me some tips on some of the math that I was having trouble with.
Nothing's ever as bad as you think it is, right? Or think it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm still sitting short in this combine, but we're just not moving.
Oh, you're short? Yeah, this is oddly similar to that one, the same setup, right? That I was looking at just an hour earlier, 45 minutes earlier, is the consolidation. Tried to break down, we failed, and we rallied up off of that. And so this is very similar, right? Consolidation, where we're trying to break down. And so, do we rally up off of this into those 200s to 240s? Or are we going to break down and come back to the opening range?
Almost back to the opening range in the NASDAQ. We got back into the opening range in the S&Ps before finding some buyers there. But the NASDAQ has not yet been able to get back to that opening range. We've left single ticks from the high of the opening range, 141. The next double TPO is 161. So that leaves a little bit of excess below price. If we're looking for opportunities for longs, it lets us limit risk. We just took a look down there. If we get another look down there, that could be some sort of an opportunity for us to look for longs. Dakota, I know you're short biased here today, and at some point you may be right today.
I was short biased this morning. I'm more neutral now because we could very well break the long side. But if I was going to place a trade, it would be looking for a return back down here towards 100.
Looking at a shorter term 3-minute chart, we've got another bull flag forming. We're trading the upper channel line of that right now in the NASDAQ, breaking out of it just a little bit by a couple ticks. But there's been a number of these short term bull flags forming in the NASDAQ today.
JD with the eyeballs for the bull flags today.
And we could, right? We could continue there.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to make a case for a continuation.
My time with you is coming to a close, but before Jack and I swap out positions, want to take a look at hot streaks real quick?
Delish.
Hell yeah, you do.
Delish.
Delish.
Here are your funded trader hot streaks. Never fails to disappoint. Thank you, Delesh. Now at 80 days, 80 days worth $866. He's all I really
Man's
want
a
to
rock
keep
star.
talking about. You know, the man is a rock star.
Jerry Rice.
We've been 20 more, Delesh. 20 more. We're gonna have something special for you. But then we got Jonathan at 36 days, 5,902 in profits. Derek, 35 days, 12,929 in profits. Derek is currently the Hot Streaks P&L leader. VJ, 32 days worth 2,700. Henry, 32 days worth $4,322. Delesh is the only trader on this list not currently eligible for a payout, but since he is a legacy member of the Hot Streaks list, we are keeping him on until the hot streak comes to an end.
One more month.
Whatever it does.
One more month.
100. That is tough to do.
Oh yeah.
I had 100 ski days, and that's tough to do. I think it's much harder to
And,
have 100 winning trading days.
It's crazy,
That
Michael.
Derek
$2
is
on Friday.
12,
$2
that Derek with
on Friday.
12,000. That $12,000 in 35 days is pretty dang impressive as well.
Yeah, Derek is
Michael, when does ski season open?
We just got dumped on last night, so that's gonna help it out. End of the month, typically Thanksgiving.
Sweet.
I got 100 days, 108, 104, and 102. The first 3 years I moved out here. It's tough to do, very tough to do.
Yeah.
You get a little pin, just like the Payout Club pin. Actually, that's where we got the idea. Here in the Aspen Valley, they give you a pin if you get over 100 days. Like right when you get over the turnstile and you go to get on the lift on your 100th day, like almost like confetti comes out, but it's not. The person is sitting there, the turnstile, when you're getting on the lift, gives you a pin, 100 days. It looks just like the 5K or 5K, 10K. We have a bunch of pins. Do we have those pins? Show those pins when we get a chance. And it's very, very cool. It's like if you see anybody wearing one of those, you know they've done it. Yeah, that's pretty badass, guys. So you take $100,000 total payout, you get a pin like that. I mean, you don't need to like, put it on your hat, put it on your lapel, put it on your, punch it into your screen, however you want to do it.
Use it as an earring.
What's that?
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to exit and make room for Jackie P, who's coming in just a minute. I'll be back in a little bit, though, with the leaderboard and some other announcements. But I'm going to sign off for
Thanks,
now.
JD. You rock, dude. You rock,
Appreciate it,
JD.
guys. Catch you in a little bit.
Thank you. Thanks, JD.
Uh-huh.
And here we are pushing up to the upper end of the zone. 190s, 196 here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm out of my short for
if we can, I mean,
75s.
Maybe we could see these 240s come into play if we could hold momentum above this. I'm not playing for it. Not today. What are these other markets doing?
No,
Is
I
crude
did
still
not get
going?
100 last year.
Got some sellers in Russell here, Dakota. Sellers finally on my
same with
15-minute
crude.
candlestick.
Crude's selling off.
Crude has been.
I know last
think
night it
after
was
that- Go ahead.
difficult to buy crude because of that gap. Last Sunday we had a major gap down, and this Sunday we had that big gap up from was it 69.30s up to 70.20, 70.30s. So we had a pretty big gap up.
Yeah,
in
we do have that
crude.
gap.
And
Yeah.
whenever there's a gap, it's hard to go the opposite direction just because it's just there. Everyone's seeing it. Everyone's watching it.
And we did open the session up at weekly kickoff high, 71.60. So it looks like we might be headed back down to close that gap, which is also going to be a value acceptance play from Friday's range.
Here we go.
It's going to be a biggie.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up,
There's
Jack?
Jack.
Hey, it's Jack.
Yeah. We got an election tomorrow. We got the Fed Thursday. This is a wonderful week to
Mhm.
trade. I don't care if it's Monday morning. Let's get pumped up. Let's do something.
There you go, man.
No trading tomorrow after hours, and I like that.
Is that
Shouldn't-
everything? What? How did the risk team they send out an update? What is it?
Seen an email for live accounts, and I think, I don't know for all brokers, but typically during high volatile events, you'll see a lot of brokers increase the margin, the maintenance margin, because it's just very, very bad advice to trade, especially during like an Asian session, low liquidity, high volatility, and a major news event or a major event like the election is just absurd. Spread gets crazy. Stop loss, right? You have a stop loss at one level, and if it gets blown through, next thing you know, you might get filled 100 points higher. So much risk.
Remember when Trump got elected, ES went down the limit.
Isn't it like 1,000 points down and 1,000 points up, Johnny?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, be smart about
Was that
this.
overnight?
Correct.
Was that overnight?
Yeah.
It was, yes.
My brother called me at 3:00 in the morning. He's like, "E-mini S&Ps are down the limit. What the hell do we do?" I just said, "Buy more," and hung up on him.
And then what? Didn't it?
Never
rally
returned
right
to
back
that
up?
level.
No?
Went right back up. Never been back down to that level.
Those longs
So
got paid today.
interesting.
There's heavy longs here in Topstep. Heavy longs. The tilt, 70% long still. It's kind of leaning towards the. I mean that'll win you election, but yeah.
That tilt
Well, the
changed when
markets-
we started breaking through that head and shoulders pattern.
Yeah. Markets don't like uncertainty. This time, everyone's kind of thrown out there's a coin flip for this, so the uncertainty is baked in a little bit, but there are definitely some trades that are going to be all over the place that night. I'm thinking off the top of my head, bonds, Bitcoin. There's a lot of trades out there, but you don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. So you probably shouldn't be in there trading leveraged products during it. That would be my 2 cents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Please
traders,
don't
I
go
think,
do it in your personal
in the-
brokerage account.
No.
in the chat
Even
saying
worse.
that he trades his live account every year. Trades small compared to your account size. So yeah, maybe there are. I mean, with volatility, there is opportunity, but risk management needs to be number one. Absolutely.
Management, I totally agree. Number one.
Unless you got
Number
so
one.
much money, you can never take a loss. I don't know anybody like
That's called the Federal. That's called the Federal Reserve, John.
that.
You know, I do
Crazy.
see some new names here in chat. I just want to let you know when we talk about the tilt, you can see that on top of the stream here. Remember, that's about 15 minutes delayed if you do not have Topstep X. And what it is, it's displaying the aggregated trader sentiment for all Topstep sim traders, rodeo clowns, lion trainers, runway models. And for the disclaimer, this data is for entertainment purposes only, should not be used as a buy or sell indicator, should not be used as spice in your life or grandmother's toenail clipper. No, that is the tilt.
Trades me. I'll never let anybody. I'll never stoop down to someone's level like that. I mean, there's no amount of money in this world that will allow me to compromise my morals. I think you guys seen it this weekend.
I don't even know why you guys entertain that. It's fucking cloudy.
It's dumb.
Chippy.
I was
Chippy.
raised different. I mean, you don't chase the shiny thing. You don't chase money. I don't need money, and it's morals and loyalty is far more important than any amount of money.
Well, it's woozy woo. It's not even real money. When you say a word, then you double it, and then you're just pounding your chest. But that guy's yeah.
Even if it was, I mean, even if
I don't
it
even
was,
entertain it.
I mean, not even worth it.
Yeah, I don't even entertain it because it's if people have their shtick is always stirring. That's just like So it's a waste of energy. Now, Peter, I like this Peter guy. Peter guy? Who's
Yeah.
this Peter guy?
Market Wizard.
And Peter, if you're, we're going to get back to you and get you on. Peter's old school, how he replies, which I'm 45. So like, I think he's probably 10, 20 years older than me. So I'm chasing you, Peter. I'm right behind you. So his old school prop firm experience, traditional prop, and he labels commodity something. What's it called? CC. He did a Wikipedia on it.
Yeah, Peter Brandt.
Yeah, Peter Brandt. Yeah. Then he had all these things about like real conversation. That's why I'm not dealing with that anything in that realm of just like annoying chatter. This real conversation. No, he disagrees with us in the new prop firm formula or model or whatever you want to call it. But then like his experience in the 80s and 90s, I started in 2002 at a prop firm, and that my experience started on a simulator. It was like when the Dow Jones Mini just started in October. No, it wasn't October. It was 2002, January, February, March. I think March of 2002, something like that. And it was a simulator, and I had a $1,200 desk fee. $1,200 desk fee. People pay $49 at Topstep. So like the model of like lower the barrier to entry, get the world in that wants to get in, experience trading. Sometimes you're going to find out you're never going to get funded, and thank God you're not in a personal brokerage account with your kids' college fund. So Peter has a different take on what the prop model should be. I then had a different experience that I then moved into creating the funding industry in 2010. Off that, learn on a sim, meet criteria to get funded, fly on a flight simulator, meet criteria to get a flight pilot's license. You know, like that was kind of the model that I graduated towards. So I would love to have this conversation with him. I love having conversations. It's not like I'm going to be like, my way's the right way, but I do believe that this new way allows more and more people to experience trading, which you would want, because like it was always a good old boys club or who you know, or nepotism or rich uncle that bought your way in, or guys on the floor. You know, like there's like floor traders that like that tight community. Now it's open to the entire planet. We have people from 160 different, 80 different countries. I don't think you'd be able to do that with that old model, which is called the traditional model.
I agree with you. Old school and old traditions will always change with technology, with advancements and everything, right? I mean, it's the same reason. Like, it used to be tradition to light your kitchen with candles. Then the invention of electricity. I mean, you don't see people walking around lighting their houses with candles anymore. And then you have the invention of the internet, right? And that came very dramatic. Now we have all these new prop shops showing up, but with the new stuff, there's always going to be I don't like the word it's saying like, oh, there needs to be regulation, but yeah, it's anything with this type of environment where there's a lot of them, then it gets saturated, then continue to weed out all the bad stuff, and it's ultimately better for the consumer.
It's ultimately better for they're not in the world of like, yes, the consumer concept. They're traders in our world. Some people call them customers. I'm like, they're not customers. If you're a prop firm, they're not a customer. 1,000%. I wouldn't even ever use that because they're not a customer. They are a trader at your prop. That's very, very important to be in that category. Like, look, I had a cost when I was at a prop firm, $1,200 a month trading desk fee. Whether I made money or not, it hit my account, debited my account, $1,200. So like I was not a customer of theirs, but I had to pay $1,200 because it had data fees, it had a platform, it had a risk management team, it had an office that I could go into, a desk that I could sit at, pen and paper sitting right next to me, a chair, a computer, all that stuff they charge you. So
MP, mine were $12,000 a month.
Get out of here! We're a junk.
What are you doing,
Chopper? Where was that at? Chopper?
At the places I was at, and that was pretty standard. But you were paying for a whole lot more than.
Oh, okay.
All those firms had more developers than they did. So like the percentages and desk fees were a way different structure, where it was like $12,000 a month in desk fees. And then you only capped between 30 to 45, maybe 50% of what you made minus those desk fees.
Yeah. So Dan, David, $4,500 a month, $1,200 a month.
Just
I
me,
Jack. You said your personal fees were $12,000.
I don't think I'm in the mood to pay that now. But speaking of new things, Michael, Eddie's got a few announcements that he is
Yeah.
itching back there to share. He was out last week. He's
I-
got to get announcing.
Hey, I got to get some vocabulary out to our friends. Yes, we've got an announcement here. Hey, we've got TopstepTV here, bell to bell. Okay, but there is much more if you don't know about it. Keep watching TopstepTV outside regular trading hours. We got slow markets with Coach Dakota, and that's 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Also, if you missed it yesterday, you're going to have to wait a week. Market Kickoff with Nick for a Tick, 4:45 p.m. Central Time every Sunday. That is something that we suggest that you keep an eye on. Also, we do have our Discord channel, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, with Coach Ray and Coach Vince. Also, we do have Topstep Labs. Yes, you're wondering, what the hell is Topstep Labs? Well, Coach Dakota's Q&A, he's going to be hosting an exclusive, private 2-hour question and answer session this Wednesday, November 13th. Wednesday, November 13th, not this Wednesday. But there's only going to be 20 slots available, and the only way you can attend this Q&A is to tune in to Slow Markets Sunday through Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central to fill out the check-in forms. Remember, only 20 spots. So these forms are going to be dropped only during slow markets, not during our Topstep TV bell to bell here. So for more forms you fill out and submit, the better chances you are winning the giveaway. So only 20 spots. This is coming up November 13th at 5 p.m. Central. And that's what I've got so far. And back to you, Jack.
All right,
Right on.
Dakota, you've been looking for shorts. We've got a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those cases. Maybe I just too early through the party this morning. Just lots of chop going up and to the right, or we might continue to rally up to those 240s. But is part of the trading, right? If you win every day, then
John, what's the
then
risk
that's
on
a
that?
little suspicious.
All right, so MP.
Nick, what are you
this is
thinking?
the profile.
I've still
good trade
been
location
short
would be
card.
up
Oh, go
around
ahead.
20,200. Risk on that 20,214.
Okay, we're good at 5 in. A little early on you.
See what happens. If we leave this failed upside auction, the rotation could be relatively deep.
Dakota, what are you thinking, Nick?
My opinion still stands. It's not. I'm not as bearish as I was this morning because we had that big sell off down to the 20,000, basically 13,
Just
and
just
then
took out those single TPOs, so the risk, the potential is lower right now, but it's still a valid trade.
it's a valid trade to me. Yes. Yep. It's a very choppy market. It's the day before election, and I don't see
Mhm.
a very big break in either direction. I'm not expecting a trending market today. But
Agreed,
anything
unless there's
can
some
happen.
headline risk. MP, where did the
And-
house account get in there?
97 quarter. 5, just 5 guys.
And Pete, remember, it's see money, take money today.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just going off your failed downside auction. Both the Dakota and Nick are still liking shorts a bit. So the house
Yeah,
will jump in.
Abide.
The dude.
Yeah, I'll take the market staying around 100 to 140.
Dude, man.
Yeah, ES looks like it wants to range bound a little bit more. NQ is just kind of teetering at those highs.
Well, we do have NVIDIA up 2%, the old usual. That's leading the Mag 7 right now. Everything else down besides Meta.
Really?
Ooh.
Dan Emmons, you talked about, you're talking to Peter Brandt. Just see if he wants to jump on. I know we're talking to him on email. He emailed us over the weekend. So it's better just like getting on. The conversation, guys, for those that don't know, Peter Brandt, he's been in the industry. He has quite a few followers. It's really about the prop firm industry. Is it good? Is it bad in the current state? I think that conversation should have started in 2010 when we started it. the prop firm and the e-prop firm that get funded without having to go to an office.
Michael, sorry about the interruption. If this doesn't start to roll over relatively quickly, we probably would be better off getting out of it.
Okay, I'll put it for a little break even. We'll just get out. All right. So that is a conversation that Dakota and I have had with him on Twitter, because like we believe very strongly, of course we do here at Topstep, and Dakota sees a value in it too. The importance of having a safer on-ramp into the live trading world than what currently existed, which was, hey, here's 14-day demo, and then after that, make a deposit. Good luck. So that all changed in 2010 when we started the funding opportunity. And now it is, there's a lot. There's different folks. So I can see his arguments.
Yeah, I do as well. And I mean, it comes from someone who has the accolades, the accomplishments, who has the knowledge, and who's been here a while, not just a bunch of random people online.
Yeah.
It comes from that level, and that's what I want. That's what I'm excited for. That's what I'm here for, to be, talking to people similar to himself, and regardless of whether it has opposite opinions. I mean, it's constructive conversation rather than the usual BS that you see on social media. That
Right.
It's not constructive at all. It's
not
just
constructive. I just want to have a constructive. I said I was 45. I don't want to have these stupid conversations like I'm a freshman in high school. And I got, every now and then you get caught up, but now it's just like, it's clickbait. I'm not doing that. Peter's conversation is important to me. We disagree from thus far from the very short 140 character, Twitter conversations. But yes, it's kind of hard to talk on Twitter, honestly. So
Yeah.
we would like to come on here. So Dan, ask him if he'd like to come on here. It's a normal conversation. It's saying like, hey, you're blah, blah, blah. No, it's not attacking.
Yeah,
questions.
I would love to have more mature conversations versus sort of, the
You suck.
poster in a freshman dorm of a bunch of Lamborghinis saying it's the reason
Yes.
for higher education.
Well,
It's
that's another reason why the Series 3 conversation, really, what are you guys doing? Just like start separating, draw the line in the sand. We're going to start having real conversations, moving the industry in the right spot. And that those type of individuals that you talked about, Jack, right there, will be just left in the dust. I've seen them in the trading world. They do all that, and then they stop, and then they're working at McDonald's. I've seen this in the trading world. Guys on the floor that were all flashy and blah blah blah. But the guys that were legit, that took things serious, those are the guys you want helping forge new frontier for the
Right.
trading world. Why would you not? So
Yeah.
pass your 3. That's a first prereq. That's a nice one to have, easy one to have. You just spend $140 and study for a week.
Yep, agree. I mean, you don't see the CEO of like Robinhood or Interactive Brokers going on Twitter harassing their their client base.
Kevin Durant does.
Man. Hey, you know what? He has his own. He's not.
Speaking of
Hold
Robinhood,
on a second. I got a phone call here real quick. Hello? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, okay. I will say that. Okay, thank you. That was just
Speaking of
McDonald's
Robinhood-
corporate. That was McDonald's corporate saying that it's not bad to work at McDonald's.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's not bad. Nobody said it's bad. It's a stepping stone.
Careful,
Stepping
Michael.
stone.
Of course.
It's a stepping stone. Like if you're gonna you can't support it. I have a family of 3. I could not do it. I have to keep moving up to a tougher area to conquer, to make sure I can live that lifestyle, to live that lifestyle. And when I say conquer, like you're always trying to move up, and I've always tried to move up because I've come from Nebraska, farm. So like I could have just said, no, I'm good where I'm at, settler. I'm not going to do that. That wasn't my MO. Speaking of Robinhood, and speaking of elections, and speaking of that one chart you said, Kalshi, what is going on? They had 100 million contracts, 100 million, like in a week. Robinhood had, is that accurate on presidential election event contracts?
Oh yeah, I'm an OG of the political gambling world back in the day. I don't do it as much anymore, but it's fun because people wear their biases very clearly on their sleeves. So you get a little more market distortion than you do, say, in a futures market where people don't feel so strongly. It's like every contract's GameStop, you know?
Well, no, I'm talking about the Trump Kamala bet. There's like, I just opened up my
Yeah, there's movement.
Robinhood.
There's movement because it was always it's always been a 50-50 race. And the markets got pushed a little bit out of whack. And then there was a very surprising poll that came out on Friday. So now it's kind of going back to what it probably is, which is a coin flip. So
No, I'm talking, Jack, about the event contracts that you can bet on the presidential election now on Robinhood and
on Robinhood, Kalshi.
Yeah, and Kalshi.
Yeah.
What is that, Kalshi or something like that? It's all over New York where they have, and they're like, you can bet. You can see people.
I showed it
showing
earlier.
Yeah.
How they all work like a binary option. They're all worth $1 to either go to 0 or 1, depending on whether the event in question happens or doesn't.
But they're taking the event contracts that were approved by the CFTC, that the CME has event contracts, and they're making that a new product, so to speak, in this presidential election, has them doing banana volume. Like, volume is ridiculous. So I think there's something there. My point is, I think there's something there in the future of these event contracts now kind of got their start. They've been around for a few years when the CME launched event contracts, but now Robinhood has it. This Kalshi thing has it. Wow, look at this thing. It just keeps rallying.
Yeah, here we go. Well, I want to see if we could get to these 240s now.
It was a good time stop on that short.
Yeah, nice call, Johnny.
That is the breakout right there. Let's see if we can hold this and see if we get to these 240s overnight highs.
Once again, Russell's got some buyers, new higher highs.
NVIDIA up close to 2.5% now.
I can see 240. What a move.
Tilt's pretty calm here. Really nothing to write home about.
Right. Yeah. Eddie, have been long all day, though. Bias, right? In the equities?
I've been watching that Russell, trying to find a leader and a lagger while the sisters were fighting it out. And I was leaning long here this morning. Might have got stopped out, but yeah.
Gleb, good question. Well, you got me. What's up with the roadmap? Talked to the devs lately. I like it. There's you guys connected. I'm getting an update this week. There's going to be, before the end of the year, I think our new tech stack is going to be implemented. It's supposed to be October. Yes, I know. You said October. I heard October. Then I also know that the development world works in that way. Build a house. It's not twice as much and twice as long as from what I've heard. Same in the engineering world with the building software. It's not always that, right there. So they moved it, and to make sure that the soft launch of it is a great experience. It's kind of the whole point. You don't want a shitty experience. So it's going to be really cool. We'll be able to bank resets. That's one thing I've been telling you guys forever. So let's just say you have 5 accounts. You'll be able to on a rebill, bank a reset. You get a reset whether you're up, down, or all around, bust it out, or $1 away from your profit target, and you get a rebill. You will get a free reset. And then you can use that reset on whatever account you'd like because it gets banked. So that's really, really cool. And then other stuff I'll be talking about. But again, you guys can throw this little thing in there, a little visual these are all just things that I'm talking about. Nothing is updated until you hit an email. You get an announcement. It's like it's certified mail to your inbox. Topstep is now doing this. So I'm just opening up about some of the roadmap things that I'm excited about that are coming.
Very cool stuff.
Another one that's coming, because I want to talk about this one because it's very cool, is when you reset, it resets your rebuild date. Now, right now, you're like, well, reset. I just reset 2 days ago, and I just got rebuild. Well, that's because you rebuild every 30 days. So that's something that we're looking at. Use that word, looking at. I remember I did this, and people were like, oh, they just made changes. I'm like, come on, guys, got to be mature. We got to have this conversation if we're going to have open dialogue here, which is I like. So that may be. Yeah, that may be there. Yeah.
Yeah,
know,
like I
Michael,
just
you-
got an email MP about the live accounts for election night. So I like that. Love
Oh,
it.
okay, cool.
And
Yeah, sit on your hands. Election night.
You know, Michael, you mentioned the word roadmap. Now, if you
Yeah.
got Topstep X, click on that question mark,
Oh, yeah.
go to featured voting, and then you're going to have a tab that says roadmap. This is what things we are working on. All right. Things that are planned, things in review, things in progress, and things that are finished. So it'll keep you up to date on what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm. It's a great one.
All
That'll give
right.
you the Topstep X roadmap, which is solid that you can be instrumental in guiding.
All right. Well, we've been rallying a little bit. Within striking distance of those highs in the NQ, that level up there, it's in the Topstep daily levels, the 2243. It looks like we bounced off twice in the overnight session. That's the value area high from Friday. Might be interesting to look at. I see Dakota still has a bear in his background. Commitment. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I still have a bear.
Now you want to put like a bear rug
bear.
back there?
Yeah, we're gonna. Bears are dead.
Barely
Bears are
possible.
dead this morning. Close your eyes. If you blink, it could change.
Yeah, they died yesterday.
to the Cardinals.
You never can tell, we might meet up with a bear. Yeah, meet my bare hand. Get out.
Yeah, see?
Mhm.
Well, I'm not really seeing anything in any of these other markets. Is crude oil looking to fill that gap yet? No, we've found buyers in crude oil. I know we was looking at a gold short earlier, and that one would have, paid off pretty well. I know Hoag mentioned that earlier, where we're near the lows on gold as well.
Well, the 10-year retraced back through 4.3%. We are back above that again. The going low is 4.265 in the cash market. That's an interesting
Feels
low.
like there's a big event tomorrow.
I know,
That's what it
right?
feels like.
Maybe.
Why? What's
There's
tomorrow?
a big event tonight, 7:15 p.m. Central, Tampa Bay versus KC. We got the Buccaneers versus the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium.
And you
Oh,
all
my
will
fantasy football's neck and neck. I need Mahomes to do something. He's been struggling, but yet they're winning games.
reminder to all traders to stay flat during the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Kansas City Chiefs game tonight. That could be really market moving.
It's going to be volatile.
It's going to be volatile.
Let's see if we could get. Okay, do we buy this dip? That's the question. I know a lot of buy the dip. I know Muhammad Friday was really good at buying these little pullbacks. Friday was an amazing trading day. Today was, to me, the exact opposite. I don't know. Bears could step in and sell off 100 points at any moment.
Yes, it's still, I don't know, it just looks weak sitting at that kind of opening range high. Just not making that breakout move the way NQ did.
Yeah.
Now we're
Well,
falling back
starting
under
to pick up
200s.
now. You watched the ES, right, Nick?
Yes.
John, is a failed failed auction, is it out of the question now, or how does that work?
No, it's not out of the question. Because we did extend the range a couple of times above the initial balance, but returning inside the initial balance does create the possibility for another failed upside auction. So the first one was up to 209. We took that out. We looked higher.
209?
We 2009. We looked higher up to 226, but now we're back inside the initial balance. We also, there's contrary information to that as well. We're back inside value from Friday, and we're spending time indicating potential reacceptance of value, which that's the value high we were all looking at up at what was it, 243, 248, this area up here. We weren't able to get there. what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. So as
Right.
long as we leave these single TPOs unfinished, we don't eat them like Pac-Man. Wah, 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 wah. We may see this market roll over and head back to the downside. So there's kind of conflicting nuances. Potential failed upside auction, but reacceptance of value from Friday could bring us to a little bit higher of a level. When this
I have
happens,
a question.
this has a tendency to really chop me up. So I'm going to focus on the extremes. Anything I do has to be cheap. Shorts up here, longs down here. Shorts up here, longs down here. Nothing in the middle in my time frame. Now, Dakota, Nick, they may be seeing something in the short time frame that I'm not seeing in these profiles. That's okay. But right here in the middle, I just can't do anything.
Yeah, fair enough. Question for you, Nick. You like
Yeah.
to watch the ES, and as you're watching the ES and the Nasdaq at the same time, do you look for any correlation? Because I heard you like, okay, Nasdaq might be, breaking through support, ES might be holding, vice versa. How do you see that? Because I'm watching the Nasdaq right now, and we're at this support zone. This was the last pivot, right? These 180s, and I'm looking at this thing saying, this could break down, and we could be back to the 130s. I'm seeing us get back to the 130s here in the Nasdaq.
Yep, I do too. And the logic was when you're looking at NQ kind of breaking out the way it sometimes does, and you see ES just kind of fluttering like that above the opening range high, but not really making that breakout move. It makes it still has me sitting bearish in the read just because it's just not joining the party. And I think last week ES was leading a little bit more. This pop in NQ that we had, I mean, it's basically Nvidia's green, and the rest of the Mag 7's kind of just neutral for the day, a little bit red, things like that. So yeah, that was the only thing keeping me out of like trying to long this, I guess, from a breakout. I know we already kind of had one off of that low, but ES was just making me just a little bit concerned as it was not kind of joining along with the breakout that NQ was having above the opening range. So I think it's important to look. Sometimes it's just which one is leading. Yeah, ES never took it out.
Yep, that was a little unnerving for longs there, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one of those where it's like if you were long, or if you were like we were originally looking to long like 20,000s on a break below it, like that's where if you were long, that's probably where I'm completely flat. And you took if you had a runner there, I'm probably closing it out.
Yeah, I didn't like longs this morning.
We knew
you guys
it.
know
It
I
might be
love
an
to
inside
be a
day to
buyer of the
Friday,
market.
but
All right. With that, while we're waiting for the next trade to appear before us here, we got JD in back. JD, are you ready to go through a few stats with us? We also have a very special guest popping in at 10:30 a.m. So stick around for that.
Ooh,
Can't wait.
We sure do. We got
that's what
Coach
I'm
Paul from the
curious.
Profiteers coming in a little bit. And
Oh yeah, profiteers.
before that happens, what do you say we hit the big board real quick?
Let's do it.
Eddie, you know what
Here
I
we
want
go.
to hear.
That's an attitude, sir, that calls for the most delicate judgment on both sides. Because as you know, sir, in the heat of action, men are likely to forget where their best interests lie. Let their emotions carry them away.
Nicely done, Eddie, as always. Get your cameras ready, folks. Here we are. This is the big board for Monday, November 4th. Rafa still sitting in first place. No trades from Rafa the last couple weeks. He's still biding his time before he gets back in the market, taking some time off, thinking things through. Rafa, when you're ready, we'll be here for you. There is Dakota in second place, $315,000, $460 bets balance plus payouts from XFA and live accounts. Nice job, Dakota. Duong had a huge week last week. We talked about him quite a bit. Still sitting in third place, $286,835 balance plus payouts. A couple of the other big movers from Friday to today. We have Shane there in fifth place. Shane was trading in 5 XFAs on Friday. Profited a total of $25,000 trading the NASDAQ. Got a nice bump from 19th place up to 6th place. Down in 13th and 14th place, you'll see a couple traders. Jake R in 13th and Joseph L in 14th. You see they don't have a previous day rank because they were just transferred to live funded accounts They moved balances from 5 XFAs to their live funded accounts. Those XFAs have only been open for a day, 2 days for Jake, 1 day for Joseph. So their starting balances are pretty high in their live funded accounts. Jake is trading in a live account and 5 XFAs. Joseph is just trading in a single live funded account right now. We had a nice starting balance of $125,000. Has not made any trades in that live funded account yet, though. But hoping to see what he does today and maybe follow up with him tomorrow. Next up, our big mover on the board from Friday, Eric B. down there in 22nd place. Eric made nearly $44,000 on Friday trading the NASDAQ in 5 XFAs. Eric has only been in these accounts for 3 days, so he's not yet eligible for a payout. But he has 3 winning days out of 3 trading days, and he moved from 61st place up to 22nd place. That is a 39 position move on the big board for Eric B. All right. That's it, folks. We're going to be back with Coach Paul in just a few minutes. So take your screenshots.
Thank you,
We got
JD.
London close. London close in 4 minutes here, folks, and numbers in 4 minutes.
We're back on the same schedule. We're synced up again with our friends in the Isles of Europe. And as I mentioned on Shoulder Tap the other day, Dakota, with that right now, you are number 1 on the all-time total take list. That's total payouts plus current account balances. You are at the top. How does it feel?
I mean, yeah. I think it's a good example of it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? I go through ups and downs, and it wasn't a matter of like, oh my gosh, it's going to be hard to get there. Not thinking about it, it's going to be a long term. I think year to date, I'm at what, Jack? Year to date this year, I'm at half or 500.
Yeah, we don't have it measured by year to date. It's just like
You
the
brought
all
home
time
500 this year. Sorry, Jack.
500,000.
You brought home 500.
500, and this is, and I want to make sure make this very clear. This is with Topstep's accounts. This is something that I'm doing for Topstep. I'm never going to be talking about my personal account. Never going to be talking about personal accounts. I'll just say that this is just a very small amount that I'm doing here. This is day trading. This is, I don't want to say having fun. I think it's not right for me just playing around with, because I am taking it serious. But this is something I'm doing to show traders that you just don't go into the markets and YOLO everything. Now, given I've been in XFAs, I've went through the ups and downs like everybody else, because that is trading. It's not linear, or it's not a line, linear. You go through ups and downs. I don't mind going and trading combines and XFAs. That's the beautiful thing about XFAs, right? MP is it's a low cost, low barriers to entry, and you have the opportunity to do this. Everybody's had the same exact opportunity throughout the past year. I don't get treated any different than the next guy. Trust me. I wish I could get free stuff, but that's just not the way it is. That's not the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. A great job. There's some other people up there. Nick, you're on that list, not too far behind in places.
Yeah, Dakota's running away with it, but I'm up there.
Oh, I
You're
don't know.
number
You've done pretty well.
6, Nick.
It could change it every day.
This is 2024, excuse me.
This is just what I have as far as all time. We don't have it separated out by year.
Oh, it's all time. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and that's like October to October too, which is kind of crazy.
It's awesome.
I wonder if we should, you know, I always did trading where at the end of the year was the end of your season, so to speak. And every January, every January, you knew every trader on the trading floor statement, your clearing firm brokerage statement, clearing firm in the trading world or futures world said 0 as far as like credit to your account for the year, because like you'd have credit and debit. Long story short, the credit would be how much you made that year. That would show up as a line item every day on your statement. So everybody would start with 0 on that number, and you just look at it, you know, and be like, okay, where am I tracking this month? It's, 4 months, 5 months into it.
I like that. I want to start out at 0 as well. I feel like it's great to start on a.
Well, then you treat if you want to keep going, then you treat the quarters like 4 quarters of a year, and then you treat your months like 4 quarters of a month. Like I treat it like a game, like the first half of or first quarter, like the first week, come into the month and be a little bit more patient, and you start to see it. Like that's how I would treat. And then second quarter would be like the second week of the month. So the whole month's done. You're like, how did I do for that game of a month? And then the game of the quarter, and then the game of the year. And it just kind of, for me, it worked because I broke everything backwards. And I'm like, I need to put this average around this average. There's always an attainable average.
Yeah, Michael, I think every like floor trader, pretty much their biggest trim in their account was in December, because you just really wanted to kind of start the year fresh. You didn't want to trim it too much to where you'd have to bring a check in if things didn't go well first thing in the first part of the year. But you just kind of reset the beginning of the year and start over, and it's a new year, and we're gonna have a good one.
Yeah, that's what's. Here's another. I said it again. $330,000 account jar that somebody said. When I lost $330,000 accounts, I went deposit. Even though those deposits, $330,000 accounts over however many years. And in 2004, I went to my own personal brokerage account. I made one deposit, and I never had a deposit ever again in my life. And I took payouts from 04 till 2010 is when I started at Topstep. I still never. I retired that account just a couple months ago. I had that account for 20 years, and I never made deposits in it except for the first deposit I ever made. Now, after I lost all that money, and then after I went to a prop firm and learned on a simulator, after I graduated from the prop firm with some money to go open up that account, I never then put money into that account. So that is the stepping stone if you want to go. People get blown out, happens all the time. People come to the markets and they lose all their money and they go away. But if you actually give them a path that gives them more time in the markets, more exposure, more screen time, safer, that they can actually work instead of chase the money that they lost. They can actually work on skills and create, hone, and develop your strategies safely. You can put yourself on, not everybody will, but you can put yourself on a path to where you'll never make a deposit in your personal brokerage account ever again. That is an amazing feeling to have it for 20 years. I mean, not 20 years, whatever. I started that in 2004. Yeah, about 20 years.
Yeah, this is at the level where it's kind of like right here, right now. Otherwise, we're probably going to take out the low.
It's heck with this market, man. This is the move I was looking for back down. But timing and direction, you need to be correct on both.
Yeah, tough trade today. Definitely tough trade.
Well, naturally, it's going to be skittish today, the day before a planned volatility event that we have every 4 years on a Tuesday.
There it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. Selling off in the ES right now. Coming up shortly, we're going to have Coach Paul on, and also there just might be a little check-in at some point this morning coming up, maybe sooner rather than later, wink, wink. So keep your eyes out for that. We'll have Eddie explain all that goodness.
Yes, indeed. You've heard of Coach Hoop Spit Raiders, right? And you've heard of Coach Paul's Profiteers. Well, we will be, yes, hopefully by January, we're going to be adding like 10. We got 10 teams. And each team has about 50 players in each team. So what we want you to do is stay tuned for Topstep TV for your chance to get into the VIP. We're going to be dropping check-in forms periodically, yes, randomly, over the next month. So you never know when we're going to drop one in. So remember, those who check in have the most chances of getting the VIP spot. So don't miss any of these forms. Remember, if you miss a couple, it's okay. Still, see that form? Let's hit it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Man, I just love trading here.
It's the best, isn't it? So, Nick, what are you seeing right now in the ES? Kind of bounced off the lows there. Were you interested in trying to fade that move or go with it?
If you guys remember, I was looking short around 60. I think it was 67.50s. I was short. We came down, tapped the 5-minute opening range high, bounced back up to like 68s. And then I guess there was your opportunity to enter and ride that all the way down. Now that we're kind of below previous day low, I'd be a little cautious of a long here. Yes, seems to be leading a little bit more and could potentially go take out that low. Maybe even drive about 20 points lower down towards 5,700 SPX. Still a lot of put activity down there today, heading into the election tomorrow. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. But it
Nice.
seems like it's probably just going to be range bound. If we got below the initial bounce low, I'd be kind of shocked. It just seems like we may kind of now go retrace that range a little bit.
Yeah, this is typical. This is just one of those things where I'm looking for it, it's not giving it, and then finally we do start to sell off right back down. Yeah, I see these 130s. Maybe we go back to 100s even. It's a range bound market, and it's difficult playing a range bound market. For Exhibit A, you've seen it this morning. You don't know how big the range is going to be, and typically wider stops are the play. Smaller size, wider stops.
So Dakota, do you think if we get down there near those 100s or down there near the IB low, you might look for some sort of 3-bar reversal in that area to go in the opposite direction, being a range bound market?
I would actually be looking for 3-bar reversals starting now. If I'm going to be looking for a bounce back up, and the reason being is this was that resistance that we broke through this morning, that shoulder, head, and shoulders pattern. And so it would make sense that if we do bounce off of this, and it's not going to be looking for a big move, it's looking for, see money, take money, where I'm not looking for a big play, maybe 20, 30 points. But yeah, this would be the first level, and then the next level is going to be down here where we were at. But it's just consolidation, waiting for a 3-bar reversal, waiting for better setups after this morning. But the main setup was this move. It was looking for this move.
A little bit of reference here, if you like this level, Dakota. I mean, it's the top of the opening range was for 140. The VWAP anchored on the open of the regular trading hour session is 139. We're right at it right now. If we hold that VWAP, this might be one of those levels to look for an opportunity for long. It is sort of giving it up right now. We just had the auctions, the bill auctions, 3 and 6 month bill auctions, and we've come off a little bit considerably after that. So I haven't had a chance to really look at how those bill auctions performed, but if we do start to see some 3-bar reversals down here around this anchored VWAP 139, that might be a decent opportunity. Right now, it seems to be giving it up. S&Ps are really kind of pushing back down towards the IB low, which in the S&Ps is 57.38.5. Eating up those single TPOs down there. We ate up the single TPOs above the initial balance in the NASDAQ just now. There might be some opportunity down here. I'll keep my eye out for 3-bar reversals in this area, but right now it's we're really kind of coming off here, and with kind of what we thought might happen, we're a little bit impatient on that failed upside auction in the NASDAQ, but it did take out the high and then came back in. That might have been our opportunity to look for the short. But here we are, right back to the opening ranges, I should say, in the NASDAQ, well below the opening range in the S&Ps, which has been holding up a lot worse than the NASDAQ.
And I just said it. I would not be surprised if we take out the IB low right now in ES. Doesn't look like there's anybody stepping in to try to catch this down here yet. NQ's got a little more to go. Is holding up a little better. Nvidia's still up 2%. That's probably why it's kind of holding strong, or at least a little less weakness off that high. But I mean, they could both roll over and go now test the other side of the range once again. Maybe NQ goes all the way down and tests 20,000 election week. Here we are.
Right.
The old W formation now.
Oh. Yeah, here's this market. It gives you what you want after you're done.
After you're out.
Looks like a McDonald's M there, MP. On my chart.
Yeah, I know.
Starting to form the old M pattern.
The old M pattern.
That is a vicious M.
6-month bill auction.
Yes.
All right, where do we stop now?
Are you thinking where do we buy it?
Not really, Hoag. Not today. Not today. Today's not a day I'm bullish. I'm neutral to
You have left the
bearish.
bear up all day.
I have. Yep, and that's I've left it up, and I haven't been a buyer today for a reason. It's just sometimes it sucks when that reason doesn't play out until after you were kind of taking your losses. But $3,000 losses. That's a beautiful thing to have a daily loss limit.
Mm-hmm.
Getting close to
I'm
our
not gonna
lows
say
in
it.
the S&P. Wow.
Pull a David Green. If the RSI gets below, gets down to 20 or something, and we get another level of confluence, maybe taking along. But for now, don't want to catch that knife.
Yeah,
So
not
he's an
yet.
RSI guy?
He's an RSI
Yeah.
gay.
An example
So you
here
wanna
of
see the
sometimes like
RSI 33 in the S&Ps. 33 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we are seeing some breadcrumbs of buyers stepping in around this level.
Breadcrumbs.
that'd be
Breadcrumbs.
the 1 minute opening range low on NQ.
Mm-hmm. I want to see us break above 20, 26. Let's see if we could see something form. It's way too early to say anything, but you have to have a reversal pattern on a smaller chart before you comes to a higher time frame.
What
We just put
chart
in
would
a
you
higher
be
low.
looking at now, Dakota?
I'm looking at a 100 tick chart right now.
So that's
We
on the
just put
100
in a
tick.
higher low. Yep, a higher
Mhm.
low, an equal high. And so I'm going to be looking for
Buyers.
some type of a flagging pattern right now to say, okay, this could be starting to reverse. If not, we push down and I look for it again. But nothing's confirmed. I'm also watching a 5-minute chart to see. A 3-bar reversal wouldn't be until another 3 minutes. So there's being patient, plenty of time.
The
But
standard
patterns like
Dakota
this need to
setup.
happen. Yeah. Yep. So patterns like this need to happen on, say, a 100 tick chart before they happen on a 5-minute.
Here
Buyers
it
trying
comes.
here.
There you
It
go.
is.
This is a beautiful example, right? You guys see it in front of you happening. And then over
Real
here on the
time.
5-minute, nothing's confirmed. We still have 2.5
Is that a
minutes until
100?
this
That's a 100 tick?
Correct. Yes. Yep. And it's really just waiting for this 5-minute bar to finish, which we're only halfway through. This is just an example of watching these patterns play out on a much smaller scale, and then seeing how it plays out. And then you can say, hey, if we start to break out and hold above this level, then I'm going to look for it to continue. If not, we do break down, and then just like that, and then I'll just wait because this 5-minute candlestick's not even finished. We still have 2 minutes left. But
Well, while
that
we
is
have
an
2 minutes
example
left,
of
and please jump in if anyone sees anything that is worthy of a trade at this moment. But we also have Coach Paul in the waiting room with JD. They're going to talk a little VIP action for us. I looked through the peephole. Here they are.
Hey, what's up, guys? How is everybody doing this afternoon or this morning? Getting ahead of myself
Phenomenal.
there. Coach Paul, how are you feeling today? How was the weekend? It's Safinsky
A lot
for
of
Coach
basketball.
Paul. Oh, there he is.
There I am.
Taking out the low
Yeah,
miss.
great weekend. Got some rest. Coached a lot of basketball and getting ready for this big week. Going to take small positions and manage my risk and not try and hit home runs.
Is that what you're telling the rest of the profiteers too? I know you guys are in Discord all day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
We've been working on position sizing. I think one of the I know one of the biggest problems with trading is we try to put on a position size for a desired result. Like I want to make 2,000 without any type of recognition of what the market's offering and what your account can afford. That's what we've been focused on. And I think we're starting to get some good results. With that, you can get consistency. So steady wins the race, and
Mhm.
that's what we're focused on. So glad we see got a few people passed today. We got a new person passed their
Nice.
combine.
Oh, very
Riz,
good, very good.
Nice.
congratulations. So that's
Yeah,
what
so
I've
you're
been
gonna
preaching.
currently you've got 3 traders in the XFA right now. If we could pull up the that overall leaderboard. Actually, before we do that, I'm just looking at the clock. While we're talking about VIP, we're gonna pin a form to the chat in just a second. The Topstep VIP form is currently pinned to the chat right now. Go ahead and fill that out. We're gonna be adding a bunch more VIP teams sometime in January. So make sure you're filling out these forms, getting your name in there, and then when we draw the raffle, hopefully you'll be a part of the new expanded Topstep VIP experience. We're scouting. We are in scouting mode right now, folks.
Be on the
Oh, yeah,
Tampa
we
Bay
are.
Devil Rays of trading, the
The
expansion
Tampa Bay
team.
Devil Rays of trade. Nice, very nice. Nice analogy.
Carolina Panthers.
Always be scouting.
Always be
Always
scouting.
be scouting. So
Chicago Bears.
no, don't mention
Shut up,
them.
Dakota.
How about Detroit Lions? They scouted well.
They're good.
You know,
They
Yeah,
sure
they
did.
did.
They're the best team in football right
Yeah.
now.
but they're fun to watch. You know, I always relate that from coaching to good trading habits. You know, Detroit lost for a long time. They finally got the right lineups, you know, but they have a great
You think it's
coach and they have a great process.
I was just gonna say, Paul. Do you think it has any Coach Paul? Because it goes into coach. You think it has anything to do with the coach? I hear the coach is like one of the guys.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
believe
his
he's
name.
a player's coach. You
Players
know,
coach. Yeah.
they play for each other rather than with each other. And especially at a professional level, you know, there's a lot of ego and a lot of money moving around. But when you watch them, it's exciting to watch. They get at it. They don't, you know, there's the ego's down. It's all about us. So I really like watching them. And I think that coach, could you play for him? I know I could. I mean, he's just, you see it in his demeanor. Like, and he's a well, he's aggressive. I won't say a gambler. Like, he likes to go 4th and 1. He will take risk, but I think it's calculated risk. Like, it's not just we're just going to go 4th and 3 because, you know, maybe we'll win. But his consistency, and some of that is like, I wouldn't do that, but I think he knows, he's done the study, he knows his personnel, he knows what he's willing to risk, and he does it consistently. So I don't think it's an accident they're the top team in football. So I think Profiteers are going to follow that right along.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. If you got that back there, we'll see where the Profiteers are stacking up. So down there, these aren't in any particular order. These are not numbered 1 through 5. So that's just where Coach Paul fell on the list. It started with 51 traders. One has finished the VIP experience, meaning they passed the trade combine, made it into an XFA, and then subsequently lost that XFA account. But currently 34 traders trading in trading combines. That was on Friday. So hopefully all those traders made it to today too. Pass rate of 7.8%. He's got 3 traders in trading combine. Just set a couple more passes today. So we're going to see those numbers pick up just a little bit tomorrow too.
And this is
he's got a trader.
team, so the pass rates will be low for now.
Oh yeah, new team. This is only the start of the 3rd week, and we already got a payout on the Profiteers. We're going to take a look at this trader. We have a trading card for him in just a minute, but one payout, we're $2,400 already after 2 weeks of trading.
That's great.
That's nice.
Love to see it. You know, it's the consistency. Not trying like to hit a grand slam with no one on base. So, you know, I got to give a shout out to Coach Dakota. You talk about consistency. I mean, it's not an accident, Coach, that you've done that well. I love that. You know, I just have to bring this up. You lose more than you win, correct?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Yes.
Yeah. You've booked $500,000 in profit. Let that let that ring. That is consistency. It's allowing yourself to take losses and not dwell on losses, but focus on the bottom line and let your winners ride. That's 100% what great traders do. So I just had to give a shout on it. I was watching you today. You know when to quit. You don't have to be right. You just trade right. So that's what I really bottom line what great traders do, and that's what I hope to show to our profiteers and actually to all of our top step traders. So when we get caught on trying to just be right, I mean, or try to make too much, try to make 5,000 a day when it's not there. That's what blows up accounts. But maintaining consistency is the path.
Speaking of consistency, if we could pull up the top 5 on the Coach Paul's Profiteers real quick. I just noticed there's an error on one of
While
these.
we're pulling that up, I just want to say that we were pushing new lows in the ES, and we got to within about a point and a half, maybe even a half a point of last week's low. That's one of the top step big levels there. Let's see if we can hold it here. Go ahead, JD.
Very good. Thank you, Jack. Right up there at the top, Pirith P. He is one of your XFA traders. We have a trading card for him, but I just noticed when I was going through some of these images that I mistakenly did not add his name to his trading card. But just so we know, we're running a little short on time. Let's pull up that trading card real quick. And just remember that this is a trading card for Pirith right there at the top from Rochester, Minnesota. Talking about an impressive start in the VIP experience. Passed the trading combine in just a couple days. He's been in this XFA for a total of 7 trading days, 100% winning days. Took a payout last week. Took a payout on Halloween for $2,400. This guy's just killing it. Is there any chance that you're in contact with this trader, Coach Paul?
Not yet. We've had a meeting. Reach out to him. We'll have another meeting later this afternoon. But what I really like about it is this is average winner, average loser is the same amount.
Yep.
So he's taking the consistent size, letting the winner ride to a risk reward of 1-to-1. So he's focused on what he's looking for. There's not much randomness in that result. I would coach to him, like, keep that consistency. That's hard to maintain. But obviously he's taking the same size bet. He's not just going, I think I'm going to do a 5 lot now. So keep up that consistency. You do that, and then maybe you'll be right there alongside Coach Dakota in the future.
Wise words from Coach Paul. Thank you so much. And great job to the trader, Pereth, also.
Yeah, that was
doing
awesome.
excellent in the VIP experience. We're going to have that VIP form pinned in the chat until 11 o'clock Central Time, about 7 more minutes. The more forms you fill out, the better your odds are of being picked for the next experience.
Thank you, Paul. Means a lot to me as well.
What do you mean? You got a little scratchy throat today, guys.
Oh, you're great. Thanks, guys. And everybody, focus on
Appreciate
the
it,
bottom
Coach Paul.
line. And we'll talk to you soon. Have a great day.
Excellent.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
So still
How about this
hovering around
NASDAQ selling off?
Yeah, I know.
We're still hovering around last week's low in the S&Ps. NASDAQ still well off session lows, however.
Let's throw a poll in here. Who's up money for the day?
At least 7 to 10.
It's always 7 to. What was that?
At least 7 and 10 in the chat are up money. I would guarantee it.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
Always. What
All right.
a sell-off. I'm down.
What do you
money
think,
in my
Dakota? I
life.
see that. Yeah, I see that look in your eye, like you're about to say
It's
something.
just one of those days where you struggle getting chopped up, and then the market just tanks or goes in your direction almost uncannily well. Yeah, it's frustrating losing money in your life. I am still up money today, but the the live account is absolutely the most important.
But here's an example. If I took my same shorts or Dakota's same area when we were shorting NQ, if we took them in ES, and I said this last night, of maybe moved ES this week, you could have weathered that storm. You could have been in that trade, not taken too much heat, and gotten the full move. That's just the way NQ moves, which is why I think we were saying trade micro this week if you're going to trade the NASDAQ. Or if you're a NASDAQ trader, maybe move to ES a little bit. I did not stay true to what I wanted to do and what I said I was going to do last night, which was trade ES. My only good green trade today is a combine trade in ES, and it basically was a short off that high. So take that with what you will for the rest of the week.
Yeah,
Take it with you.
We could be getting a 3-bar reversal here. We've sold off far enough, and there might be an opportunity for a long now. There's a possibility where we can start to see buyers step in right here in these 70s. So now is where I'm going to start to look for an opportunity for a long trade. Not a very big one. Maybe look for a return back to 100, 1 to 130. So I really like us hovering and staying around where we opened. That's how I like to see this consolidation day, where maybe we could get back up to 120, 130.
Well, I can throw on
So
one for
Dakota,
the
you're
next
down
segment.
in your live account. What account are you up in?
In my express funded accounts.
Your express funded accounts? Was that from last night?
Yeah, last night and before coming on here.
Wally, great job, buddy. Glad I didn't trade XFAs. I got spanked in practice. What great discipline and what a great reward for that. That's like the delayed gratification. Even though you lost, you didn't lose, and you experienced, which gains you forward, which moves you forward. Screen time, FaceTime, and all that kind of stuff, and being engaged in the markets. But it didn't affect your funded account. Well done.
Love that.
All right, really quick, since the markets wait for no one, we're almost at the end of fast markets right now. I want to see if we can get Eddie in real quick for like a speed run through jab, 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 and then we'll hit a few appreciations. Later this afternoon, you'll see the Series 3 during power hours when we've been doing it, and there weren't many XFA to call-ups for the other day. We had a bunch the day before, but I will take a look at those two traders in depth coming up in power hour today. So, Eddie, go ahead.
Yes. Let's take a look and see what traders were making those jabs count. Why? Good morning, everyone. Might be done for the day. Caught that leg up at 7:45 a.m. For $1,100 on 2 scalps last night for $700. Good job. RW, arise. I just passed my 3rd combine. Yes, sir. Good morning. Flyer Jim. Yes, our good friend Flyer Jim. Up in the sky here trading. Hey, up 455 on the micros this morning. That's a great job trading those micros. Locked up on my day with my day. Good job, Flyer Jim. Lulu just made 911 on the NQ short 2 contracts. Finally up 3K on my 50K combine. Great job, Lulu. And Chuvasco passed 2 combines on Friday. XFA's ready to roll today, but I'm trading the practice account this week. Smart. JT Irby passed the remaining of my 4 combines. Now 5 XFA ponies in the gate, baby. MP, thank you, brother, for this opportunity. Y'all will know my name. JT Irby. Furious Tiger. I'm so happy I locked myself out. LOL was up 2.8 to 300. Lost trade. Locked out. LOL. Mohammed passed all 5 of my accounts. Good job done. Stephanie up 2,500 practice account. Down 1,500 on the combine. Yes, that's how it usually is, Stephanie, but you can turn that around. My emotions are just different on the combine. Can't figure out why. Well, we'll stick around, and we're going to help you with that. Locked out. Melissa, locked out myself with $1,500 profit. Melissa, great job. And honorable mentions. Brian Todd, one of Vince's VIPs, passing the combine. Great job. Back to you,
Nice.
Jack.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We're coming up on time, and the Tuck Man waits for no man. Einstein of Wall Street is on next at 11. He's going to be coming in at any second. So as far as appreciations, I'm happy for everything. I got a lot. What about you guys? Anything short?
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm appreciative of volatility. Just the hopefully it's the good kind of the rest of the week. We have a good week.
Yep, I'll agree. I'll echo that. Appreciate the ability to trade for trade the very next day. Risk management, appreciate for stop losses, all that fun stuff.
Mine is simple. Just a vote. Having a vote that counts.
Have a vote
that counts in a democracy. That's the way to do it. Every 4 years, well, every 2 years, go out there, vote. We'll have a great time the rest of the week, no matter what happens. Bouncing a little bit off those lows in the ES. It's Topstep TV, real trades, real money. Let's go.
Topstep VIP is an experience unlike anything else in the trading industry. This exclusive opportunity gives a select group of traders a VIP shot at funding on us. Imagine getting the tools, support, and coaching you need to take your trading to the next level for free. With Topstep VIP, we'll set you up in a 100K Topstep X Trading Combine for free. Plus, we're giving you 6 free resets if you need them to help you stay on track. You'll also get exclusive access to our VIP Discord channel, where our performance coaches will be there to guide and support you every step of the way. And when you pass the Combine, there are no activation fees. We'll activate your Express funded account for free. If you ever need assistance, our white glove trader support team will be there for you, making sure you have everything you need. As a Topstep VIP, you're getting something most traders would pay thousands of dollars for. Personalized coaching and mentorship from the best in the business for free. Meet your VIP coaches. Coach Jay's Lunatics. Coach Jay brings 8 years of experience, including 2 years in Topstep trading combines and funded accounts. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop spent nearly 14 years working at the CME. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Coach Ray, aka Wildebeest Trader, brings 25 plus years of trading experience, specializing in futures since 2017. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Coach Vince brings 20 plus years of trading experience. Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul has over 40 years of trading experience, including 20 years of trading on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. These elite coaches have years of experience helping traders succeed, and you'll have direct access to them as part of your VIP experience. Want to be the next VIP trader? Make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV for all the latest updates and details on how you could be selected for this game-changing opportunity.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Yes, that's right. That's the Tuckman song, but the Tuckman is having some big man phone problems right now. His phone died. We're hoping to get him back in here. So
What?
at some point, Tuckman might just be launched out of the ether and onto your screens. Just straight uncut Tuckman. But in the meantime, I do have Dolby time with me. JD is going to be joining us in a little bit. We'll search some trades out here, touching new lows now in the ES. Dolby,
Touching them.
what do you see here? Touching them gently.
Looks like NQ is about to caress these lows here. Just been straight down ever since we rejected off the upper Dorito edge around 20,200. So if you had your bag of chips this morning, you should have been ready. Just put that Dorito right on the screen and you would have had your level. But we are getting real low here in the NASDAQ, probably approaching 20,000, might even touch it. Chat, let us know if you think that NASDAQ will break 20,000 today. Let us know.
That big old psychological number. I presume the spot market's already below it right now. I don't have the NASDAQ spot up. SPX, though, what level we got there? Oh, we're through 5,700 in the SPX, trading 56.97 right at the moment here. Let us know in the chat where you're stepping in front of this hootenanny.
Yeah, is there like what's the button for new lows? We have one for new highs. Do you have like a sad sound for breaking 20,000, Jack?
James, do you have that tweet I sent, or not the tweet, the comment from Anne Marie back there?
Yeah, you talking about this one?
Yeah. We need a sound that goes with this, just like a flush or a big wet crap.
Did you just
That's
shart?
what the ES is doing. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I was doing potty training all weekend, so I got fecal matter on my mind. All right. NVIDIA still up 1.4%. Is this reversing here? Well, we've seen it kind of consolidate a few times, most recently when Dakota was talking about it just before the end of fast markets, but then we made new legs low. There was some pretty aggressive, seemed like some stops going off. Now we're still dancing right around there. It'll be the bull. Yeah.
Dancing, I'm dancing.
What do we got? We got this, 57.25 level, Jack? Is that what you're looking at? That seems like that's gotten touched several times on the 1 hour. We are
so
a little bit.
Go into so we're through last week's low. I believe that line is at 57.32. The weekly, let me check here on my top step levels. Weekly kickoff low is at 57.20.
57. No, we're real close. Okay, I got Falling Man. There we go. Now we're good.
Falling Man. Let me zoom out here so we can see what makes that level so special.
See if I can find a window emoji for this Falling Man to jump out of.
Yeah, the 57.20 goes pretty much back to the lows of October 3rd. We're pressing here. So S&P 500 at its lowest in a month.
Yeah. Bottom of the range, if you are a range trader, 4 hour range low, it's right around 57.32. And the high was 5800s. So if you like cheap longs, you might like that one. But Jack, you were saying you wanted to get long down here, right? You wanted to buy this thing.
I do, but I gotta wait. Get a little bit of a pop here. Where's our risk?
Lower. And our profit higher. I would say below like 57.20. I mean, can you risk 10 points in ES?
Yeah, sure. Down to 57.20. I kind of love to see this most recent candle print first. Okay. This is the biggest pullback we've gotten on the 5-minute candles since we started accelerating down here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll put one on. Oh, shoot. You see what I did there?
Uh-oh.
I still had the 10 lot queued up for a micro thing, and I was in the ES there, so that could have gotten spicy.
Outstanding. Versatile challenge coming to get you.
Oh.
Oh, who's that? Ding dong.
Somebody's at the
No
door.
candy. No candy. Get out of here.
We may have to
Ding,
chase
ding, ding.
this.
All
Oh,
right.
hello.
I'm out.
Jack, I missed the
JD?
last minute or so. Are you getting long or short in the ES?
Long.
Okay.
You know what I might do? Okay. Let's say our position is going to be. I'll trade 2 or 3 lots. I'm trying to figure out where I want to just put one on so we have the trade. Oh, no.
Oh, Jack. What happened?
I was on the bid. No, I'm not fat fingering. I just, it's,
You did join bid and it went right through you?
Just
yeah.
Or right past you, I should say.
Right past. Here we go. We're going to get filled here. All right. We're in long 1 from 32. And we'll wait to see it come back a little bit.
132. Nice.
Gotcha.
And for now, I'm just going to always keep a disaster stop somewhere. Just in case something, catastrophic stop in case something happens. Longer we hang out down here, the more I am liking this because I think we can hold this for a good long time if.
I mean, range-bound market. This is the lower end of the range.
The question is, there's a dance between like how aggressively, do I just put some on it each time, or how aggressively do I chase this? Because it's already starting to. I already chased that pretty good.
You talking about adding in here? If you get Momo?
MP is going to take me out behind the wood shack and beat me if I just put on one ES.
We got some wood to chop in the house account today too. That's for sure.
Yes,
yeah, one contract isn't going to get it done here.
Size up. Just start slamming those 1 lots in there. JD, you trade this morning?
No, I did not trade. I was what do you call it?
Working?
I was driving the episode. Hoag had the keys to the house account. And Dakota was firing off trades all morning.
He was.
So I may be wrong in this, Kay, but I wouldn't call this a knife catch. To me, the knife catch is if I was buying it while it was drilling through those
yeah. No, you
lows.
Waited. Yeah, you waited for some structure. There's structure developing. Okay. You look at a 1 minute or a 3 minute chart, you see that downside structure developing, sort of a rounding bottom. That's a
yeah. I mean, you look.
It's a good way to get into a long trade on the downside.
There's a lot of good stuff if you look left on the 1 hour or the 4 hour chart on the ES, like right around where we got long. I mean, you have all this stuff from October 7th. You even have some resistance that became support around the end of last week of August. So there's a really good line right there. What is that? 57.20-ish, 25.
So if we blow through and then like for now I'm putting the risk down below the weekly low. I don't want to get obviously it's the day before the election. This thing could run way against us. So
you might get that during power hour, just like a real mean sell-off or something, just the day before. People want to not carry a trade in. I think your trade's great, though. This current trade you have is just an excellent range trade.
What did happen with Peter Tuchman? I had to step away for a few minutes.
His phone's charging.
His phone's charging. Okay.
Correct.
Happens to the best of us.
Yep. Ain't that the truth? So, Jack, we're looking to add another one here. You're already up about 3 points in this ES trade. You're just going to add every point higher? Get up to like 5 contracts? Maybe 10?
I don't know. I'll divert to you guys here. We don't have any guest on it. I would like to have more on. I'm not like super aggressive right now with trying to add. Like maybe there's sort of like a time thing going on here. I'll add one more at 730 right here just to get somewhat of a size on. And,
Mm-hmm.
28s could be good. Even
we'll be
25s,
risking about, I might
24s.
refine what our stop loss is, but we get a second one on. We'll be risking something in the neighborhood of like $1,500 on this trade. And we could tighten that up a little bit.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We're back above Friday's low, last week's low. Same price, 57.32 half.
Jack, what are your
And we're seeing some port here.
Yeah. Well, I think
up, Dolby?
buying even anything between like 57.24 and 57.30s are all buys in my eyes. It's not until we get below 57.24 when I say that structure is really broken. Maybe we get some vicious run to the downside. This all looks like buys for me. It just depends what your risk is. But I was actually curious on your guys' opinions on Nvidia leaving the Nazi and joining the Dow.
Well, it's still on the Nazi. That's not how it
Oh,
works.
Is that not?
It's not like the Champions Tour in golf.
What? If they get promoted, they're on both now.
Yeah, and the S&P 500. It's in all of them.
I thought it was like the EPL. You get like promoted to like a new league.
And relegation.
You get relegated like to the RTY.
You do get relegated to the RTY. You get promoted. Yes.
What's Nvidia doing right now? We got some chatter in the chat.
I mean, everyone says Nvidia is rolling every time it goes down 20 cents. I mean, yes, Nvidia is up 1.3% right now. It was up as much as, I don't know, close to 3 or something like that. But now it's pushing a little bit. Here, let me see what we got here. So, yeah, it's kind of it's been pushing down on this market move here. But, I mean, like we said, Nvidia is a big part of both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and now the Dow.
So
and they replaced Intel.
So does Intel get relegated then? Ooh, nice move here in the ES.
Yeah.
Up 5 points, 6 points. Really strong. Wish you had some more on.
Enough.
I know.
Well,
I know.
We didn't chase. If it gets...
My camera just popped out of focus. I'll be right back, guys.
Uh-oh.
Camera popped out of focus.
All right. With this webcam.
Jack, what's your opinion on battery-powered cameras?
You shouldn't use them if you're on TV. I took that trade off 422.
Oh, nice.
And my thought is that we can put it back on again if it dips back down. That was a pretty aggressive move to the upside there. You're looking for about 10 points. We got close to it. That was close enough.
What'd you get on that one?
What I get out at? It doesn't show me on the live account.
Oh,
one second.
Oh yeah. How much money though? Because sorry, the overlay is actually blocking your P&L.
Oh, we're up $422 in this account.
Damn.
So a scratch in the armor. We needed a 10 lot or something there.
Okay.
Needed 50 there.
Just,
we did.
A couple more of those.
So
we're in good shape.
If we took off 32, I guess we took off 41. 40.
Yeah, 8.5. Yeah, 8.5 points out of it.
All right. Well, now we sit for a little bit.
Yep.
Let me take a look. Well, what are you guys seeing in the Nasdaq? I really honestly freaking hate the Nasdaq so much.
Let's take a look. We got the S&P still 75%, 76% long in the tilt. Nasdaq only 67%.
I mean, NASDAQ is kind of setting up for that. It had a really similar trade as what you took on the ES. It just bounced.
I saw Dakota in the chat a little while ago.
Yeah.
Dakota was along the NQ while you were along the ES. He's flat now. But there is some structure building here. We never took out the initial balance low.
Yeah.
A little bit of strength in there. This could be a melt up.
Oh, you're looking at the NQ though, yeah. We did take out the initial balance low. It looks like, yeah, in the ES. We're pumping through it now.
This is just all range bound. It's so range bound. I don't know how much action we're going to get. Probably until like power hour. We're going into lunch right now, so I don't know who has a ton of motivation to move the market before an election. Probably get some volatility around 2-ish. People start resizing or whatever. Nice bounce. Great if you're a range trader all day.
Surprised there's not more violent stuff. Like, it really is. That is a real big gap in the 10-year yields today. After the run up on Friday, we gapped down 10 basis points. We're kind of back around 4.3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a couple conflicting trades going on here where, like, the higher yields is the Trump trade. The higher stocks might also be higher Bitcoin. And look, I see Peter
What's up,
Tuchman back
guys?
there.
Let's get him in.
Peter, what's
Let's
happening?
go. Let's go. Hey guys, just my phone was playing games with me. I couldn't even get my thing back up and running. How you guys doing it?
We're doing great. Just caught a little bit of
Talking
this
about
bounce.
Trump in the election.
Yeah, a little bit with the yields, you know. But yeah, we're one day to the election, Peter. What are you seeing?
You know, I'm sort of curious with the. I mean, market just sort of sold off at 11:30. Can't tell if it's sort of a European closing of the European market. Often we'll see markets here sell off a bit after that happens, or could could be the market's a little bit skittish coming into the election. You know, I'm not. It was a strange weekend. If you watched, you know, obviously there, the combat, the combat zone between the two of them going after each other, and just all the chatter and stuff, which really is just a bunch of gibberish on both parts. Um, you know, I think that we're going to. I think the market. It's just kind of a gut feeling, but the market feels like it wants to sort of break down a little before the election, so that it can sort of position itself. So I think that's what we're seeing. Um, I don't think anybody knows it's really what's going to happen. You know, I don't even know if it's funny if you try and analyze it. People who are who think that one side or the other is going to win. There's still no way to really analyze how the market's going to interpret their win and how the market's going to react. Right? I mean, I just you hark back to the last time this happened. Right? We were down. He got the presidency at 3:30 in the morning. We were down 1,000 points instantly, and then by the time we opened, we were up 1,000 points. Right. So net, I think the news cycle is fast enough that whatever happens is just going to kind of get moved through. I don't think we're going to harp on it. You know, the only thing that could really mess us up is if there's no decision made about who is the next president, and that sort of hangs out there like a shoe on the end of a of a fishing pole or something. And I think that could be problematic. And then also you're going to, depending on what happens in Congress and whatnot, if we end up with a stalemate where it comes to decision making, that's also going to affect the market. But you know what? My best answer is I have no idea. I mean, what do you guys think? I have no idea.
No, I don't think anyone does, and I think it's hard to. I mean, maybe we'll see some de-risking towards the end of the year. You know, a lot of profits out there and a lot of things, plus this uncertainty. Last month we've had the VIX rising while the S&P's been rising. I guess we'll find out in the next couple days. So, yeah, I'm excited for it.
You know what? There's a great little tidbit of historic data that 8 out of 8 of the last elections, after the election, irrespective of who won, the market sold off from the 6th until the 21st, and then we had a major rally into the end of the year. Right? It's happened apparently. I heard it on some kind of somebody was analyzing the historic data around elections and markets, and apparently over the 8, if you track the last 8 presidential elections, a week after the election, market broke down, sold off kind of hard, capitulated around the 21st, and then completely turned around. And those next 6 weeks were a rally into the end of the year. So that would be nice. I like that kind of scenario, and that works for me.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where everyone's gonna be losing their minds for the next couple days. And after it, regardless of what's happened, it's going to be like, oh, yeah, we still have, 50% of the global market cap in our companies. So pretty good stuff going on there. Well,
and there's
Peter,
a lot of money.
Yeah. Peter, you want to talk a little bit about Wall Street Global Trading Academy?
I
What do you guys got
appreciate it.
going
Thanks,
on?
guys. So, look, we are on November 13th. We're having a live free masterclass. Look, the crazier this market gets, the more important technical analysis is, right? You guys are trading futures. We are trading 80% of the time. Wall Street Global is trading futures thanks to you guys. But at the end of the day, the only markets that are cooperating, right, trading the futures is using technical analysis, is using the charts, is using stop orders. It's imperative in a market that can completely change on a dime. Look at the spiders now. In the last, 25 minutes, they've just fallen off a cliff. If you don't protect your downside risk or upside risk, depending on what side of the market you are, you're going to get hurt. And if you don't use the charts and you're using like FOMO, hype, hope, Uncle Herbie on the internet telling you what to do, you're going to get yourself in trouble. And you can easily blow up your trading account. And that's what we don't want you guys to do. So everybody should be on Topstep. Everybody should be on Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Check out our live free master classes and come and join us. You can trade. We're going to probably be trading through the election using Topstep and using technicals. So check it out.
That sounds awesome. Be sure to check it out. We pinned Peter's link there to the top of the chat. Everybody, Peter Tuchman, for the last time. I cannot wait to hear what you have to say Friday once hopefully all this stuff is sorted out. We can get back to the important things in life. So, Peter, thank you very much. We'll see you soon, man.
Got you guys. Bye. Ciao.
All right. With that, we seem to have lost JD for a second.
Rebel.
Right here.
He's back.
Got a little sniffle. I don't like blowing my nose on camera.
That's good camera discipline. I don't think anybody wants to see that.
You have to blow an account on camera too, man.
That's a rough one. So walking through some other markets here, crude oil, nice little bid, had a 5-minute range, broke out of that from 71.20 up to about 71.60, a little 40-cent rally in the crude. And it looks like all of the other markets have kind of rallied with it, besides copper a little bit, gold a little bit, but NASDAQ, RTY, and the YM all have some very strong bounces going on.
Certainly do. Who's our friend where we know all roads and maybe nodes lead? See VWAP lurking up there.
Yeah, where's it at? I mean, why not? Jack, how do you feel about pulling your ES? We only had one trade or one contract on. Do you wish you had two? Is it tough only trading that one contract? Do you wish you had?
Well, let me see, Dolby. Do I wish on a winning trade that I had two instead of one? Yes. I wish I had 100.
For the insight.
Well, I mean, that was. I say that now, and I don't mean this in any like good trading way, but that's as easy as a trade you'll ever see. I don't know if we ever saw a red print in that, maybe a half a point. We caught part of this, and you know what? It could run higher. It's about 6 points higher now than where we took that one off. But one wasn't going to break the bank either way. I am fine with what we did there. I didn't go in saying, "Oh, we're gonna hold this and trail this to Valhalla," in part because I think it's going to be choppy today, the day before the election. So, I mean, we get back up to VWAP, then same thing we have at the bottom. I might be looking for some consolidation and looking to go short a little bit if we consolidate. I think we're going to bounce kind of around there, unless Ann Seltzer drops a poll again or something like that. Who knows? So that's where I'm at.
JD, any markets you're looking at right now for a trade?
Got the NASDAQ up right now still.
The short here is kind of interesting.
We are dead in the middle of the range. Just about. Got a VWAP up at 2137, and that would be what's next to VWAP there?
We
Price
had
value area low.
Yeah. I mean, we had these 20,120s act as resistance back on Halloween. And now we're back there again. So maybe those end up resisting. We head back lower, or it's just a little speed bump on the way to the middle again, because that's where VWAP is.
Well, we kind of peaked right off of where I have like the volume point of control in the NASDAQ on this bar right here, like almost to the tick.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing in a good range right now that I would like to trade. No, I mean, everything really broke out. There was a really nice 5-minute range in the YM. If you are a YM trader, that happened right around like 10:55 or so, had a bunch of little 5-minute candles kind of just consolidate. A really nice breakout. From there, about 41,800 to a 200-point rally off that 5-minute range. That's pretty nice.
What do they do in the YM now that what's joining it? Nvidia is replacing Intel, and Sherwin-Williams. That's the most Dow thing ever. It's like Sherwin-Williams.
What?
Sherwin-Williams.
Amazon, Nvidia, Sherwin-Williams.
You know what, Jack? Sherwin-Williams is a front for something. I mean, if you ever drive past the place, there's nobody in the parking lot except like one car, guy that's trying to sell paint.
Let's throw the risk disclaimer up there in case if that is the truth about Sherwin-Williams, I don't want them and the Dutch boys to come F me up.
I got Sherwin knocking on my door right now. Williams is in the car.
You'll have Sherwin and Williams coming after you. That's their law division.
But the Dow could have just added Nvidia. They had to add some other boomer corporation to it with it. Sherwin-Williams. Anyway, but how do they do that? It's because the Dow's price weighted. The price of the Dow has changed today because they replaced. Is Intel's price similar to? Let me take a look at this.
No way. Intel's like.
Well, they have different market caps. Oh, right.
I don't know. I have no idea. That's an interesting question. Not on the Series 3, but it is an interesting question. I was always impressed on how they got all of the Ace hardwares to smell exactly the same. Like, what's the secret?
Those are franchises too.
Yeah,
yeah,
but it's the hoses.
And everyone,
they all smell like rubber hoses, right?
I think so. Well, some of them smell like popcorn. They have like popcorn plus rubber hoses. I just don't understand. Yeah, it's like a smell I will never forget. It's the smell of an Ace hardware. Ooh, what's up, VWAP? We're getting there.
Well,
it's like a core memory of my childhood is going to Ace Hardware with my dad and getting popcorn and walking around the store. I'm like, man, this smells like my childhood.
Cool. Yeah,
I got an Ace 3 blocks from me. It's great.
Walk in. Let me know how it smells.
Not too many around yet.
Back at VWAP.
Where's your VWAP starting from?
I just did the standard one, whatever's on the Topstep X indicators. But it is anchored at the beginning of the day. So 5. And it has it at around 136, 137-ish.
Oh, you're looking at the N Quizzle. Sorry,
yeah.
Yes.
The N Quizzle.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think they're all.
You know, you know what we never did this morning, guys, was our Positive Monday.
Well, it's still Monday.
You guys in for it? You up for it?
Yeah, let's show it.
James, you got our Positive Monday? There it is.
Oh.
There are people out there who love and depend on you. Get your mitt and get in the damn game. It's Positive Monday. From the man, Dan Tompkins, a legend in the Logan Square, Chicago community.
There you go.
Really? Who is this? Who's this gentleman?
Oh, he's just a buddy of mine. But
nice.
He sends out a message every Monday morning, Positive Monday. He sends it to like 50 people. He sends it out individually too. It doesn't come in a group text. Like he individually texts 50 people.
Nice guy.
For not doing that.
Positive Monday. But he's been doing it for over a year, so I told him, like, if you keep doing it and you're consistent, I'm going to put you on TV, dude. And he just kept doing it. So this is 5 weeks in a row now that we've gotten Dan's Positive Monday message on TopstepTV.
You a Bears fan, JD?
Yes, big Bears fan.
Okay.
What a
Good to
joke.
see.
Just friggin' chaos in the backfield every time they snap the ball.
It's the offensive line.
It's such a disaster. It's such a disaster. It's so frustrating to watch. Are we really going to waste another year of a quarterback? Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
4-4. All right.
Far.
Should have waited till after the Bears talk for Positive Monday.
Yeah.
We did a complete
bring that
360
back up
there.
again. I need a new positive
Stare into the abyss Monday. All right. We're taking a look in the ES. Maybe printing our first red candle here on the 5-minute.
Yeah. I mean,
It's already
shorts and Nasdaq
slowed
could be
it
interesting.
down a little bit.
If we're playing VWAP projection, the time is soon. Or now. Probably now. Or like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, if you guys are going to do it, it's cleaner in the NASDAQ if you're trying to do that VWAP trade. We're nowhere near it, really, in the ES.
JD, you got it up? You want me to do it? Do you even like the ES trade, JD?
The ES trade or the NQ trade?
Or sorry, the NASDAQ.
NQ.
NASDAQ trade. Yeah. VWAP NASDAQ
I like
trade.
it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Selling one.
You're in?
I'm putting risk unless we don't like it around 20,136. So just above kind of that little 1 minute range. That can always change, but so far so good. Nice momentum.
Good entry.
As a reminder, we got the group coaching form up there in the
119.
chat. If you want to ask questions, JD and Hoag during the 12:30 half-hour segment today, put them in that form, and we will get to them as best we can.
We sure will.
I just sent you the. We're in at 20,119 and 3/4. A little bit far away from VWAP, but still a part of the same move, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's close.
I would say so.
It is quite close. JD, would you want to add any more? Like at VWAP? We have a little bit of wiggle room. We could try to add another one at VWAP.
Tilt just paired off. We're 54% long in the NQ now, 57% long in the ES. Let's see where
Downside?
this
Downside targets?
I want to see where this 3-minute candle closes. See if we can get another pop in volume.
Joseph says he's never seen the house account that low.
Uh-huh.
You knew, I feel like that
Where you
that
been?
meme with the two guys in the nooses. Yeah, you knew here?
Yeah, right. First time. Yeah, we're maintaining those higher lows, lower highs. Got a little mini mini Dorito in the NASDAQ. Yeah, 1 minute mini Dorito. See if the bears can push us below, let's say like 210s and 100s. That would be nice. Get out of this little mini Dorito that we got going on. So looking for downside targets here for this profit. I mean, I would say that range to range would be pretty good, which would get you at like 20,030s, 20,020s. Bueller?
I could see
Say it
that.
again. I blacked out there for a second.
Yeah, did you?
Everybody
Chat,
my mind just went away.
That's right. It happens.
Little pop in volume.
I mean, it's good momentum so far. Nothing to be worried about here. We'll just take it. We can get down to like 100s, like sub 100s. We can go to break even on the trade or reduce our risk a little bit. This Dorito, though, oh, look at you buyers coming back up on that bottom edge. Tricky.
What
are
do
you
we
looking
got?
at? Is it a 1 minute chart, Dolby?
This is a 1 minute. Yeah, this is a 1 minute Dorito pattern.
Can't keep NVIDIA down of 1.7%. Rest of the Mag 7 down. Most of them over 1%. Biggest loser is Tesla.
And right
Down
behind that,
1.65%.
Green Bay Packers.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yes.
Aha. Man, Lions look scary good.
Yeah, the
They're
Lions
going to
look
destroy the Bears.
pretty legit.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
They're going to put up
Super
a whole
Bowl.
lot of points.
They need to win the Super Bowl. They have
I would
to.
be great. I'd be so happy for the Lions if they won a Super Bowl. I would
Same
cheer
here.
for them.
Same here.
Oh, 100%. I was last time.
Yeah. Never been there.
Never been to Detroit?
Yeah, neither have I.
No, Super Bowl.
I have. Oh. No, I'm glad I had the option to go when the Bears went, and I am glad I did not.
I don't remember anything after the Devin Hester kickoff. It was all a blur after that.
Were you at the game, Dolby?
No, I was not. Thankfully.
I was at a bar in Lincoln Park, JD, and people were like spiking pint glasses during. That was the most outrageous start to a game ever, and it was all downhill from there. And Rex, the sex cannon Grossman couldn't save us, but it was a closer game than people remember.
Mm-hmm.
Well, defense got us there. That was the reason.
Great team. Great team. You know what sucks about being a Bears fan? It's just always having to like recall our past. I'm like, oh, remember '86? Remember 2006? It's like, no. I mean, I do, but I don't want to. I want to remember yesterday for us being great, not like 30 or 40 years ago. So frustrating.
JD, as we're waiting for this confirmation, Dorito, I'm hearing something about what is this makeup bag thing?
Oh, we playing that?
This is good stuff.
Jamesy Boy Harden brought it up.
So, yeah, when we first started Topstep TV and I was going on the air a little bit, my wife was watching and she's like, I think there's a few things you could do to improve your appearance on TV. So she went out and purchased a custom makeup kit for me. And she tutored me. She trained me on how to use it. I've never actually used it. Don't tell her that. But I carry it with me in my bag. And yeah, she put a lot of thought into it, a lot of time, and we spent about a half hour in the bathroom training on how to apply makeup to my face. And then
JD, you're a good husband.
Ooh, nice little rally here on the NQ. We might get stopped.
What color lipstick? What color lipstick did she put in the bag?
Well, Eddie, I'm glad you asked because we do have a video rundown of it, and here it is.
No way.
I've never actually used it, but my wife made me a makeup kit.
Let's see it.
On Topstep TV. I carry it around with me every day.
Why haven't you used it yet?
We spent 20 minutes in the bathroom together. She showed me how to use all the different applications, and I'm not gonna lie to you, like it was like in one ear out the other. I totally did not retain any of the information. But here's my Golden Girls makeup bag, gift from my wife. Double sealed.
Oh wow.
We have some Elf Matte Puffy Primer with a little brush in case I get too shiny. Oil blotting tissues also in case you're feeling a little too shiny.
Those are useful.
Some CeraVe. You put this under your eyes to remove bags.
Oh wow. Noted.
And I believe this was, yes, for my eyebrows. I have blonde eyebrows and sometimes people can't see them. So she suggested I color them in. That's my makeup kit.
I like that.
I didn't know there were such kits. No.
Mick and James were thoroughly impressed in the office. And yeah, we even came up with an idea to do a Topstep makeup kit for everybody on there. So
I've always seen your eyebrows, JD. I always seen them.
Thank you.
About to get stopped out here. It's NASDAQ is really trying to push higher. A little bit of resistance at VWAP. It might just flush us real quick. If we do get stopped out, it'd be minus 325. Not a huge trade. Not a lot of risk on here. I've not seen a red 5-minute candle in quite a bit. Which is not great.
It's coming to get you, Dolby. By the way, I have to apologize on air. I did the trader roast last week, and people submit them. I don't know who these people are, but then Lila wrote a very sweet message back, an email, to Tim, and I just want to say officially that I take back everything I said about Lila and Lila's Trading. Lila is a wonderful, beautiful soul who can do no wrong.
I think that's the first email you've ever gotten, Jack, from roasting someone. Is it a little bit confronting seeing just the innocence behind the card, just someone emailing in and like, oh, thank you so much?
Well, they
While you
they
roast
submit
them?
them. They submit them, so I figure
They know they're
I
going to
figure
get
they're-
roasted. Yeah,
That's true.
they should at least be a little prepared for it. It's called
Be
roast
sure
my
to-
trade.
Yeah, it is roast my trades. But how about we do a little round of like our YouTube? Be sure to like and subscribe. I see all y'all in the comments. You've all subscribed. Do that so that we can afford snacks and things like that to get us through this day.
We're out. Minus 328.
Yeah.
All right.
You know,
we're
every
still-
time we get over 1,500 likes, we get an extra potato for the day. So let's get that number up here. I'm getting pretty hungry.
Yes.
Also,
Speaking of-
thanks to everybody for the 2,000 likes, or sorry, 2,000 follows on TopstepTV X account. We have made it over 2,000 follows. Pretty awesome.
Somebody in the chat, I forgot what the name was, asked me about what I'm thinking about the bond yields right now. And the answer is pretty much nothing until if you're trying to play it before we know who wins this election, you're just gambling pretty much, unless you have, I don't know, maybe one of you in there is like the head of risk for a large bank, in which case, by all means, you need to hedge your positions, Silicon Valley Bank. But if you're not in that position, hold off. We're kind of comfortable. It's moving quite a bit. We're around 4.3 in the 10-year right now. It's likely that if Trump wins, that those yields will rise. How much? No idea. It's all spirit animals and vibes. If Kamala wins, the yields will probably go down a little bit, but that says nothing about where they're going eventually. There's a lot of big talkers on Wall Street who are expecting 10-year rates above 5%. Now, you always got to keep in mind that there's a certain segment of the investor talking head population that always thinks that rates are going to be way higher. Santelli. And, if you say something's going to happen someday, you never really get called on it if it never happens. You just die before it happens and it never happens. I think they'll probably drift a little bit lower eventually, but it totally depends on what happens as far as policy and stuff going forward. We just touched VWAP and bounced off a little bit in the ES. I was busy waxing about bonds. Although I don't think I wasn't going to take that trade just because it hit VWAP. Now let's see if we can get some consolidation. Hey, you've seen the house account make money this hour. We also made
are
$9,000
up.
last week.
It's funny what you talk about the right information, Jack, and things look really nice.
Yeah, we'll get grand.
I'm not in love with any trade location here. Is all very middle of range.
Oh yeah, it's the definition of diddling in the middle.
Maybe shorts and RTY because it's kind of grasping at straws here, but a little bit of a 5-minute range in the RTY. I think session highs are at 22.48 and we're at 22.43. So maybe there's a little bit of value to be had in a short-term short trade, or you just wait for 22.47s or 48s as well.
I don't like trading RTY because it's too sensitive to interest rates. And if there's a lot of movement there, it's like I feel like I'm taking on a shadow trade where I would why not just be trading bonds at that point? That's how I feel about RTY. I really have the indices, if I was left to my own devices, only like to trade the ES.
Is anyone making you trade anything else other than the ES, Jack?
Occasionally.
How rude.
They don't want me. They won't let me trade my beloved product anymore.
That's because we don't have like 2 months to figure out if your trade is going to work, Jack.
That'd be sick, though.
This is the internet. It seems to happen now, right now.
Jack, were you surprised to see? Were you surprised about how many bond and note related questions there were on the Series 3 exam? Did you have a test like that?
I
Mine
did.
was filled with them.
Filled.
So, yeah, and I wasn't. Let's put it this way: like you, I wasn't complaining about it either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was. 0 questions on range trading. A lot of questions on bonds and spreads.
After like the 10th question, I was, this is gonna be a breeze, you know. Like, I'm gonna take a break, come back, answer some more bond questions.
You get about 30 more of those.
Well, it's interesting. Here's a quick primer here. I mean, it depends on. I don't know what. I'd be interested to see a breakdown of like what most people with a Series 3 or whatever else are doing. But as far as hedging goes, like actual, use of it in the economy, like, yeah, it's easy to understand the oil and corn stuff, but the treasury bond futures market, the whole curve, there's so much volume that goes on there. I don't have the stats in front of me, but it's by far the most traded. And the reason is that it's hedges for everything, banks, mortgage dealers. Well, it's mimics cash. It expands your risk. You can hedge very cheaply. The example I always use is when, think about all the banks and whatever else that hold fixed rate mortgages. And this is how like Silicon Valley and stuff collapses. If you have a fixed rate mortgage coming in that you had at 3%, interest rates start rising, you're going to get hosed on that. If you have, depending on what the term is, you have to go out there to hedge to make sure you don't get killed. My understanding is they just did not hedge any of their stuff very well. So you get these things where it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that as rates are going higher, you actually have all these people coming in and selling more and more of it because they have to keep their books hedged. Mortgage convexity hedging.
Well, that was definitely not in the Series 3. Mortgage convexity hedging?
Very good explanation.
Well, basically, like, it's just like the treasury bond stuff, like, is the market. That is like the big daddy of them all. And yes, it's not super exciting to point and click trade. That just means you're not trading enough. But mostly it's done with spreads and against other products or to hedge, your actual stuff. All right. Okay, we got about
2 minutes left.
God, I was having so much fun here talking bonds and hanging out at VWAP that I forgot that it's 11:56 right now. So we don't have too much more time here. Hey, we took 2 trades. We came out above 0 this hour. I think that's a job well done. We got Peter to stop by. So, Dolby, any final thoughts?
Hang in there, everybody. Manage your risks. It's going to be a funky week of trading. Journal, and if you have some losing trades, just write it down and learn from it. But you don't get these markets every day, every year. So once every 4 years or once every 2 years. Why'd you say once every 2 years, Jack? Why'd you say that? Because
there's midterms too. What are you, a low propensity voter?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so every 2 years, you don't really get this that often. So be careful. You don't have to trade. No one's making you trade. That's it. It's okay to take time off.
There you go. JD?
Yep.
Glad you got your makeup tutorial out there. Anything else you want to leave us with?
No, if you're looking for a hobby, go put together some makeup kits. Actually, I mentioned it. The idea was brought up for Topstep makeup kits, and I'm going to reintroduce that today during our production meeting after work. So we'll try and get those
JD,
for you.
You're naturally beautiful. You don't need makeup.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it.
A big, beautiful man. All right. With that, that is the end of the Power Players segment. Hope you had fun, but you're going to have more fun. Stick around. Mick is on next for Shoulder Tap. So I'll be talking to Mick about our traders. It's time to enter the afternoon segment. Let's go.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking, to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. The champion, the people's champ, Mick, is back. Mick, long time no see. What's happening, my man?
Hey, happy to be with you, Jack. I am not the people's champion. I'm a champion for the people. The people are the champions. The viewers are the champions. And we got a lot of people acting like champs today with the P&Ls and the live accounts. I'm very excited to share some big numbers with you, as well as talk about one trader in particular who is up over $30,000 today. We're going to feature them on our one and only trading card for today. But a lot of good stuff. It's nice to be back, Jack. I see you are in the desert. Whereabouts are you?
This is actually from my Halloween. This is a Wikipedia picture of actually the Atacama Desert in Chile. The driest desert in the world, my friend.
You learn something new every day. Have you ever
I did.
been?
I have been close. I've been to the Bolivian salt flats in uni. Me and my wife lived in Santiago for 4 months in about 2018, so saw a lot of the area down here, but the desert is pretty dry and vast, but it's an awesome place. If you ever get a chance to go down to South America, I cannot recommend it enough.
Okay. All right. I do want to get down to South America. What were you guys doing living in Chile for 4 months? If you don't mind me deviating from trading topics and whatnot.
Sure. I was studying abroad during business school, as a matter of fact. So I was taking classes down there, and yeah, awesome place. Chile is a great place, like a base of operations. You're real close to Argentina. You can fly on LATAM or whatever, everywhere you want to go. Went to Peru, uh, Uruguay. Went down to what's it called, Patagonia. It was great. Had a grand old time.
Sounds very nice. Everybody's got regrets in life. One of my regrets was I passed up on the opportunity to do some studying abroad myself. Cuba being one place, and then Peru being another place. In hindsight, should have taken advantage of that, but we all make mistakes. But speaking of mistakes or lack thereof mistakes, I want to rattle off some big P&Ls that I scribbled down today, Jack, for some traders in the live account. So we've got Benjamin up $31,000 in his account. He's actually been fluctuating a little back and forth on the side, on the $30,000 side, up to $33,000 at one point. I got him at 31 right now. We're going to talk about him. He's our one featured trader today in the card. Kind of interesting stuff there that I think you and I will have a lot to unpack and a lot to share with our traders. But aside of Benjamin, we've got Nicholas in day one of his live account. He is up $15,000 today, day one. So we love talking about big days. 15 grand is nothing to scoff at, and it's day one. So coming out of the gates very strong. I will say, though, when you come out starting strong, sometimes I know I've felt this way myself, and I've seen it, and I've heard it from our other traders. You may feel a little invincible or as though you have an S on your chest, which is something to be very careful about. But it's a really good start. We just got to keep an eye on the downside. So very happy for you, Nicholas. Keep it up. We've got Hung Chen up 10,500. We've got Derek up 9,600. Jonathan is up 8,600. Lena 7,100. G up 5,300. Matthew up 4,700. George up 4,300, and Karen up 4,900, just to name a few of our many traders on the live accounts and how they are doing today. A lot of things could change since I wrote these names down too and signed on, with the markets moving a little bit and people trading some size.
Yeah. Speaking of the markets moving, just wanted to update that I'm watching the ES right now. We sold off a little bit. We were punished for our cowardice for not selling VWAP in the ES last hour, but no FOMO here. With that, Mick, would you like to dive into this first card, or do you want to talk about anything else?
I do, actually, since you bring up the VWAP stuff. What's been going on in the house account? I see the house account's down a little bit. What were we looking at there? What was the group looking at?
Yes, the house account.
I shouldn't say a little bit. Down about 15,000. What's happening?
Yes. What happened
What are we
there
doing? Why?
was during fast
Why?
markets. Well, as you can probably get, if you had to look at the charts right now from about 8:30 when fast markets starts, until when it ends, you might guess what we were doing, which was getting short. I think on 2 or 3 separate occasions for between 5 and 10 lots in the NQ.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I do have some thoughts about that along the way, because it always hurts when you pick a direction that ends up being right. Like there was quite the sell off towards the end of the show. I think we've been doing poorly, Mick, with, Michael talks about those vicious V-shaped um, corrections. It feels almost sometimes like we're too much short biased in general. And as we know, the market goes up
over time,
generally speaking, over time. So you're
a
kind of
random
putting
walk.
yourself the random walk upwards. And I don't want to play hindsight capital right here, because if it goes, I mean, say it did break, and it could. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's an election tomorrow, things like that. You could have a big winner if when it started breaking down there, we're short keeps on breaking down. No doubt. It just didn't happen. It's maybe a little bit of a low probability trade. We got a very little bit of it back last hour buying, but just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I did want to, before one other distraction before we go to the card, as we talk about V-shaped spikes and rebounds and how the market's acting, all along the lines of the election tomorrow, the U.S. presidential election. There is the potential, and we could see big moves in either direction that last a short period of time, followed by big moves in the opposite direction. So I actually would like to say it now, and then I'd like to follow up with it before we end today, and then again tomorrow to start off with, and then before we end tomorrow. And that's, if you've got money in a trade tomorrow and you're seeing wide ranges and violent moves, and this is kind of any time. I mean, really, we require our traders and live accounts to have stops on open positions. It is definitely an environment where if you've got any trade on that's in the money, it's working for you, do drag that stop around. Don't get worried about getting stopped out, because with the lack of liquidity, wide spreads, violent moves, from any uncertainty or volatility, like expect volatility tomorrow evening, even potentially leading up during the day session to the elections. And then anytime thereafter, be very, very careful. So if you got a tiger by the tail, or you get some quick move on even a one lot, protect those profits and be sliding those stops around to lock in profits on anything that's going your way.
Yeah,
very important.
Because we're entering a very binary market there. So this is when I would say that if you're going to do it, like the technical levels aren't going to matter if you're trading some of these
Correct.
products on Tuesday night and the Wednesday, whenever this gets sorted out. So, and it's a time to, trail and move your risk around, because as I said, when I'm referring to a binary market, I mean there's kind of an either or option here, and those things can swing around. But something's way in your favor that you're letting run, it could snap back real quick, because that's just the way these things work. It's an abnormal market. Protect yourself. And oh look, we've spiked back up the VWAP again in the ES.
I've been in situations like this where it's like, oh my gosh, I have so much open trade equity. Like there's no way that I'm not walking away with, a good chunk of dough here on this trade. And boom, that 100-point move or more reverts back and goes 100 points the opposite way. And you see big winners turn into big losers. Fortunately, there's the daily loss limit. But if you're up significant money during any of those, any time during tomorrow or the trading hours that follow, be sure that you're locking in profits. Don't let the big ones turn into losers. All right, that's kind of a segue into our card. Let's pull up Benjamin's card. because Benjamin
That's
is up
good.
big, like I said, up about $31,000 on the day right now. Today is day 25 in Benjamin's live account, and the statistics here that you're seeing out of San Diego are not that great for someone who's in our live account. So Benjamin's been trading NASDAQ and a little bit of Canadian dollar. He's up there for the Canadian dollar, but it's just one day. So it's predominantly NASDAQ. And Jack, if you pull up the trade report, you'll see that this trader, out of the 24 days that are posted on the trade report, they only have, it with today being day 25, and granted they're up big, they only have 4 winning days out of 24 winning days. 4 winning days out of 24 trading days. And, one of those winning days was very big. I think it was $22,000 in wins after at one point being up 38,000. So they captured a large percentage of pretty significant wins, walked away with about half of their equity high on the day, which is good. But I always like to say the more significant those profits are, the larger of a percentage you need to lock a day in. If a $10,000 winning day is a good winning day for you, rule of thumb, you always want to lock in at least 50% of significant profits. But as those profits get to be more and more significant, you move from 50% to 66%, go from a half to 2/3 to being even more as far as percentages of the equity highs locked in. Because they're only at 17% winning days, only at 38% winning trades. The risk-reward ratio on a per-trade basis here is worse than 1-to-1. On a per-contract basis, which they are scaling in and scaling out of trades, they're not finding a lot of good winners. They're not finding a lot of winning days, despite, Jack, I know one of your big things is looking at, what's the P&L high on these days? If someone's only got 17% winning days, where were they at any given time with their P&L high on the days? And there's a lot of days here out of these 24 days where they were up decent money, really decent money. And they turned those days into a $3,000 daily loss limit hit day, which you can see the average losing day is minus $3,200. So 20 of the 24 days on this trade report, they've lost an average of $3,200 a day. And for someone who started with a $50,000 account balance after getting called up from XFA to the live account, their account balance low at one point was $4,200, which is pretty low to start with 50 grand. And there's a lot of losing streaks that, really attributed to someone going down to 4,200. I think today they came in with a little over $11,000 in this account. And hopefully they're locking the day in somewhere around the $30,000 mark. I know one of the risk guys is going to be calling this trader here and, talking to them about locking in such a significant day because they are at the top of our leaderboard for the day as far as daily P&L goes. And, that's where you want to stay. You got the top dog spot. You want to keep it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a story we've seen many times here. I want to say, if he's up 32 grand close that out. Although I did say this about Trader last week, and then the Trader made like 57 grand. That is not, they could have just as easily lost all the 30. But anyway, 32 grand brings you up to a $43,000 account balance, and you're almost back to scratch. As I said last week, that's manna from heaven right there. It gives you a chance to start over. Whenever I see a card like this where, we can only see on these trade reports their P&L high when they were flat. So I know for a fact that he was flat and up 14,500 one day and then lost it all and the loss limit. So those are way too big swings. I think that what really makes me shudder, gives me the heebie-jeebies, is I can only see the high P&Ls when they're flat.
Right.
And I can guarantee you, because he seems to be doing pretty much the same thing every day, that lurking in these days somewhere are days where he's up 30, 40, $50,000 unrealized and then lets it swing all the way back.
I haven't seen much in the way of that, but that's absolutely something to consider here.
Yeah. I think you've had enough days now that
I mean, what else can you say besides that it's not uh it doesn't seem to be working? Like, it's very difficult, even this 150K account. It's like we've seen people in these accounts, you can get to $40,000 up. But some of these folks seem to be trading strategies like, oh, I'm going to hit like 100 and something $1,000 day. And the truth of the matter is, sure, I guess it's possible, but I haven't seen it. And we've seen a lot of days in here, so the probability of that's quite low. So you got to adjust your, your risk, thinking like the most I'm going to make is this. Like if you make $30,000 in a day on a 3K loss limit, that is a massive day.
Yes, and that one thing I like to think about is like if I were in Benjamin's shoes, something I would be strongly considering right now is, yeah, the market could go a little bit more in your favor. He's kind of added to the position a little bit. I'd be thinking through the lens of it's like, wow, I have 17% winning days. This one day gives me a lease on life where I could afford and cover 10 of these losing days of, $3,000, $3,200 is the average losing day. You have to be thinking like that. And alongside thinking like that, you really need to be saying like, it's unsustainable to, continue risking $3,000 day in and day out when I am not putting up that many winning days. Cause it's really 2 days here that have saved this trader from losing their account. If you take those 2 days out of the 24, today's day 25, the account's been gone already. And that's not where you want to be. It's nice that you get those, but they're so few and far between. The way I would be looking at it is I got to lock that in to buy myself some losing days, and I've got to make adjustments to my trading. Because like I said, that P&L low or the account balance low of $4,200, I mean, the biggest losing day here was, it's not listed on the trading card, but I think it was like $3,800 if, with slippage on the $3,000 daily loss limit. If you have a day like that, that gives you $400 left in your account. If you've got, $4,000 left in the account, you lose $3,800, yet you're at $400. Someone like this with $400 in their account, that money based off the activity that they're doing here, it's just going to get lost. Your back is too far up against the wall that you're not going to turn it around. So adjustments need to be made here. Adjustments really need to be made here.
Yeah, I certainly hope that he does. I mean, I guess to make $100,000 with these accounts, that's 15 NQs for 350 points or something. But the problem is when you trade 15 with a 3K limit, you only have 10 points of risk or whatever in like,
they're
just
they're
over
not
leverage.
Anybody at any given time with an account this large can do the 15 contracts. I'm not seeing it from them all the time. I think, biggest position they've had on today was a 9 lot. Something I want to do is we talk about like making adjustments and considering the number of days that were good winning days here. It's like if we extrapolate a little bit and talk about the days where they're up $14,000 and they let that turn into a $2,600 loser, up $5,400, and then turn that into a $3,000 loser, up $3,000. I mean, you could go through and do the math here, up $6,000 and lose $3,000. There's $9,000. That's a $9,000 swing there. If you look at anything that's above 3,000 really, and say, if I'm up $3,000 and I cut it off here and kept half of that, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars over the course of 24 trading days difference on the account balance. And by golly, if they could just lock those days in and keep half of significant profits over 3,000, this account wouldn't have had $11,000 in it this morning. It wouldn't have gone as low as $4,200. It would be making new account balance highs above $50,000. And then these $30,000 winning days or the $22,000 winning days is just the cherry on top. And, we'd be closer to the $100,000 mark, therefore doubling where they started had they just made one small adjustment like this. And that's really the way to be thinking about it. These trade reports are statistics that you can look at and say, I see this, I see that. I make an adjustment here, small tweak. I make an adjustment there. Over time, those small adjustments add up to big things, and we're all here to take money out of the market. So, why wouldn't you want to make some adjustments? I haven't said it in a while, I think, but I always want to point out that there's a big difference between doing what you want to do in your trading and doing what you should be doing in your trading. And those that can do what they should be doing versus what they want to be doing are the ones that are going to have a much better bottom line with their trading, a much better bottom line. And if you're here to make money, you're here to take money out of the markets, do what you should be doing, not what you want to be doing. And that's going to translate to more profitability, more funds in your pocket. And I know that's what we're here for.
That is some solid advice there. And once again, certainly hope that, not loading the name right now, that Benjamin can take this as the gift it is and make some changes there. And with that, Mick, that's about all the time that we have here. Any parting thoughts?
I want to end with the election stuff again. I think everybody that probably started off on this segment is still here right now, but be careful of those violent swings that we are probably likely to see. And you might see a move, to the upsides or to the downside, and you might say to yourself, "Oh gosh, we're up or down so much that there's no way we're gonna, if we're up, there's no way we're gonna end the day down."
Yeah,
net change is a percent, but anything can happen. And when people are spooked and participants aren't there to take, the other side and make a deep market on the bid offer, and there's a lot of news flying around, drag those stops around. If you got any profits, lock those in. And don't think for a second that a daily loss limit auto liquidation is going to save you from losing more than, your daily loss limit dollar value. So be careful.
Be careful. Always good advice, especially coming into the election. So be careful, everybody. But also be careful and stick around, because next we got group coaching with JD and Hoag. Then Anne Marie and John London are coming by for Trade with Topstep. And we're closing out the day with our man in Riyadh, Mohammed. It's your time to come crying or come with joy. For Power Hour today, Dolby Hoag and Mohammed will be in the house. So thank you for shoulder tapping with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with, actually, let me check this real quick. Oh, it's not JD and Robert, it's JD and Hoag. So we'll be back in just a few seconds here with JD and Hoag for group coaching. This is TopstepTV. We'll see you right after the break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions from you, the viewers of TopstepTV, and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. We put a form in the chat. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. If you have a question, go ahead and throw it in there. Maybe we'll get to it. We got a whole lot of good ones today. Hoag, what's happening on your end? Anything new since fast markets?
No, nothing really new. Just kind of watching these markets, and I've been, personally very hands off. I mean, we know that there's a lot going on this week, and just doesn't seem like a very, I don't know, dependable, if that's the right word for markets, week to trade. The markets have been pretty choppy and just haven't really felt. Of course, me, JD. Mondays are typically my worst trading days, and it's really going to have to take something to appear to me to take a trade today, and especially tomorrow, and then FOMC on Thursday. A lot of uncertainties out there, so I'm taking a very cautious approach this week, and that is a conscious decision. To me, that's my edge this week. Is, you know what? If I'm going to take something, it better be good.
That's a good way to do it. The consensus seems to be for an uptick in volatility this week, so things will be moving around. In what direction? Nobody knows. But, I mean, just look at today. We had some pretty decent swings today, and here we are diddling in the middle again. We're right back at settlement price in the NQ. 20,153 is settlement price.
Yep.
Not too far off that in the ES, 57.53. I'm sorry. 57.58 quarter in the ES. That's your settlement
Yeah.
price.
Both markets sitting right at their volume POCs, points of control, right now.
Yep.
Just sitting there right at them.
So don't twist yourself up to try not to get chopped up. Save a couple of bullets for later on in the week. Monday is not the day to blow out accounts, especially when you know we're getting some big movement later in the week. All right, folks. With that, I think we can get into some questions if you're up for it, Hoag.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love these sessions. Great to have you back too, JD.
Oh, thanks, Hoag. First question comes from Sonny. Sonny says, I can't cut losses. How do I convince myself to cut a loss instead of blowing hundreds of accounts? Thanks. We were just kind of talking about that, weren't we? Accepting losses, going down with the ship. I understand how that mentality can overwhelm some people, get you a little carried away. You get stuck on being right, or you're stuck on stupid. Either way, blowing out accounts on single trades, not the way to do it. Hoag, what's your take on accepting a loss, forgetting about the trade, turning around, moving on to the next trade?
Yeah.
Before you blow out an account.
Sonny, taking losses is just part of trading. If you've taken a trade and you have a level that, you know, you've decided before the trade went on, if price gets to this level, the trade is now invalid. You've got to let yourself get out of that trade at that time. You don't want to just continue to take trades that are moving against you and blowing up accounts. It's, and you know, JD and I mean, every trader understands, you know, nobody likes to take a loss, but it is such an important part of trading to be able to take a loss. My first day on the trading floor with a shiny new badge, all the old guys told me, hey, congratulations, we hope you do well. Make sure you learn how to take a loss. Taking losses is so important. Risk management. Don't lose too much on any given trade. You know, we can start to get into where to put your stop losses, anything like that. That's a much longer much bigger conversation. But Sonny, get your head straight and think, you know, if I'm losing money, that's when I need to be fearful. That's when I need to be on guard. I got to cut those losing trades, and it's when the market is going your way and it's paying you where we want to be hopeful. I have a feeling you're stuck in the, you know, hopeful when it's against me and fearful when it's moving my direction. Try and switch that in your brain. Understand that losses are going to happen. They are not personal. They do not mean that you're a bad trader, bad person, or anything like that. Just kind of get used to the idea that's to say, you know, you're going to be taking losses. Learn something from every one of them, and then move on to the next trade. Don't fall in love with losing trades. You're just going to continue to do what you've been doing according to what you're saying, and that's blowing up accounts, having big losses. Accept a loss. Accept the loss. Don't fall into the idea that, okay, I'm just going to sit here and wait and hope that this trade comes back and makes me whole again. It's the wrong thing to do. Cut the losses, put it behind you, look for the next opportunity. We'll always be looking for just the next good trade. I hope that helps, Sonny.
Perfect. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you for the question, Sonny. Following up on that, Mint wants to know, hey, can you tell us what keeps you coming back on this journey every day, Hoag? What is it with this? Why do we keep coming? Why do we keep showing up here every day? Is it because we love what we do?
Yeah. I mean, there's that. A little bit crazy too, maybe a little bit, but you know, Mint. When I first started, you know, I bought myself a seat at the Mid America Commodity Exchange. I traded there for a year and a half, and you know, I didn't really make any money. It was a small exchange, make a little, lose a little, make a little, lose a little. I went back to the Mercantile Exchange and I got hired by a proprietary trading firm to trade the big S&Ps in the pit. Well, it is difficult. We all know that the trading is difficult. There were you know, periods of time when I pretty much quit the business every day. I'd go up in the office, and even if it was a good day, if I didn't like something that happened or something like that, the dog is barking. I apologize about that. But even if it was a good day, but you know, I wasn't happy about it, I would just go up in the office and say, well, I quit. And after a while, they made a joke out of it. They'd say, okay, we know you quit. We'll see you tomorrow. But I always came back the next day. Part of it, I think it was because my dad was a trader for years, and he told me how tough it was going to be, and he encouraged me to continue to try and work on my strategies and myself and all of those things to keep coming back at it. It is a difficult thing to do. Coming back to it every day after a bad day is it is something that is difficult to do. You got to learn. I think about just one day. You have a bad day, that's just one day. The next day you can come in and you can have a really good day. It's such a personal thing to figure out what is going to get you through the difficult times that we all seem to have in trading. It's just a matter of, it's a matter of don't give up. I've got a lot of dad wisdoms that I've said over the years to all of you. It's the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. There is what was it? Success is never final and failure is never fatal. Tough times pass, tough people stick around. These are all things, little colloquialisms or idioms or whatever you want to call them that I kept in my brain and I kept hearing from my dad and from others. This is a very difficult thing to do, and I got to tell you, it hasn't been a smooth ride for me. There have been periods of time when I was doing very, very well, and there are periods of time when I would just thought that the world was coming down on me, and it's just part of the game. So you can choose if you want to go to the carnival or to Six Flags Great America. You can choose the ride that just goes round and round and round and round, or you can choose the roller coaster. To me, the roller coaster is a lot more fun, even though there's a lot of sometimes pain, sometimes fear. So then there's a lot of elation in trading as well. I chose the roller coaster. What do you choose, Mint? What do you choose? I think anybody, just about anybody, can find a way to be profitable at trading. It's a matter of self-knowledge, market knowledge, time strategy equals profitable trading. And it's never going to be easy. Just a matter of being able to stick to it. And one of the things that I think really helped was, I was a big S&P trader, right? But I always had another job. I always had another income stream, whether it was a job, whether it was a business, whether it was something like that. I always had another income stream that I didn't have to truly depend on trading profits, at least for the first 8-10 years, to keep my living, to live the way I wanted to. So, that can help, but sticking with it, some folks may say, you know what, this just isn't for me, and that's okay. For me, it was, I'm going to stick to this, and I'm going to find some degree of success. I'm not the best trader in the world, never was, never will be, but I'm not the worst trader in the world either. So that just, that kind of kept me coming. It kept me, trying and moving forward and trying to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back and sucking a little bit less every day. And for the 30 some plus years that I've been an active trader, it's worked out all right for me. JD, I know you've been at this for a while. How do you feel about, what did you do to keep your journey going in trading?
I really liked what you said about, one trading day doesn't make a market, or one day doesn't make a market, and one trade doesn't make a trader. It's kind of like, that's why we have that consistency rule in the trading combine. It takes a minimum of 2 days to pass a trading combine because we want to see that consistency out of you. So just backing out of a single trade, you got to learn how to take those losses and not let one single trade sort of what's the word I'm looking for? One trade shouldn't
define you.
One trade should not make or break a trading combine for you.
Should not define you.
Yep. So hope that helps you out a little bit, Mint. That's a great question. And but what keeps me coming back? I love doing this. I've been around this my entire life. My father was involved in this, just like you, Hoag, just like Mick, just like Danny here. It's one of those things that's in your blood, and it's hard to get away from. I left for 2 years also. I went back to school and went into web development for a couple of years, and did a couple other side jobs. But yeah, I eventually found my way. Found my way back here. Wasn't even looking for it. It just kind of happened, you know. So yeah,
Beautiful.
life is strange like that. All right, let's move on. Lazy Lion says, how does one see a failed auction without looking at TPOs? Well, you just need a 5-minute chart,
30-minute
or
chart.
3-minute chart, or 1-minute chart. Yeah, 30-minute chart would probably be the best bet. The first two bars is your initial balance. But Hoag's bringing it up. Go ahead, explain it.
So here is the volume profile, just so we know where the open was. Okay, this is crude oil. All right, so we have the first hour range. We can see right here on this second 30-minute bar, this would be the IB high. This would be the initial balance high. I know it's hard to see, but I'm just going to call it out here at 71.61. Regular trading hours, initial balance high, right there, 71.61. Well, at some point during the session, the market extended above that initial balance high and then fell back inside the initial balance. This is a failed upside auction. It's a little bit late in the day for it, but the market did take out the initial balance high, did not continue, did not spend time, did not bring volume, fell back inside the initial balance high. Now we're starting to see the rotation lower, starting to see that rotation lower. So that is, I mean, if you're looking at a 30-minute chart, you can even probably kind of, let's see this. Let's try this. Let's do a brush. So there's the initial balance high. Hey, what happened? Okay. So there's the initial balance high. Oh, all right. All right. That's enough of that. So if you can, mark the initial balance high at the initial balance high here. And if the market extends it all above it and comes back in, that tells you that is potentially a failed upside auction. It's not really a failed upside auction until the next 30-minute bar opens below the initial balance high in a failed upside auction. In this case, it did. So that is saying that the market looked too expensive up here. Buyers wouldn't buy it anymore. Sellers swiftly came in and pushed price back inside the initial balance. So the rotation would be back to the downside. Really good question. And I hope that helps you. Now I don't know what to do with it. Okay, here we go. Now I can get rid of this. There we go.
Well, while you
Awesome.
got your chart up there, we got a question from Stefan about the volume profiles and finding value area highs and lows, and why sometimes numbers come out a little different than what he sees on TopstepTV or what's on the Topstep daily levels. Mostly that is, Stefan, because there are different settings for volume profile, and not everyone is set to the same settings. Oh, you want to just walk us through your volume profile settings real quick so we could give Stefan a quick...
Of course. So I mean, for for my volume profile inputs, 70%. Some look at 65, some look at 75%, some look at 68 and 67.5%, whatever your chosen percentage of volume is. So that's going to be one thing. And, electronic trading isn't exactly perfect, in case you haven't noticed. Certain platforms are going to have slightly different, sometimes maybe even a little bit bigger than slightly different values for value area high and value area low. There can also be a difference between the volume value area high, low, and points of control than the TPO TPO value high, value low, and point of control. Let me grab crude oil here because it's a kind of a smaller range today. So this is the volume profile and the TPO profile, very similar to what we're seeing here, right? So we've got value high, TPO value high is showing at 71.55. Volume value high is showing at 71.56. Well, this profile is saying 71.53 is volume value high. Does it make a difference that it's a little bit off? No, because every level that you look at in futures trading is a zone. There's nothing that is finite in futures trading. Let's look at the other side of things here. We've got the volume point of control here at 71.18. 71.18 is showing at the same volume point of control here on this platform. That's good. That's something that we would be happy about. What do we have as volume value area low? 71.10. Well, here we've got it 71.02, which is lining up closer to the TPO value area low here. But because they are slightly different, again, nothing is finite, nothing is perfect, and no two things ever happen exactly the same way twice. As long as you're in the zone, you're looking pretty good. And so, there's different time frames that people like to look at their profiles. There's lots of little differences that can make slight differences in value high and value area low and the points of control. But in general, they're going to be very close to each other, if you will. And everything again is a zone. There's nothing that's exactly finite. And if you buy the low and sell the high on any given move, consider yourself lucky, because that's luck. It doesn't happen that much. So I hope that answers the question. Is there are some variances as to how people set their profiles, and some variances as to how certain platforms calculate value high and value low. They're usually going to be relatively close. Hopefully that helps.
We got an interesting question in the chat. Just check it in there real quick. Where did it go? Oh, Edmund wants to know, in your experience, are there any reversal patterns other than a 3-bar reversal? Curious what your take on equal low high reversals are. There are a number of different reversal patterns when you're looking at time and price-based charts, Edmund. You could pick up any technical analysis book out there. What's the most famous one? Is it a technical analysis of the futures markets? John Murphy? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, there's oodles of them, and they're all good. They may view things a little bit differently from each other. I think what Edmund is asking about is a key reversal, which some people would call like a bearish engulfing pattern. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find one where, the market is at a high, the market opens higher, trades higher, and closes lower. That would be a key reversal. And again, a lot of folks would call that a bearish engulfing pattern. There's there's as many reversal patterns as there are patterns. You got head and shoulders, you got all these different kinds of patterns, and I'm hoping that I'm right in kind of what you're talking about is kind of a bearish engulfing pattern, or what we used to again call a key reversal, where you get a big up bar, the market opens higher, trades higher, and then closes lower than the previous bar. That's what we always call the key reversal, and again, a lot of folks would call that a bearish engulfing pattern. I don't know if that's the exact one you're talking about, Edmund, but I hope that helps.
Yep, get familiar with other types of chart patterns, Edmund. It will definitely help you out being able to read chart patterns. It's an invaluable tool as a futures trader. When you're staring at a chart all day, you should have a good idea of knowing what you're looking at. Next question, we got time for one more quick one. Phil wants to know, why do we only talk about the NASDAQ and the ES? Why don't we talk about gold and crude oil a little more? Common question. We do get this quite a bit, and we are doing our best to spread the love around to different markets. We bring on guests that trade markets outside of equity index futures. Some days, though, it's just the major markets that are moving, and an overwhelming percentage of our traders here at Topstep are equities traders. So it's not so much that we're trying to leave anybody out or alienate anyone. But we will be looking at what markets are moving the most throughout the day. Anything else you want to add to that, Hoag? Phil seems a little put off.
I mean, a lot of it is that the traders we're bringing on, the folks that we're working with on fast markets and that are mean, it is NASDAQ, S&P. They are the most popular products. So that's why there seems to be a lot more focus on them. There have been times when we'll notice something happening in a different market. We'll move to that market. We'll take trades in that market. But that's all part of the division of focus. And we're trying to focus on, doing something or doing something in one market. It's kind of hard to go through and look at other markets, but we'll work on that, Phil. I think it's a good thing to mention, and we are always trying to expand our ability to reach out to more markets and reach out to more people trading different markets, and we really appreciate that. Grace Stewart, I appreciate it. The way I feel about all you guys is love. You feel the love, I feel the love. Thank you for the nice comment too, Grace. Just wanted to get that in there, JD.
Awesome. Thank you, Hoag. All right, folks. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have left for group coaching today. We got to make room for a couple traders coming in to trade with Topstep in just a minute. We got John London from Beginner Trading. Took a couple days off of the markets, but he's looking to make a comeback. Going to be joined by Anne Marie, trying to bounce back from small winner on Friday, also in the trading combine. Pretty confident that these two traders will turn things around very soon. But Hoag, always a pleasure having you on group coaching. Appreciate you. And yeah.
Appreciate you, JD.
Appreciate your time. I'm sure everybody else appreciates your time too. Folks, we are going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with John London and Anne Marie for Trade with Topstep. We'll see you in just a few.
Welcome. Wasn't that a great group coaching session? I love it when Hoag does group
Absolutely.
coaching. I was eating
Always.
my lunch and I just sat there and listened and learned, and just every single time you learn something out of that. So
It's so true.
this, however, is Trade with Topstep. It's the 1:00 Central Time hour. We were just talking in the green room how it's a little bit sluggish this hour. So you got a couple of nerds hanging out on air right now. You have John London. Last week we were on with him, and Anne Marie on the, let's see if I can get it right. Yes,
There
on
you
the
go,
far side
yes.
there. And John, I do have my Baton Rouge background back up for you, my friend.
Nice.
I didn't get a different one. I cheated. I used the same one. I try not to do that, but I was late coming back from lunch. I'm not late, but on time, but right on time. But here we are.
That's okay.
Trade with Topstep. Yeah, let's start with John. Any trades today? What did you take? Anything? Is there anything you're looking at? We'll see if we can make this market move.
I took a couple trades this morning. I'm really nervous about it. I'm gonna trade some for sure, but it's the day before the election. It's the Fed week. Later on this week we have the FOMC meeting, and so I think traders are scared right now. And I don't know if they're scared, but I think they might be a little bit more cautious right now. And so I'm looking at a lot of different markets: gold sideways, Nasdaq sideways, and that means there's some obvious ranges, and so that's probably what I'll try to attack. But you guys know me. I'm top 3 worst trader of all time. And so I'm just trying to set the bar low and, hopefully I can make some money. But if not, I'll be okay.
If you see something, be sure to call it out. I get the keys to the house account. If you want to put something on, we'll follow you. We'll back you on it. So no problem there.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, so I'm waiting right now. I see the 200 EMA right above us. I drew this range. I don't know if y'all can see my screen, but we have this really nice little short-term range right here. I don't like it right now because we're right in the middle of the range right here. So I kind of have to wait until we get...
Excuse me, John. Just make sure you call it the prices. We have a lot of traders that are listening and stuff. So here, just let us know the prices. I know you're on MNQ. For those that aren't there, you're on MNQ right now, and it looks like a 1 minute chart. Correct me if I'm wrong, and take it away, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no worries. So I'm looking at this 166 level, which is where we currently are now. That's right in the middle of the range. The top of the range I have is right around the 200 level. And so if we get to that level, I might short it and then look for a risk level above that. Maybe, I would say maybe 215, 220. Just in case it breaks over that range and starts like a stronger upward trend. Or if we end up pulling back down towards the bottom of the range at about 125, I'm okay with buying there as well. The only hitch in that one is we have that 200 exponential moving average. And yeah, right now I have the micro NASDAQ. I'm probably going to end up trading the regular NASDAQ if I do. But right now, since it's the same price action, I'll probably just... I guess I changed the chart, so I'll have to redraw this trend. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. We're middle range right now, so I'll have to wait. But that's my plan so far.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing that. A real quick way to change it is as long as if you just click anywhere on your chart so that screen is active, you can just type NQ.
Really? Okay, so yeah, I'm learning things here.
Start
for sure.
typing N.
Yeah. So
it's a nice little quick way. Yep, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Nice little quick way to change it. Flip it around. Sure.
Yeah, it makes it really easy.
Yeah, in the minutes too. If you're on a minute chart, as long as that chart while we're on here and waiting for these movements, markets to have their paint dry, type the number 5.
Sure. Oh. Hold on.
Make sure you're on the chart first. There you go. Nice. Now, 5, enter. Now type in 15, enter. 60, enter.
Wow. It'll
just flip right through. Boom. And then 1, enter. Yeah, it's a nice little quick. So you can go 1, enter, ES, enter. You're on a 1 minute ES chart in half a second.
Wow, yeah, that's fast. I never knew that, honestly. I've been, manually changing the time frame and changing everything. So that's great. That makes it really easy.
There you go. Anne-Marie, any trades today? How is it looking on your side of things?
Yeah, I've had a few trades today. We're looking at a combine of mine here, and I'm looking at the ES on a 1,000 tick chart. And we've got a couple of interesting levels, both on the NQ and the ES. So the numbers that I am watching, first of all, I like to track that Globex first hour, and the high of the Globex first hour is 57.55, and between that number and a gamma line, we get that, of course, from Mentor Q at 57.60. the chart's getting ready to do something right here. So I'm looking at it between the volume point of control and settlement, which I always have my Topstep levels up. That settlement area is keeping us in this box. So I'm looking for either a break and return or a break and continuation in the ES. And that break below will be, below that 57.52 area. And the break above will be just about 57.59. I caught a really nice upshot early in the day. I do have my trades tracked here. I took a couple of trades right here, but early in the day, I was able to walk it up really nicely through that long action off of that low area near 57.30-ish or so. And so that worked out very, very nicely. For the NQ, if we track that up, here's what I see. Now, the 1,000 tick is sort of, volume has been very low today. That's one of the big things that I'm watching, and it really does confirm what John said. Hey, listen, people are cautious. They're trading cautiously, and so from that perspective, we're still waiting. The NQ's opening high on its Globex is 20,157, but the number that I was in chat this morning when everybody was working on fast markets, and the number that I was seeing was 20,182 and then 20,204. So also, I do like that 210 number that John has for a reversal formation. Right now, we could fall back into that opening range for the 1 hour chart, though. And let me put that up so you can see what I'm talking about in the NQ. Whoops, I should move that to another screen. That's Topstep. TopstepTV in the background. Okay, so the first opening hour of the day is right here, this wicky candlestick, and it stops right at the top of settlement and falls into that 20,070 area. And so to me, this really could go either way. We've got higher lows building, we've got lower highs building. It's truly a coin toss. And so to trade it, we really would have to be on those really tight time frames. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's just that it's that time before the election, time before the Fed meeting, which the Fed meeting, they're going to cut interest rates, but
of course,
it's pretty overwhelmingly on one end of it, 25 basis point rate cut. And so really, I'm an economist, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Sideways choppy action. Tomorrow, we might get some volatility just based off of it being election day and everything going swinging up and down, but we'll have to wait and see. And if we get it lower here, I don't mind it. But I think I just have to be patient, especially with the time of day it is now at 1 p.m. I think it just makes sense to trade small right now.
Now, John, you said you're a bit of an economist. What is this election thing people are talking about? I'm hearing so much about some type of vote thing happening. I mean,
I'm not sure.
My Twitter feed once or twice, and we talked about it this morning. I'm just kidding.
I haven't seen anything on social media. Nothing. I haven't seen anything on social media about it at all.
In all seriousness, you're right when it comes to these things. Totally agree. This is what happens it happens for the major parts every 4 years in the United States, and then the minor parts every 2 years because of the other political stuff that goes on every 2 years and 4 years, and they switch over like that. So, and it's going to be a big one. So I can totally see that. Plus FOMC, as you said, coming up. And sometimes the best trade is no trade, and we're going to sit and watch here until we can come across something. And I'm going to bounce around to a couple different markets also. I have authorized on my account to trade NQ, ES, and YM. So if there's a gold one, I'm not going to touch it. We can call somebody else up, and they can touch gold. Sure. I will screw it up for sure. If you do see something, we'll certainly put it on here.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, I'm just gonna wait
Okay,
and see if we
John.
hit 140, 135, 140. If we get there, I'll buy it. I'm sure, but I just have to wait for it. I'm trading the Nasdaq, and so I think the Nasdaq is just with day traders. You want volatility. I think the Nasdaq is usually what. I heard a question right before I come on about why y'all focus on the Nasdaq, but in equity specifically, and I think it just makes sense because they give you the most volatility. The Nasdaq, especially in day traders, you got to follow the volatility, and so Nasdaq's usually the one. The Dow's okay, gold's okay, and some commodities. Once you get to the really obscure commodities, it's tough to trade because some of them just barely move, and so Nasdaq's usually what you want to do anyway, I think, but it's subjective.
Exactly. Those outside commodities that you're talking about, the non-popular ones, are not only hard to trade, they're hard questions on the Series 3, I'll tell you that much.
Sure. yeah, the
You talk
cattle
about
prices.
135. Oh my God, yeah. It's just stuff on there that's just that, like, we talk about it's not a complaint. We've heard it before, but like we stopped trading this like 5 years ago. Like, would I really need to know this for tomorrow? It's like it's so weird. So that 135 you have on NQ, that's right on the point of control. I have a market a volume profile set. I have it set up to show me a visible screen, the visible session. And I have it scrolled back to show up to 8:30 Central Time this morning, and the volume point of control is right around 2135, 2136. So if you're looking at that as a buy area, I did mark it on my chart. Let us know.
Okay, yeah. So that's if you can see my chart, I'm just drawing a piece here. I think this is where it all has to do with how obvious it is. Traders look at the obvious ranges. The more obvious it is, the more people that are going to be willing to buy it up. Like in this area here, you also have the 200 EMA down there. And the easiest part, because again, I'm not even claiming to be an expert or even a good trader. I try to keep the expectations low. But from a risk management perspective, it makes your exits really easy because if it breaks underneath this trend, it's so obvious. You have a really easy and obvious exit to just get out of the trade. And sometimes that's really helpful, especially in terms of like, it's always good to know where you should get out. And if other traders see that range, they'll get out and you can get squeezed down and all that stuff. So I think that's a really smart exit there. And so if I can get in close to that, that's what my goal is.
And that's a 200 MA, you said. It's simple? It's a simple moving average?
So it's an exponential.
Exponential. Oh, good. Like it even
yeah,
better.
So exponential puts more weight on the recent candles. So the difference between a simple moving average is it takes the average over a longer history. The exponential puts more weight on the recent time frame, if that makes sense.
And excellent. It does. And my favorite is the weighted WMA.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I like to use the long-term
Exactly.
ones.
Yeah, the weighted one, actually gives you a little bit more weight on the most recent than the EMA actually as well.
Sure. No, that makes perfect sense.
But then it depends on the time frame you're trading, and everybody has their own thing, but I figure I'd throw it out there. ADX I'm a huge fan of. It's dipping off, it's dropping down. The directional index positive and directional index negative are square even right now with the ADX, meaning the strength of the direction is going down. And that simply means there's like three rules of mine. It's like when the ADX is down, you don't have DI plus or minus going any direction, hard and strong with gusto, and you trade around the point of control. That's just simply hands off, and all three of those are true at this point in time. So we'll see if it breaks down that channel or not and jump into the long.
Yeah, that's what. So I'm waiting. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's just such a small range right now. Hopefully we get some volatility. I'm sure it'll wake up a little bit more closer to power hour.
Yep, I think so. We say range a couple more times, Dobie's going to show up.
Oh yeah, he was on the show with me first time.
Yeah, exactly. Anne-Marie, anything on VWAP? I know you like looking at VWAP quite a bit.
I do like looking at the VWAP, and we're getting now my VWAP on another one of my platforms is showing 57.53, but the VWAP here is showing 57.44, and it might be because it's on the tick chart, but it's very close to the volume point of control right now. So my thought is we're going to come back down, and if we get a shot back down here, I'm seeing a fair bit of liquidity setting up at 57.50, and so that might be a fair shot to position a buy. I would prefer to position a buy right now simply because I see higher lows and higher highs rather than position a sell up at the top here at settlement simply because, if the trend takes off, I think it's more likely to test there. So I'm just going to follow that liquidity that's sitting right around that 5750-ish part and see if it holds as support. So that's where I'm going to sit. I'm going to wait for that liquidity to dance around in there. Hopefully it'll give me that buy.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to mark that on my chart as well, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the difference between the NASDAQ and the E-mini today. They're both slowing down a little bit now, but I guess it's probably just a part of the day. Right around they're both right around the previous closing price too, which is one of my favorite levels in general. The NASDAQ's previous close is right around 170, 170.20s. The E-mini's previous close is at 57.59. So they're both right under that. Couple rejections today at that level. This is the break-even level of the day. So we'll watch that level as well. Let me see if I can draw it on this chart. It's about...
Yeah, excellent. I agree with that there. I remember last time we talked about just with these markets, the way they're moving. If something you want to share about the markets, we always talk those first. But we talked about some of your programming stuff from before as well. We talked about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Remember last time we chatted and playing guitar and everything. So if there's something you want to shout out there, please do. And the chat's going to hopefully help us along.
I have some
kids.
Say,
yeah, what do you got, Emery? Please.
Well, I have some kids that are very much entrenched in BJJ. I actually have a daughter that's going to be competing at the end of the month. She won gold at her last event, and so looking to do that again. So that's kind of cool. Do you do that, Robert?
Nope.
Or is it you, John?
Oh, it's me. Oh, no, it's me. So I've been training for like a little bit over a year. And I originally brought it up, I think, because there's a lot of correlations with the market. Like when you start learning jujitsu, you just kind of get beat up over and over again. It's very humbling.
Absolutely.
Just losing over and over and over again. Sometimes it's smaller guys, like much smaller guys, just beating you up. But you keep going, you keep trying. It's really about conditioning yourself. Trading is very similar. In that regard, where it's just about conditioning yourself through repetition. You repeat trading enough, even though you might lose in the beginning. You trade small, you repeat it enough. Eventually, you get used to it. You start learning different things, and they're very similar in that way.
Yeah, controlled effort.
That's
consistent, controlled effort. Yeah,
that's right.
And it changes too as you go along. And John, I forget how far along you were, but I did a lot of competitions in my younger days. In fact, out in the 97, 98, I competed into international Kenpo karate championships in Long Beach, California. I'm from Massachusetts. Kind of have to work your way up. And I did pretty good throughout there. And then when I got to the international championships, I think my round was about 45 seconds. And I just got totally destroyed. And there's always somebody better than you, and this guy was so fast. I am standing in front of him.
Just jumped in a trade.
Real detail. Oh, go. What do you got?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I hate interrupting.
No, that's how we do it.
Marcus first.
So I'll probably take one here, and then I'll add.
Are you short or long?
So I'm long at 148. 148.
Okay.
And I might add a little bit as it gets closer to this 200 exponential on a 1 minute chart. But it's a little bit early. Again. I'm not an expert. No matter what happens, y'all can yell at me if I get it wrong. Chat, y'all can yell at me if I get it wrong. But
we can't.
Now. Oh, y'all can. Look, y'all are welcome. If anything, I'm open to just being yelled at. That's what I'm here for. I'll be the punching bag.
Just kidding. So, what is your target there?
Yes. So I look for a 1-to-1 ratio. So the bottom of the channel hits about 135, and so I'll probably use that as a risk level, and then my reward target will probably be a very similar ratio up to maybe 166. I would love 170, which is kind of the middle range, but I'm usually a little bit more of a wimp, and will probably cut it if I'm sure I'm going to cut it well before then, just to be wimpy. I love trading, all facets of trading, but with day trading, I always try to just humble myself, let people know, not an expert. And if I lose, it's okay. I'm really excited about the Fed meeting coming up. The Fed meeting after that, and after the election's over on Thursday, we might get some more volatility come through in markets.
100%. No matter
Yeah.
who wins, it's going to be contested.
Sure.
No matter who wins, it's going to be contested. So we've got ourselves a few days of some really, probably some crazy news and probably some really big wicks. For folks that are really thinking about this, I would expand out onto my monthly timeframes, and I would look for clean areas of support and clean areas of resistance and set alerts on them. Don't trade them, but set alerts. And when they come, watch to see how the traders respond, because it's not going to be, here's what I think, here's what's going to happen. It's, let's watch what they're doing and then be the first adopters. We'll see what they're doing and then we'll follow in and just chase the flow. I mean, I've traded through a lot of elections. Sad to say, my age there, but it's always the same. And so
Really? So
it is. It's always the same, just savage motion one way or another, and then it ends up settling out. I think, and because we've got the Fed reducing rates because they have to, it really means that liquidity is going to continue to come into the market, and it's going to buoy price. No matter what's happening, wherever the dip is, somebody's going to be looking to buy it because more liquidity is shifting into the market.
Do you think we get a pullback next year in markets just because of how much everything's up this year?
Well, statistically speaking, we should, but the big question is, if we lower rates, so my suspicion is that we're lowering rates. The Fed has to lower rates. It's dying under its debt load. And so they have to. But the markets seem to be grinding forward, saying that jobs and retail sales and consumer sentiments and all of that stuff, they're just super happy. And so I think inflation could jump back into the market. If inflation jumps back into the market, we've got earnings that are going to give us trouble. And then, it's a whole new ballgame. So by the end of the first quarter, we ought to see some things settle out. But I mean, if they lower in November, like they plan to, and they lower in December, that's 50 more basis points we have into the fade. And it could be, it could be where the rock meets the hard place. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I think it depends on how much they, the real estate market's also interesting to watch right now because, for those at home, like when we say cut rates, we're talking about what's called the federal funds rate, which is short-term interest rates. Eventually, these rates that they cut that are short-term will trickle into long-term rates like mortgages. I'm probably going to get ready to cut this here.
Oh,
I was just going to ask where the stop was on that. It just broke down that channel you're looking for there, John.
My long just failed at liquidity. I had a long in the ES down there at the liquidity line. So let's see if it holds.
Is that 57?
Yeah, good luck.
50 we talked about before?
It was 57.49. Whoa.
Yeah, I think it's going to dump. DI minus just jumped up there, Anne-Marie. So you got your stop managed, I'm sure, because you're a pro with this stuff.
Yes, I do. I do have my
so
stop
you're in,
managed.
So we'll mark that up on the board. Long 57.50. Yes.
Yeah, good luck. Hopefully you can make money where I got out of it, really. And it looks like it might still be in this trend, so good luck.
Sure.
But yeah, the real estate market next year, it all depends on how much they cut rates. I know some people are pushing for them to cut rates more, and then maybe next year we'll get lower interest rates when the springtime real estate market hits. I'm a real estate agent as well, so I'm curious to see what happens to real estate, because real estate, if they cut rates like much more, between now and like February, March, then by then we might see actual drops to the mortgage rates as well. And if the mortgage rates
Yeah,
go down
because
right
those
around,
haven't been moving.
sure, they've been high, you know, and
Yeah.
and they're not high on average to like the total averages over the last 30 years, but they're certainly high for the last 15 or 20. And so everybody's not used to that. And everybody wants lower rates. They're hanging on. They don't want to refinance. And so if rates go down then for next year, it'll be really interesting to see what happens to those markets. And they're already up a lot as well, you know. So
Excellent. Emery, what's your target up here? Looks like we're up about 2.5
So
points on that trade right now.
I just flattened it. And I flattened it because we have old support that could be resistance, but it could easily go into the point of control. What I'm seeing is a lot of cross currents, and that liquidity that it flew into, that I was able to take the long off of, it's the overall motion is still very sideways. There are a lot of points of control in the way. So I'm in a see money, take money environment. You know, I've had maybe 3 or 4 trades today, and I've just come in and clipped them. And, you know, this combine's up 740. And so it's just been a slow, listen, I know this is support. I know this is resistance. And
Right.
I'm in and out. So a lot of quick trading for me, because I also am quite skittish about what the charts might do.
And there's
Yeah, I think
absolutely
right now-
nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong. That's the tip of the week. The market's always right. I mean, and we say
Yeah.
that with the bit of tongue in cheek because it is. And the reason that makes it right is just like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because where did the market go? Well, that means the market was right by going there. It doesn't mean we have to like it or we think it's the right move. So I'm 100% with you. That's kind of my wheelhouse anyway. Get in. Hey, this thing looks like it's gonna push up. We have a couple of directional stuff that's going stronger. You know, volume comes in. We're in a low volume area on the volume profile. We're getting close to a resistance / support area. Just take the money off. $200 is $200.
Exactly.
$400 is $400. That's all it is. And why get stuck in with the hope portion? And if it keeps going, so what? There's another trade coming down the line.
Exactly. Exactly. And the candlesticks are moving very quickly. That's another thing where I like to say, hey, listen, nobody loves a runner more than me. The problem is when the market is sitting in a formation that is just moving back and forth like this one is, it's not telling you that people are confidently moving in one direction. It's actually telling you the exact opposite. It's telling you that there is a range formation setting up, and, you know, sometimes that range is going to shift. So let's see where liquidity is sitting. It's actually dropped a few more points below. But I don't know if I'm going to retake it. Here is what the VWAP 5744. Let me see what we have. Yeah, I mean, there's still some liquidity there. Volume is just very low. And, you know, hopefully Power Hour will do something more magnetic. But if you were someone that said, hey, I'm a gambling fool and I'm happy to do it, you could start looking at this and saying, hey, I just dipped lower. I'm going to start stalking a short. And so, you know, we've got Muhammad coming on in 30 minutes, and he likes to look for those strong bearish candlesticks if he's going short, or strong bullish candlesticks if he's going long. And so that's really what you end up waiting for if you're thinking about something in the other direction. Just, you don't want to trade against your moving averages, or, you know, many times you're sitting on the wrong side of the trade.
Mm-hmm. Sure. John, I'm curious of where you get out of the NQ trade, because I got a hunch that it was pretty dang close to where it bottomed out and just went back.
I know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think when in hindsight's always 2020. I know you guys have the great website, but yeah, no, I think in hindsight, I got in a little bit early. I think the trend line worked perfectly too. I think the trend line I drew worked really well, to be honest. I think I just got a little impatient. Which, you know, top 3 worst day trader of all time, you know. I think that's fair to
That's probably not true, but indeed, saying that, I mean, it's hard. I think also trading live and having other folks interjecting and making commentaries one way or another really is a little bit of a head game. If you let it be one. So
sure.
you know.
Oh no, it's okay. Like I said, I'm really okay with it. Usually I would buy it here, but I think just the last few days, the volatility is going to be low until Thursday. Maybe Wednesday, the market starts to heat up a little bit more, but I think most big time traders are going to be sitting out. And I think even Topstep, y'all are restricting live accounts right now, correct? And I think that's the right move.
That is correct. Yeah,
and I think
that is correct.
I heard somebody in my stream this morning complain about it, but really the same people complaining about it, if you would let them trade and they lose money, they would be complaining about that too.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So, I think it's the right move. It's the right decision.
That's a good, but we appreciate that and appreciate the backing for it there, John, because that is Topstep's money. You know, that's what you're doing. You're trading the live account, and Topstep, number one, is that they're going to manage their own money's risk, and that's what they do with all of us, and they're going to do that with the live traders. It's their money. You want to trade money, put money in your own account and have a ball. Go ahead and trade it. But if you're on Topstep, a live funded trader, you're trading Topstep's money. They have the control of the funds. And you know, we always say this: there are so many days to trade, so many weeks, so many hours. Why do we have to trade like some of the worst possible times? You know, so it's going to be protection, risk management side of it. They're going to make the call. Risk managers know what they're doing. They've been in this game a long time, and you know what? Let them make the call. I 100% agree with it. No, whether like it, don't like it, whatever. It's their call. It's their money. They made it. I'm going to stand behind it. Whether I agree or I agree. But if I agreed or disagreed, I'm going to stand behind what they're doing. It's their money. Do what they want.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and I think it's the right decision. There's a very famous quote: "Money's made in waiting, not in trading." I can't remember who
exactly.
said it, but,
exactly.
It was some billionaire, I'm sure. You know, but that's why he's a billionaire.
It sounds like a Paul Tudor Jones kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah.
But tell us about your stream, John.
Oh, sure. So I mostly cover economics. That's why I kind of joke about my day trading, but it's, you know, it's not my main thing. Like I day trade and I kind of pander to beginners because I think beginners are the ones that need the most help. And I think Topstep's great for beginners because, you know, when I first got started, I lost thousands of dollars. And I think that's a very common story. That's really a story that I've heard from almost every single trader I've ever talked to. Very few traders get the really good beginner's luck where they make money and they keep it in the beginning. And so I think Topstep's great for that. And I just try to teach them about risk management and as well as like economics. We cover a lot of economic data like CPI or FOMC decisions or unemployment filings. Last week was kind of crazy because we had a lot of big earnings. We had Apple and Amazon and Meta. But we also had GDP data. We had PCE data that came out. We had prelim data, and we had the data that came out last week was interesting too. The non-farm payrolls from Friday came out at 12,000 versus 110,000 expected. So it showed a much weaker economy than a lot of people expected. But to be honest, everything's kind of been muted leading up to the election. Generally, we get some action around those economic reports like payrolls and GDP, but the movement that we got was pretty muted. We haven't really got a lot of crazy movement from it just because I think this week we have, you know, the election and, you know, big money sitting on the sidelines.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
We got the EIA petroleum status out tomorrow. Not tomorrow, excuse me. That's out on Wednesday. We have the trades and goods and services out tomorrow. The ISM is out tomorrow. FOMC is actually Thursday, November 7th at 2 p.m. Central Time. Then the Fed shares are, of course, going to talk. And those are some of the heavy hitters. Jobless claims, John Hogan says jobless claims. It's out Thursday morning, 8:30 Central Time. And I think, you know, I think I have the pretty much best strategy in the world of how to trade the FOMC, and the answer is don't.
Don't do it.
It's just an opinion. We can trade it or not. Yeah, it's just an opinion. But we see so much going on. You make the references. Remember, there was back last year, but before we changed the 1-step-1 rule, there was a couple more restrictions. Like you couldn't trade a minute or two before and after the news. And some other firms came out and said, well, we'll let you do that. And then our traders said, well, we want to do it too. We said, fine. Like the next day, everyone just like blew everything out. It's like, well, this is why we put these in here. But now we backed it off and said, hey, you want to do it? Go for it. Some people are good at it. Some aren't. And it's a matter of opinion. It's how you like to trade. My thought is just don't. There's so many other times, we don't have to take a shot just in case, try to get lucky on some type of big move. I don't like that the big move. I don't know. I don't like those words. That's it. But that's
base hits.
Yeah,
Base
hits.
are
That's
always
the name of
better.
the game. Yep. And
right.
in my opinion, yes. And everybody's different.
And
all right, I'm gonna take a look around at some others while you're talking there, and I'll see if I see anything. Go ahead, John. I'm gonna look at some other stuff while you're talking.
Oh, no. So I was just going to say every major economic report, whether it's FOMC meetings, Jerome Powell press conferences, you get a couple things that happen every single one. Somebody says the market's going to crash, right? It doesn't matter how strong or weak the market is. Every FOMC meeting, somebody thinks it's going to crash during that FOMC meeting. And so you see these traders take these huge size positions ahead of these reports and hoping they just kind of get lucky and get rich from this. But then almost always it goes against them, and you kind of just see in my streams, I just see the kind of the burnout from it. They just get destroyed sometimes. And so it's always, the variance is so heavy around these reports, especially like stock market earnings as well, where even if you can predict what the Fed does, which in this case is pretty predictable, or what kind of tone Jerome Powell, the chairman, has during the thing, it's still a different, like the market might go the complete opposite way. He could say everything's great and the market could drop 15%. You really never know. And so, I avoid trading those completely. And, you got to just learn to, sometimes what shines is not always the best thing. And so you got to just avoid it.
Oh, come in, news break.
This just coming in here. Coming up next in Power Hour is Mohammed A. Mohammed's going to be with us here. Stick around. Good stuff, guys. Back to you.
Oh,
Thanks,
that's
Eddie.
amazing. I love it. But I'm going to have to record that actual Morse code there and actually see what it turns out to be. It's probably just like A, then a Z, and then a W and stuff like that. So I used to have to know that back in Boy Scouts and military stuff, but I don't remember it all anymore. SOS, mom, dad, hello, that type of thing. But I'm going to record that, Eddie. I want to find out if we see if it actually says something.
I was very interested to know myself, actually.
Yeah. So
it's my PayPal address, and please send money.
Oh, code breakers are out now for sure.
I send money,
they're
man.
on it then. Yeah.
Like John C. Riley. I need some money.
Hilarious.
Yeah, so I see somebody in chat saying 2022, the excitement that we get from Fed meetings came from CPI reports. Yeah, so it was a really weird thing after inflation spiked up to 10% after 2020 and the stimulus that we got from 2020. It was this really weird market where the market would actually react negatively to strong
Good
payroll
news
numbers.
is
Like
bad news. Yeah.
We had good payroll numbers, like data that would show the economy was in a really good spot. The whole market would negatively react. The market might drop 10% on hearing good payroll numbers or even like low unemployment. It was very strange. It lasted for years as well, following really it was following 2020 and all the stimulus that happened, but it was a fun market.
Yeah, that's funny about that time. A lot of people got into trading around that time. And for me, who, I've been trading a really long time, I was always in a state of, okay, I'm not believing this. I'm not believing this. So I could never trust a move. And I missed out. I saw all these newbies just printing money. And I thought to myself, the dark night cometh for you, but I'm just going to have to sit out and wait. And that really did happen to a lot of people once the market started rolling over. They just gave so much of it back, which is another reason that Topstep is really superb to train and learn across different markets, Because even though you are looking at the indices, these things move in the same way. Traders
Right.
come in, they get excited about price, they move it up. They stop getting excited about price, they move it down, and it's just the cycle over and over and over again. Robert, do you have your automated system up at all? That you've got any trades working in the background, or is that a no?
I did not. No, I did not. Well, it's not a no-no, but I did not have it on because that is a combine, and just so we have it for tracking purposes, it's not a practice account. It is a combine. It's up a bit. I think we're down at like $200 the other day, but overall it's up a little bit. I can put some stats out. But what did come out is the video did get released. It's on YouTube. It's a 45-minute video of how that's built. You can find that right on Topstep's YouTube.
Awesome.
I'll probably pull it up here and put it in the chat like afterwards. Like
That'd be
focus on the
great.
session right now.
Yeah.
Put it in my Discord channel. So go to Topstep's Discord. There's a Coach Robert channel along with the other coaches. It is in there, posted and pinned. And I've also, because the video is out, I said when the video comes out and shows you the whole process, I actually exported the zip file for Ninja. So to get the feel for it, you can actually import the whole bot into your Ninja Trader. But I would suggest making it because it's not that hard to make. It's just a 3-bar reversal, which is not really that difficult. And it has one little twist on it where it not only looks for the 3-bar reversal, it makes sure that if the market comes down and then goes up and then up the second time for your third bar, the very bottom bar on a short to long rotation, that needs to be an upward bar, but it also, the wick needs to be 20% larger than the body. So it just means that's a stronger rejection that goes up versus just having the candle come down and just barely move. So I wanted a very big long wick in the bottom, push it up, and then take the next one, and that's where you go long. And then, of course, opposite for sure. So feel free to go and check that out. It is free. Yeah, someone just said there it's a 3-bar reversal bot. Go for it. I like it. It's fun.
That's cool.
Just put it on different charts, but it is out. The video is out. It's 45 minutes long. I go through it step by step, and plus you get the actual code as well. And it's not code. It is, but you don't have to code anything. You can just go through the strategy builder in there. But to answer your question, Marie, no, I do not have it on right now. We were just too much stuff going on in the background. I didn't want to just leave it running.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you use it
John,
on
let me ask. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, so you use it on Ninja Trader, you said, or what platform?
Yeah, that particular one's on Ninja. Ninja's the most popular. I personally trade through Quant Tower, but you have to do manual coding in Quant Tower at C#. It's a native C#. So you have to actually know how to code through like Visual Studio. But Ninja Trader has the built-in strategy builder, and since it's a 3-bar reversal, you're just looking at we have a candle coming down. Where is the open above the close? Then the other one is the open, the close above the open and close and the wick size, and it's all there. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. You put your own profit targets and stops in there, so it's a fun little tool. And I think on the video I ran it. This is maybe 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when I was building it. I ran it through the market replay to say, okay, this is how we build it. These are the steps, and I ran the entire week. I want to say it ended up $2,600 or something at the end of the week by taking only trades between 11 and 12:30, and then 1 to 2:30. It takes me 10 to 11:30 Central, then 1 to 2:30 Central, just to say we don't have to trade all day long. We loaded it twice to show that you could just turn it on and off when you want. Parameters in there to say start at this time, stop at this time, stop when you hit this profit target, stop when you hit this max loss. And it's pretty straightforward, but anybody can do it because you don't know coding. You just have to say, I like when this happens. I like when it's over this level. So it's pretty straightforward. So take a look at it. Go for it.
What was your drawdown, Robert? What was your max drawdown? For the week,
was not. Yeah, I do. It was not much at all. And as we're talking here, I'll scroll up because I did send it to my powers at B. And $203. Max drawdown was $610, and that was with an $1,800 profit on those 2 days that I ran it. And the full amount was nice. Yep, the full amount. I'll drag it over on my chart. You can see it. You really can't see it too big. I'm not going to spend a heck of a lot of time going through, but those were the stats. I'll zoom in just a little bit. It ended up that week, so 10/13 to 10/18. It ended up at $3,560 in profit. The average losing trade was $200. Average winning was $600. The max drawdown was actually $1,800, but we did come away with $3,560. And There were about 9 trades per day, max consecutive winners and losers, 2.9 win-loss ratio, which was actually pretty good. So, yeah, there it is. And anybody can have it. And there's no guarantees on this, of course. And then you can set it up the way that you want, and depending on your account size. And yeah, have fun with it.
Sure.
That's great.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Johnny,
That's
you
interesting.
thinking? Johnny, you
Pretty
going
cool.
to
Go
take
ahead.
another long?
I'm thinking about it. The only thing that I worry is that it has tested this level so much, but I'm thinking about it.
Gotcha.
I'll try one here. And I think in my risk level, I have to just kind of look back at the historical risk. So I'm going to make it a really tight risk level. And so if I end up losing, it won't be the end of the world. I can use this low right here as the risk. So I'll take one on the NASDAQ. And again, like mostly my channel is mostly about just letting new traders learn and risk management. And so if I could have good risk management, I'll consider it a win. So I'll probably, I'm in now.
Always.
That's right. I got in at right around 144.50, I believe. 144.50. My risk level will be 122. I'll probably let it go a little bit under this. So I'll probably let it go to maybe like 118s actually. So just because sometimes they will fake you out really easily there. And then my reward target is going to be probably at about 176. And so it's close to 1-to-1. I think it's probably slightly better than a 1-to-1 ratio, maybe 178. But I'm just trying to keep my risk small. And it might be a very quick trade, just full transparency, might be very quick. If I can make 150, bucks, I might just, take the profit considering the part of the day it is.
Yeah, I mentioned it because I saw a really big buying wick just shoot up there off of that 134-ish area that you were talking about. And so I thought it might be a good spot to jump back in.
Yeah.
So
The only thing I worry about is that the range might tighten even more. And so if the range ends up going like this, until power hour will maybe kick it back in. But that's what I worry, is that the range might tighten up more. But we're up a decent amount, and I'll try to let it go. At least I think I have 7 minutes left on the show. So hopefully, we get some good action in the 7 minutes.
That's really good. I'm glad you jumped in there. And one of the things that I really like hearing you say is, I'm going to jump in here. It's a very tight risk. So, why give it back if you don't have to? It's such a small range. When we have NQ in 15 to 20 point range,
that's insane.
That's
that is. It's insane. It's
and
very,
I'm sure
very
we'll
tight.
get some. That's right. So if I cut you guys off, just yell at me too.
No,
it's
please
too
stop.
much.
We're all talking about trading, so we're always doing that, or I'm always doing that.
I'm used to being by myself. And so,
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. I'm just driving. You're the guest. We want to hear you talking. Now, I did want to ask both of you this. We got a minute or two left. So, John, we'll start with you, please. Can you name a time in the market where you would just this kind of stems on what we talked about maybe 5-6 minutes ago before the little bot rant there. A time where you're in the market and it just surprised the heck out of you, like what is going on? Like, what happened here? Share yours, then Anne-Marie, and I'll give you my 2 cents, and we'll jump into the next segment.
So mine was the best trade I've ever done. I was short Uber, and this is a long time ago when I was trading stocks. I was short in Uber, and I got very, very lucky. Uber, the state of California started suing Uber, and the catalyst came out for it, and it just dumped Uber. Uber ended up dropping a huge percentage very short term. This was years and years and years ago. And I went from being up a couple $100 in my day trade short to being up thousands very, very, very quickly. It's one of the few times where a random catalyst benefited me in a huge way. And so that's the biggest time I remember, where I was in a short, and I just got really, really, really lucky.
Excellent.
That's
Thanks for
probably
sharing,
my main
Anne-Marie.
one.
What was your big surprise that you have? You're in the market. I've been in the market for a while, and all of a sudden you're like, what the heck? I don't get this.
So I gotta say that every time I'm not really paying attention, I always go, what the heck was that? And so the what the heck was that comes for me like once every couple days. And so it's because I'm always so hyper focused on motion in the short term. If I talk about losses and or wins being on the wrong or the right side of the trade, I've had a couple of very lucky things where I went, oh yeah, that was great, and then a couple of really terrible things, but it always came because I wasn't paying attention. For me, it was okay, either I didn't watch the news, I wasn't prepared, or but because I trade light and tight, right? We were talking back in the green room, I was talking with John, and I was saying, hey, he said, hey, you're a trading coach, right? And I said, yeah, I don't do that anymore. I just kind of do whatever I'm feeling like most of the time. And so I'm on that side of my career. And so now it's a light and tight space that I'm usually in all the time. And so watching things, I'm always trying to be aware of, okay, something might come. And when it does, I'm always going to go, what the heck was that? But it's usually because I wasn't paying attention to the news, or there was nothing that really would have surprised me had I been focused. I know that was a long answer, but it was an honest one.
That's a short answer for Emery.
Oh, Robert,
all
I'm
right, we
coming
get out of
after
the
you.
session. You
I am
come after
coming
me.
after
I will see you in Discord. That's so all right. So we're gonna wrap this up. I did post the links for that bot in there for the Ninja Trader. The links for Discord are there. Go for it. Get it. The YouTube link is posted. There's like almost 3,000 views on it already. Posted 2 days ago. Incredible.
Awesome.
Download the files. Hit me up in Discord. I'd be happy to help you out with it. It's all there. Enjoy it. Have a ball. Answer to my question was when oil. It was April 20th, 420, went negative. And that's what shocked the hell out of me on that time. Because I was trading at the time. I wasn't trading oil, but
that was
the
pretty
news and everything
shocking.
came out. Like, how do we have oil go to a negative price? So we're going to start shipping oil to people and paying them to take it. But that's a whole nother story. But that's the one thing that shocked me the most in the markets. All right, here we are. We have the next thing up. John, thank you very much for being here. I remember we had a great chat last time as well. Emery, it's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. We'll have you back, and we'll see you both around. But right now, we have, let's see who's driving. It's JD. JD's coming back to drive for Power Hour. Joby, the Range Master's in there. We have Hoag joining us, and we have everybody's favorite Mohammed. Remember, you don't cry to him if the markets are slow like this, but stay tuned. Power Hour is coming up next.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour. We got Hoag in the driver's seat of the house account, and we got Mo in shotgun. Going to be spitting out some orders, giving us the pathway, the direction, the road to profits. Mo, how you doing on this U.S. election eve?
I'm not speaking now.
Okay,
I don't want to speak.
You have 55
No, why?
minutes on here, Mo, so you got to say something,
No.
man.
No, with this 1K likes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
With this 1K likes, 5 hours of broadcasting and 1,000K, 5,000. Yeah, it should be 5,000 for each hour, 1,000K. And Eddie is back.
I am back. All
So
virus.
what you are waiting? Come on, I cannot speak before 1.5.
Come on,
Heard him,
folks.
chat. You
Hit
heard
that
him.
thumbs up button.
I got to do it. I got to press the button.
Yeah.
I
me
press the
too.
button. You should press the button. I'll have Gus open up his own account. He can press the button.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
He's gonna have a lot of
No
opinions.
wonder why the market is not doing anything. Nobody's liking the market. Nobody's liking the show. So
what?
Let's see. 1.3. 200 more. We
going
have
up?
3,000 here. We have 3,000.
What? Come on.
You better give him what he wants.
I see you. I see you who you press dislike. I see you.
Oh, gotta press him. Gotta press him. Mo, you got a lot of stuff
Okay.
on your chart there. Did you take any trades today?
Yep. Actually, today was, I decided this week from the weekend that I will trade only micro NASDAQ just to be prepared for this very volatile week. It will be very volatile. The market still chill. It's even with this V-shapes movement. I mean, the ATR for my chart is just normal. It's 9 points for each candle in 1,000 tick chart. So it's still, the volatility is still not very high. However, I know from previous elections, from even hard events,
It's coming.
that this volatility will reach to 2025. It will be double what we are seeing now. So I want to prepare myself to understand the price action, the movement of micro, and risk my downgrade the risk 10 times that I'm doing with the mini. So in this way, I would like to take it easy. But because of the market is not high volatile, I was successful taking a lot of trades today, in and out, long and short. As you can see here, this is the only way to trade this market. I didn't buy the low. I didn't sell the high because the market has no breaks. You can see this downtrend move that happened around 10 or 11. Just market's just going lower. Everybody was trying to scale in, just smashed, and even after putting a low, they said, okay, that's it. No, not yet. And then the market goes rippling higher with no breaks again. So in this case, you would like to take it easy and don't try to be smart to just fade the highs and the low, because the market has.
Now it looks
doesn't
like
have
you've had a good day, Mo.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I had.
What's your P&L today?
It's 3,500, 5 XFA. So that's around what? 18?
All micros?
All micros. All
you're a
micros.
busy buy.
And
that is
A heck of a nice day.
Yeah, no kidding.
And the bigger size that I got is 30 contract. The bigger size. Average is 5, 10.
So in micros, that's three bigs, right? Three
Yeah.
Three
Yeah.
NASDAQ. But all micros you traded today.
All micros.
Looks like you
I never
started.
touched the mini.
It looks like
Yeah.
you started later on in the session. Did you take any part of that
Yeah,
gyration earlier in the session?
I started before the open. I shorted
Uh-huh.
around this area, and I went long somewhere. Yeah, this area. Maybe I can. It will be a lot.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here's the.
I-
Oh yeah,
Oh,
baby.
look
There
at
we
that.
go.
we cannot
Give them what they
understand
want,
it
Mo.
anyway. Yeah. So what we are doing right now, the market today is multi-trending day. It's not range because the range will had a clear double top or triple top, clear double bottom. Yeah, we got this double bottom early today, late today. Then the shape of the range start to be shaping or forming. The highs is not yet actually. It's not so equal highs. It's lower highs. So maybe it is somehow a triangle or a very big triangle that we are trading with.
That's called a Dorito, Mo. I think that's called a Dorito pattern.
Yeah, very big one. So how I trade this one, I just follow the recent price action cycle. When I say price action cycle, I wait for the market to decide who has control, similar to here, for example. Even though that I didn't take a trade in this short, in this drop, because I waited for them to take control. This, I think I took this. Yeah, I took this one, and I exit around here, and the market just went without me even more. Then I wait for the buyer to take control here. And by the way, if you want, because I see this question a lot of time, I have posted a new video explaining those EMA. Let me find the link. Yeah, this one. So after the show, not now, keep watching. You can get. I put it. I will post it in the chat. This will explain these indicators, which are EMAs, and how I use it, and what are the setups of them. So whenever I see intersection between the blue one, which is the moving average of the moving average, that means the buyers has control. Wait for a pullback and keep buying until the intersection is the other way. Stop buying and look for a short. Fortunately, there is no short signal in here, so the market ripped to the high, back control to the buyer. I bought around this area, and then the market went into a range. Whenever I see that blue one gets inside the Bollinger of the moving averages, that means I have a range. So sell the high, buy the lows.
Got you.
Mean. Until the Bollinger is outside, like we are seeing here, that means we are off. We having a breakout. Obviously, now we have a down breakout.
Now we're in seller control.
Yeah. Now look for a sell, which is actually this one. This one is a sell signal. However, I don't like it because it is somehow close to the target. What target? We have a channel, break, leg one, and this is the leg two. So I don't have a room.
Is what you're looking at there.
The measured move after the breakout of the channel, two measured move. So I don't have a room for this trade to take it. I'm asking the market to do something that is more than what is expected.
Yeah, your reward is probably about equal to your risk on that trade, so you don't take it.
Actually, it's less. It's less.
The reward?
Yeah, it's less. So the reward, the stop, will be around 139.50. Entry 124.
Ooh.
To have one to one, we need the market to reach 109, which is below the measured move target.
Yep. I got, I'm looking at 20,120, and we just touched it and bounced. That's kind of the middle of this Dorito here. Hoag, what levels are you looking at in the
You're looking at that
here?
long, right?
I'm looking up for 113. 113 will be a nice. This is one reason why I didn't take this short. because 113 is a nice level for a long, because it is a demand area. It is a demand area intersection here, so I buy it. The problem with this one, we need a stop loss that's huge, for me at least. Not huge, actually. It should be 113, stop loss at 99. So this is only 15 points of risk.
On the short
Actually,
side, nice. Yeah.
On the buy side.
On the buy side.
side.
Longs. Yeah, that's longs.
The buy side.
my
It's the
bias
demand
on that.
area. The buy side. So this is a full range, as we can see. So this is extreme. And I don't like it because the market doesn't have break now. So maybe it will just move directly to my stop.
Yep. Hoag, you queuing up 5 here to hop in?
I'm not. I'm queued up to do anything here. Just looking for. I mean, Mohammed's kind of talking like he doesn't really like it. We can do it. He looks like he's in.
I'm in. The other area to go long is to 20,055. So this is why I like this one. It's a bit way.
All right.
So maybe we have some.
We're in it with a 5 lot. Where's the risk on this, and why?
99.25. Why? I put the stop always below the curve of the ribbon. This one.
99.25. That's pretty big risk.
These are micros.
Micros. This is why I'm using micros. So maybe you can take it to 3 instead of 5.
Wait, you're long at 13, right?
13.5.
We're long 14.75, and you're saying that the risk has to be down
99.
to where?
99.
2090. Okay. 20,099.
Yep.
All right.
So about 10,
I misunderstood
10 or
that.
so
That's
points away.
my fault. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
14 or so points away. Gus was reminding me I have to do this little plug real quick. Hashtag Power Hour, upper left-hand corner. Please, 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 please follow us on X and send us your battle stations, your best trades of the day, maybe something you've learned, anything you've got that you think can make us laugh. Hashtag Power Hour. And thank you so much all for the TopstepTV 2,000 followers on X. So, Mo, we're doing a pretty good job of getting that follower count up on X. TopstepTV on X. Hashtag Power Hour. Send us the goods. If you have a pet that trades, I'm sure Gus would love to see any of your pets that are helping you place trades.
So, Mo, I'm kind of curious as to. I mean, you were kind of looking at that as your moving average was above your Bollinger, and you're sitting in a long. I'm kind of curious as to why you took the long.
Yeah, the entry setup is different. There is a continuation setup, which is the selling, obviously, and there is the reversal setup, which is this one. This one is a reversal setup. I tend to take the reversal setup whenever I see this measured move, whenever I see a trending up kind of move like what we have here. So this area would be a nice area of interest whenever the market is around this demand area. So so this is see money, take money. The target is I have mentioned this, around 130. I will trim 3 contract of my 5s.
Looking good so far.
Yeah, nice Momo. So
we have a nice reaction, very nice reaction in this area. Maybe not yet. Once it reach 1-to-1, the 1-to-1, which is around 22. Once we reach 1-to-1, I will take my stop below the pivot, the same whatever low that has been
below
made
that
here.
pivot right there.
Exactly, because I don't want to see the market coming back, making a new low after the 1-to-1. Maybe this is the only move that they have. I'm trying to maximize my profit to take it at 121. I like this number, 21. Obviously, as you can see, it's my birthday actually in September. So
Oh, nice.
one reason. And I test it a lot. So I take my first target. There's a question: how do you set up your target? Target has to be minimum 1-to-1. Your first
1 to
exit.
1.
So I take it 121, which is around there. Come on, I don't know about NQ.
The last couple ticks, Mo, always the hardest to get.
Yeah, so now stop now will be at
I got out of 1.
Nice.
Okay. 90% of the
I'm gonna
target.
work on getting out of another one on the offer.
Don't be silly. Okay. Yeah, this is a selling. This is one selling signal.
We're out of 2.
This one.
Nice job.
Perfect. Come on.
You gonna leave one? You gonna leave a runner, Hoag?
Yeah.
Yeah, why
I'm
not?
going to move the stop up below that swing low at 108.
Yep.
Nice, cool. 718 in the house account realized. Well done, Hoag.
That was a nice entry short. Continuation setup. However, it is the first try for the sellers. I think the buyers will try again. If they failed, I'm out. So this is the first try.
Lower highs.
Yeah, this is a counter trend trade. So be careful with the
2
stop.
on right now.
So Mo, when you take a counter trend trade, does that automatically put it in more of like a 1-to-1, 1.5-to-1 sort of bucket, where if you identify like a trend trade, you're looking for 2-to-1, 3-to-1 plus?
It depends on your way of taking. Are you taking a lot of counter trend trades? If this is your style, if you like to take a lot of counter trend, that means you have to have at least 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 if it is a reversal or counter trend trade. Because you know what? You will fail a lot. You will fail more than what you will win. If you're taking a little of counter trend, looking for take money, see money, take money kind of trade, then it's fine to take 1 or 1.5.
Yeah, counter trends are always you gotta take your money while it's there.
Right.
Yes.
See money, take money.
Yeah, so I think I will now go back to my 1-to-1 and I will take my profit at 1-to-1 because I don't like this rejection. Okay, good. So I'm 2 as well with you.
Okay, so Mo is now long 2.
We are long 2.
Peeled off 3. And the house account is long 2. Chat, what is your trade? If you have a trade on right now, please let us know. Trading the NASDAQ, trading gold, maybe trading something else that's not NQ. If you have a trade on, put it in chat. Let us know. But we are currently long 2 NASDAQ.
Oh, lock in that profit, John.
Nice,
Lock
right?
in. I don't tell me that we lost a penny in this trade. Yeah,
We're currently just sitting long 1.
Just
we're up $1,000 on the trade so far, and we've got $135 in risk in it. We're just gonna let this fly for a little while. Does that sound like the plan, Mohammed?
It's his plan. Yeah. So if the market goes back low to our point of entry, actually my stop is at 116. 116. So I'm taking commissions.
You're in profit.
I'm taking commissions now from the market. They're gonna pay the commission. I don't.
We'll move the order that shall be unspoken up to 16.
Look at that, locked in.
Yeah, and the very nice area below that green candle in the 3 minutes. Yeah,
that is right. In chat, if you want to know where Mo's YouTube channel is, look at the very top of chat. There is a pinned link. You can go and visit Mohammed's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Straight to the source. Just made a fresh video specifically for you.
Yeah, and don't forget the like there.
You better like it. You better like it.
Yeah, because I just started broadcasting or recording English lessons. This is the first one in English. Most of them or all of them are in Arabic. So I will start. I put this in a library or some series of videos that will be all in English from time to time. Whenever I see something, now is a start. Show me that I deserve to continue or I should continue.
I think
And
you'll
if
get a
you
lot
don't
of
like
likes.
it, if you don't like it, don't like
That's
it.
okay.
We'll get a lot of
So
likes.
you
There are
know.
a lot of questions in chat. Like, is it in English? Yes, it is. It is now in English.
This one is in English. This video is in English. Yes.
Getting lots of love, Mo, from chat. So if you love Mohammed, make sure you like his channel as well as Top Steps. I think we got that 500 that we were looking for.
Thank
Mo.
you.
No, thank you. You have the magical touch.
Hey, way to go. And hey, I just want to add here that Fruits of Deeds just got his 2K payout today. So everybody head over to the Fruits of Deeds house. He's going to have a barbecue. There's going to be a keg, live music. We're going to have a party. Thank you guys.
Congrats.
Yeah, congrats to anybody who's taken payouts. Green on the day. Today's one of those days where I wouldn't mind having a winner and a loser and locking it up and being scratched on the day and just coming back tomorrow. It's not a fun day to try to dig yourself out of a hole. Not a lot of opportunity for
No, that's for
that
sure.
here. Yeah, real chop fest. Real chop fest. But if you got fast fingers like Hoag, you can squeeze $1,000 out of the market pretty quick in the NASDAQ.
Right. Quick draw McGraw.
What an entry that we got.
That was pretty incredible.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, that was
Still
good.
no higher
It was
highs.
pretty much in your wheelhouse, wasn't it, Dolby?
Which one?
Yep.
A little range
The
trade?
long we took, kind of lower extreme of the channel.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd certainly say so. I'm looking for maybe not the exact level that Mo had, but yeah, there's this little kind of like shelf right at like 20,113 to like 120s where it offered up resistance for a long time. Now we're kind of back there testing again.
Hog. Wait a second, Hog.
Yes, sir.
Stop 25. 25 stop. Now. 25.
Almost there.
Ooh.
Yeah, 25. 25.
All right.
We don't
the
shouldn't.
The order has been moved.
25. We don't want to forget
Can you tell
that
me
this is
why 25 now, Mo?
Yeah, this is how I trail my stop. I look for, after my entry, I look for the recent higher green candle and my stop below them. First of all, I make it mentally. So it's in my mind only. I don't move it. Unless I see two red candles. Then, yeah, that is a rejection and the market is coming for me.
Got it. Yep. It just got us.
Yeah, so now we out.
We're flat.
I made 200 in this one.
Nice trade.
Yeah, that's pretty good for micros. It's really good for micros.
Yeah.
So, would you look for shorts at any point in time here? I mean, we're not making higher highs. So what's the
This
short
one
play
is-
if you had one?
You got me. You have a nice short now at 128.25. Hopefully the
look at
market will
that.
get
Oh.
back there. 128.25. And this is an entry setup. How I make it. I think I will make another video. I have 8 entry setups. 8.
Oh, yeah, quite the toolbox then.
Exactly. So each one I'd like to use it. So this one, I think we missed this one. Just no trade for.
The
We missed
128
it.
and a quarter.
Yeah, I cancel it. This one, I call it the limit. The limit setup. I call it the limit setup. What does that mean? The market is making new low, okay, and you want to short it, but you want a nice level, okay. So what I do, using these averages, I look for the low, okay, and then straight line from the blue one, I draw a rectangle and I sell there. Wait, let me do it here. So this is the low. I take this from the blue line until the lower
Halfway
side of the
below.
Bollinger. No, the Bollinger. Do you see this Bollinger?
Okay.
This one? To the low one.
Yep.
To the low one. So this is the risk. This is the
I
risk.
see what you're doing.
Then my entry will be at the higher Bollinger, at the same level, the same one here. Here. So
right there.
market is going lower. I wait for the market to go high until it reach that level. I don't enter short yet. I wait for a candle to close inside the Bollinger, which was our exit actually from our long trade.
Yeah.
Right.
And then this is what I say. I said 128 because that is the close of the red candle, and this is your risk. This is your target.
Would you ever go back to the well on that long or no? It's over.
No, I use this. I use the level only once. Yeah, I see it sometimes bounce more than twice, but I only like the first, especially if the market is controlled by sellers like this. So our next area will be here. Look, I was preparing this early, but the market never come back here. So maybe it will. 20,055.
Someone in chat was mentioning that crude oil has actually jumped almost 20 cents in the last, 10 minutes. Kind of unusual, just because crude kind of wraps up around 1:30 p.m. Central. There's still a little action in crude. It's trying to make new highs on the day and push above 71.80. Might be worth keeping an eye on here as we get into the close. NASDAQ has now rolled over. So are we going to get down low? How low can you go? Any bets on 20,000 evens today, gentlemen? Any bets? Got about 100 points to go.
I'm going with no.
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 I don't see any long.
You see it down to 20,000?
I'm kind of thinking 20K. We're not that far off.
No, we're not. But there is a lot of unknowns, a lot of pending information. I think for us to make a new low would be a stretch, just in my opinion.
Any momentum traders in chat trying to grab this short in the Nasdaq? Anything below 120s? I guess I would consider momentum play.
So let's see where is the target of the sellers, because the measured move now is done. So we have the measured move already done. So maybe the sellers are looking for another target. So this is a channel now. So let's see the bigger price action. I have this channel.
Mo, on your magic bag of tricks there, are you seeing a potential for a bounce off of the 20,083 level?
This low. That will be my target. I will buy lower.
Target if you're short.
No. If I bought it below it, yeah, I will. I'm planning to buy it at 55. The target will be 83. So I think this low is just a matter of time to be broken.
Okay.
Because the price action is done.
Currently, the TPO value low is 83. 083.
Yeah, but that level already tested. You see this high in my chart, this high, this high.
It did get a
we go
look there.
low.
You're right.
We go low. Yeah, they test it. So I think after doing lower low from there, that is that would be, you know, a very weak low. Let's say it this way. I cannot see where is the target for the buyers, for the sellers.
Well, I got the Topstep daily levels up, and I got yesterday's low and last week's low, both around 20,000. Is that going to be magnetic? I mean, Hoag made it, so they got to be worth something.
Those would be extended trading hours.
Today's, I got the Topstep X indicator, yeah, Topstep levels.
Yeah. Friday's session low was 57, which is right around where Mohammed's talking about.
Okay.
Higher low kind of maintains that 20,060s, 20,070s. You know, if we're doing Dorito land type stuff, that would be the next logical bounce. That's still about 40 points lower.
I have a lot of drawings in my chart, so this is what I will do. Clean everything. So when I have a lot of drawings, that will distract me and let me be biased. I don't want to be biased.
No.
Okay. Okay. So now, I still like to buy the market at 55, around 55, with a stop at 42. Let's say 40. Yeah, let's make it 40. So that's 15 points.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Now, I've got to say, a 10-point stop in the NASDAQ is incredibly tight.
Pretty cheap.
Clearly, it's working for you because you're up $3,700. So your accuracy must be fantastic with what you're pulling off here.
And that's what makes me crazy, because in trading, being accurate, I like to be accurate. I like to be perfect. You know, I'm trying everything sorted out, timing. When I have any project, I have to be an A+ project. You cannot do this in trading. You cannot. You cannot be a perfect in trading. And you shouldn't be.
Yeah, perfectionists get chewed up in the market. That is the truth. So we got down there.
You're a September birthday too, so you're probably a Virgo, like me, and Virgos tend to be perfectionists.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't expect that to happen, Hoag.
Happy birthday to you.
Whose birthday is that?
You were talking about your birthday in September. Mine is too.
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting Hoag to come in with the horoscope signs. Danielle would be proud, Hoag. Danielle would be proud.
Yes, and Mercury is in retrograde.
Isn't it always? Nice little bounce in the NASDAQ here. Only about 15 points off the 20,070s. Getting mighty close to 20,055, which Mo was saying could be a buy location for the end.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a nice short before reaching 55, because I'm looking to 55 as a target now for the seller. Actually, the low is a target for the seller now, obviously. This low. Market might bounce here if it continues going lower without a test of the moving averages, just straight down here. That will be a nice buying area. If we have a test to the moving average with a nice red candle, I will take this short. Maybe to this area, take some profit, looking for the low.
Yeah, I like that. I'm I typically don't like leaning short on indices, but with the election coming up and the whole range going on, it has me under its spell, let's say, to lean short. Mo, if you're still waiting on 55s or that short, and Hoag, you're waiting on Mo, and I'm waiting on you, who's waiting on Mo, that probably means we have time for hashtag Power Hour. Gabe, if you are in the back. Ooh, there's a Jack. I saw an Eddie. Jack, what's up? I see you in the green room. Are you doing Power Hour?
No, I am doing the Series 3 and
Oh,
some
Lord.
live certificates, but
I'm gonna need some
we can
help with that.
we can do Power Hour first. Gabe, what do you want to do?
Gabe's ready. Oop, Series 3.
You wish. I've gone rogue. I've started writing my own here.
I love it.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
All right.
Today's Series 3 question. If you do not like the judgment issued in an NFA arbitration, you can go crying to A, the appeals committee, B, the CFTC, C, Muhammad, D, no one. They cannot be appealed.
All right.
I don't like the judgment issued.
I know the Exchange Arbitration Committee cannot be appealed.
Very nice question.
NFA? Going with A.
I said A as well.
Yep.
It's literally in the answer and in the question, kind of.
I don't know, so I will say C.
I think you're actually in the lead, Mo.
Well, the appeals committee ain't for this. NFA arbitration judgments are binding. You can cry to no one. They can't be appealed.
No one.
That is
There
the
you
answer.
go.
D.
That's great.
You can cry to me.
Yeah, you can cry to Muhammad if you like. Let me, I got to close this door real quick.
I thought it was the Exchange Arbitration Committee that you can't appeal, but hey, I've been wrong before.
I need them to take my score from rules and regs from my first attempt and transfer it to my second.
All right, that's Series 3. While I have you guys here, I had a couple of, on the smaller size, live funded trader call-outs, but didn't want to miss these two individuals. So, Gabe, you want to hit us with the first one of those? We got two of them. First, Lucilia S. from Brazil. Trading ES and NQ. Took about $9,000 in payouts, and we'll have a starting balance of $2,000 in the live funded account. Passed this on Friday. And then also, we have my very good friend, Hoag from Paris, Gay Paris. Also, $2,000 starting balance and took about $10,000 in payouts from the XFAs, trading the NQ.
Why this one is yellow? Why this one is yellow? Yellow certificate.
Do you have a special color on yours?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't yellow. It was, I think, gray or something.
I think these are the new. We have a graphic designers. I think this is meant to exude the idea of gold and being the best. You know what I'm saying?
Gold.
That's the pinnacle. That's what we got there. So that's all I got for you guys. We'll be back with some more live call-ups and Series 3 and all that good stuff tomorrow.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Thanks, Jack. Hey, Mo, we got up to that level, didn't we?
Yeah, short now with the same setup that we missed earlier. Same setup.
You're working an offer.
Offer at 98.25. Come on. Don't do it again. Okay. Stop at 109.
All right.
That's about.
We are in with you at 98 quarter.
Okay.
109 stop.
This is the second trade for the sellers now. If they fail, I want to be out.
Well, we got down to that value low, 81. Saw a pretty decent bounce off of that. Yeah, this one's yikes.
Yikes, yeah.
109 is the stop, right?
Yep. Are we out? No, touch.
Not yet.
Come on.
And we're out.
Buyers
And we're
mean business. Yeah, they mean business.
Yes, they do.
They are. Yeah. So let's wait.
Yes,
Let's
they
see.
do.
Maybe there is another try. Let's.
Ooh, what about like right now? Like that, like
Yeah,
that
wait
stair
for-
step
I-
short at 109s.
I'm waiting for the red candle to close again inside the Bollinger, because it did the first one. It touched the area that we're waiting for. It closed inside. They took us out. If close again red, I will try again. If you are going down, you are not going without me.
We are flat and up $60 in the house account right now.
Hey, better than a loss.
It's a start.
Wait.
It is a start.
Yeah. Another entry, another short. Stop at 111.
Now you're short again here?
I'm short again should be at 100. At 100, stop at 11. I think they will take me out again.
See setup, take setup. Love it, Mo.
Yeah, that's a setup.
No fear.
I mean, that's the name of the game. If you see your setup, you got to take the setup, or else why is the screen open? You can't just be watching your setups go by. That could be the one. Be the one that makes you the money.
Are you in, Hoag?
No, what's your entry level?
100.
Let's see if we can catch it on the way back.
20,100.
We're in. 20,175 is we're in now. Short 5.
Stop.
Risk?
Stop 11. 11. 111.
11.
Ooh, tight stop.
This amp
Goes
goes
up
to 11.
So good, Hoag.
Amp.
It's such a good movie.
Goes to 11.
Such a good movie.
All right.
You know, it costs like $15 to rent Spinal Tap. It's so dumb. I don't know
Really?
why. I swear it costs like 5 times the amount of money to rent Spinal Tap than any other movie.
Now we're coming into MOCs
Ooh, let's
here.
go. Let's go. It's going down.
Yeah. Take some target at 87. 87. Bid. Oh.
You got a 2-lot
What is
bid
this?
there. Coming into
Okay.
MOCs.
gonna
About
get
5
wild.
minutes here.
Should we do some hashtag power hour while we wait for MOC?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Our risk is.
There he is.
I'm ready. As
Of course
long
it's
as
a-
we got our wrist defined and you guys don't have anything for the next minute, I can blow through these.
Well, I was
real
going to
fast.
ask him. I was going to ask him a little bit about why so quick back into the short here, but we can do that.
Yeah, let's do it. No, go ahead. Let's do that. I can come in
Okay.
after the first MOC announcement.
All right, let's do
Oh,
that.
what's the impetus or the thought process behind getting into this short again so quickly?
Yeah, because the trade is still valid.
Still valid?
Still valid, yeah. They took us our stop here and then close again, red candle inside. If they keep continue going up, of course I will not. I'm waiting for a signal. Always I'm waiting for a signal. The first signal came here with a close inside, and then market jumped to our stop loss, then close again inside. So that means.
So there's the
that
idea
was,
for the chart. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
We got MOC coming up in a couple minutes, boys and girls.
Some much needed volatility will be added to the market here. MOC stands for market on close.
Yeah,
And what the hell is that market on close? Well, it's the dollar amount of stocks to be bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. Bam. Back to you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Eddie, for that definition of MOC. Something you would
maybe we
not
can-
know unless you traded at 2 or 250. Mo, what you feeling?
Good. Yeah, not
Still on this
feeling,
one?
but I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this candle to close again inside. That means that we're still in
valid.
in the right trade. Yeah, still in
Got
the
it.
right trade.
calm before MOC.
Yeah, that's what concerns me actually.
Do we stay in this for MOCs?
Yeah, we stay. This nice
You
close.
stay? All right, you got it.
Market.
Oh, you're the boss.
Market told me stay. Don't worry about it.
30 seconds.
And you said you wanted some take profits, right? Around what, 87? Anything else?
87.50. No. For now, that is the profit.
Hoag,
Then I'm looking to 55.
Maybe try some orders to cover around like 60, 65, 70, 75, just in case it shoots down real fast. Maybe we can nab a fill and offload some of the risk a little bit. Oh,
no, we'll lower our stops. We'll lower our stops.
Okay, boys and girls, here we go. A big day here in MOC. 1 billion, 120 million S&P sell side. NASDAQ, 1 billion, 37 million NASDAQ sell side. 631 million sell side Dow, and the Mag 7, 502 million sell side. So we got way over 2 billion here just in the S&P and the NASDAQ. And remember, these numbers do fluctuate. I'll be watching these. And back to you, Dolby Time.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just got out of 2.
Information. Got it too.
Yeah,
nice.
Stop at point of entry. Stop at point of entry.
Just got out of 2. We got 3
This
left.
is a real big one, guys.
Yeah, a
I
couple
don't think
billion.
I've seen it this big.
That means it's real. Anything over $1 billion. Yours perk up for
Toby,
that
I took
one.
your advice and threw a couple of bids in, little wishing orders down below, down at the 60 level.
You never know. NASDAQ is so wicky that it can just shoot right down there. But we are free on this trade, which is awesome.
Yes, we are.
Break even. Already took a portion off. Back up to $600. We were up 60. Now you can add a 0 at the end of it. And now we're up 600.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good. A lot of levels down here that look very, very tempting.
Yeah, 50.
For a little stop.
55. 55.
We got Mo wanting the 55s.
Yeah.
I'm still looking
Mo's
at
been-
20,000.
Mo's been talking about those 55s for an hour now. Let's go get them.
Seriously.
Yeah.
But nice stair step short. Support's becoming resistance and it's kind of just walking itself down. We need to get below 70.
Stop at 97. Stop at 97. We wish the market to go low, but we should be ready if the market decide other way around. Stop at 97.50. Okay. This is the last recent red candle. Especially if the blue one is inside the Bollinger. That means we are setting up a range here. If it is a range, we don't want to stay in this trade.
So, Mo, you wouldn't put your stop, say, at like 110 or like 115, which would be above that little 5-minute consolidation. You'd keep it within the range?
Yeah. I want to... It is managing my risk more than what I expect the market will do. I'm not betting against my trade. This trade...
Oh, we got stopped
for
out.
now...
You're still in.
Oh, no.
Oh, 97.50.
Oh, we put it at 97.
Really?
Uh-oh. Hoag. Okay. You just give the
That's
market
fine.
clearance
That's fine.
to go lower?
That's fine. I expect
Well,
I
thought I heard 97, but usually I do
Then I
put it a
said
little
50.
outside of that.
I will exit with you just so nobody cry to me.
Hey, it's a profit.
Okay. I'm out.
You're out now.
I'm out. Don't cry to me, John.
I am not crying. Not crying.
Both traders are flat.
Yeah, this trade is now. I don't like it. I don't like this. After going below this low, the market should immediately, because this is a nice area to buy. Actually, the market is doing a higher high. A higher low now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I don't want to put my stop there, because I'm not seriously betting on this trade. the blue one, whenever the blue one is inside, I don't like to be in a trade to start with. I just want to watch
Right.
the market selling or buying the extreme, because the market is
No
setting
direct, no
a
trend when
new
that
range
happens,
here.
right, Mo? No trend when that happens.
No follow through. Let's say after this downtrend, there is no follow through. You can see this megaphone in here. So market usually tends to go to the middle of the megaphone. I don't want the market to blame me.
And I hate megaphones.
Yep.
It seems to be a popular thought too.
Megaphones and Doritos.
Megaphones are tough to trade.
They are.
It is
not fun.
They are.
But hopefully,
Yeah.
Gabe has some stuff that can put a smile on our face with hashtag Power Hour. It looks like the NASDAQ might have gotten everyone stopped out. Let's see if this thing rolls lower. Gabe, are you back there still?
I am. I am indeed. All right. Well, Mohammed, I got to ask you, did you see this one the other day? I don't know if you were here.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
you
see
saw that
it.
one? Okay, cool.
I retweet that one, and all my students are showing this one every day to me. Now I'm not a teacher now anymore.
Well,
You're
you know
an
what,
artist.
Mohammed? What is under that hat? You got hair like that. I mean,
this is why I wear a hat.
In really good. Yeah.
You got to keep all that hair in place there.
Way to go,
All
Carl.
right. Perfect. Loved it. I just figured I'd make sure that you saw that. I'm glad you did. That was one of my favorites last week. We got Dan Emmons. Shout out to Dan. Grateful to have you here, man. This is a pretty crazy battle station. I will say it's quite dark in there, and with all that blue light, my eyes would be going crazy. So make sure you get yourself a pair of blue light blocking glasses just to save yourself some of your eyesight. But I wish I had a setup like that. One day I'll show you guys what my power or battle station looks like back here. You got Sick Joke A locked out for the day, came home to a Topstep care package. Big shout out to Topstep TV and Michael Patak and the gang. Hashtag Power Hour. Up 4,500 in the XFA. That's a pretty solid day. And getting their 5K club at which I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here momentarily for the 5K club in the chat. In case you have taken 5K in payouts from Topstep, and you are in the US, feel free to submit yourself for this, and we will get a care package shipped out to you. And it can take some various amounts of time. We are a really small team working on this 5K club. I think it was literally like a one-man team or one-woman team at the moment, but they are working hard, carefully packaging these individually for our traders that submit these forms. So just bear with me. I'll get that in chat here momentarily. But we have another trader here. We got Wildfire. Passed up my first 150K combine today, even with some losses. I didn't lose my cool. And that was a pretty good day. 64% win rate, just under a 1-1 R. And yeah, overall, green day. Gotta love it. Great work.
Congrats,
Passing
Wildfire.
that combine. Absolutely. Got Dwayne using Muhammad's 21 EMA strategy to fade Dakota. So shout out to Dwayne checking out that most recent video that Muhammad released on his YouTube. If you haven't checked out that video yet and you want to learn more about Muhammad's EMA strategy that he shares so generously here on Topstep TV, we will post a link to that video in the chat here for you to check that out later on. Love that he was fading Dakota too. That's kind of funny. I love that. Yeah, Dead Cat Bounce. Thank you to the morning crew. Topstep TV up and locked out on the combine today. So shout out to Dead Cat Bounce. And we have Andrew up 1,300 on their combine. I don't know what size. It looks like a 100K combine. There we go. $1,300 on the 100K combine. Great work there, Andrew. Then I got an honorable mention to Real as well. I don't have a graphic for it, but Real locked up their live account that they just recently got and are up $400 in the day. So shout out to Real as well. I think we should be having Dolby. I think that trader was going to be coming on TV at some point in the near future, right?
I believe so.
Fantastic. Well, looking forward to that day. But in the meantime, back to you guys. Once again, I'm going to post 2 links in the chat real quick. One for the 5K Club and the second one to the 21 EMA strategy from Mr. Mohammed. So check both of those links out momentarily. They will be in there. But back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Gabe. Thank you so much. We're going to hold this hot potato for about 30 seconds, and then we're kicking it right back to Eddie to close us out. Mo, you have 15 seconds. What are your final thoughts on today?
Today is a rehearsal of what we're gonna expect to see during the next 2 days. There will be a very wild move. This is just nothing about what you expect to see. Be careful. Minimize your risk. Don't raise expectation, because what tend to happen, people, when there is a lot of volatility, they only think about the opportunity that they miss. They don't think about the risk that they are taking. Think risk. Think how to protect yourself, and don't take it too much.
Very good. Very good, Mo. Absolutely.
Excellent advice. Eddie, are you back there? I heard the bell.
Yamo be here. Yes, I'm here. And guys, I really appreciated this last hour of Topstep TV. Of course, with Mo. I always love seeing Mo here with us. And Mo, I am going to get you your own intro theme song. I promise you, bro. Get that going for you.
All right. I'm waiting. Actually, I'm
As
so
long as you
excited.
take your hat off. As long as you take your hat off and show me that hairdo. I want to see that. It's in my bucket list. Yes. It's on my bucket list. Yes, Carl. I hope so. All right. Well, hey, anyway, folks. Wow, today was a very interesting Monday. As we say, it's a very interesting week going on. My goodness, this is probably going to be one of the biggest weeks, if not the biggest, this year. Obviously, every 4 years, but coming into tomorrow, election. I know that we're going to be prepped for that. It's probably something that you want to be very careful on. And I know we're not going to see the outcome until the polls do close. We might have an idea coming into tomorrow, Wednesday, Tuesday, and then into Wednesday. You never know. And as Johnny said, Hoag said earlier, this might take a while before they do find a winner. But anyway, tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got some minor numbers. Import exports for September. We got the trade balance, and it might turn the blender on. Red Book at 7:55. We also do have the bigger numbers. We do got our global service PMI for October. We've got our ISM non-manufacturing PMI for October, and of course the non-manufacturing prices for October. Those are pretty big numbers. So 9 o'clock, we will be ready with that. Coming up at 12 o'clock, 10-year note auction. Now, these can be very tricky. Boy, we got lots going on here. So we'll be watching for that high noon, 12 o'clock Central Time, 10-year note auction. Also Atlanta Fed GDP at 12. I think that will be it, my friends. But don't run away yet. Tomorrow is, yes, it's going to be the 5th. 5 days already into this month, whether you like it or not. Tuesday, be with us tomorrow. JD's going to be with me tomorrow. Johnny's got the day off here coming up here. We will be having Coach Dakota Rips and Hoop. Going to be for Fast Markets. We do have David F. going to be joining us for Power Players. Robert JD for Group Coaching. Tamikaze is going to be with us here with Timmy B and Dolby for our trade with Topstep. And yes, Real Zach. I guess he dressed up, looked like Randy Savage to me. Real Deal Zach's going to be with us. Real cool dude. And of course, yes, another cool dude here, Rips, will be closing out the day. So yes, let's not forget about tonight. Coming up here in just a little bit, we do have our 3:15. It's going to be with At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It happens every Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Also, 6 p.m. with Coach Ray in our Discord channel, Volume Profile. 7 o'clock with Coach Vince, Tech Analysis, Candle Charts, Volume Profile, and the works. And tonight, 7:30, back here on the YouTube channel, we're going to be having Coach Dakota for slow markets, and slow markets every Thursday through Friday. And that's what we've got so far today. But now it's your time. Your time. Let's go relax. Let's re-energize. Let's get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.